Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. We'll be starting short. Just wanted to give you that time check.
I'll have to get you got the login.
She said there's no alignment, but I don't just.
Okay, the meeting will now be called to order. Before we officially call the meeting to order, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson to establish a quorum.
Yes, good morning. I'll begin with the chair.
Present.
The chair is present. Vice Chair Brown.
Present.
Vice Chair Brown is present. Member Bradford. Member Bradford is present. Member Grills. Present. Member Grills is present. Member Holder. Present. Member Holder is present. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer is absent. Member Lewis. Member Lewis. Member Lewis is absent. Member Montgomery Stepp. Here. Member Montgomery Stepp is present. Member Tamaki. Here. Member Tamaki is present. Madam Chair, there are 9 task force members, and the number needed for a quorum is 5. The number present is 7. Madam Chair, a quorum has been established.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. Now that a quorum has been established, the meeting has officially been called to order. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the AB3121 Task Force to study and develop reparation proposals for African Americans. This is our 13th and 5th in-person public hearing. We'll now turn to our next item on the agenda, which is special acknowledgements. We have on the line Maureen Simmons. Maureen Simmons has a unique 20-year background in human resources management, talent acquisition, and strategic planning for Fortune 100 and Fortune 500 companies. But her most significant contribution happened in the summer of 2019 when she served as a legislative intern, California State Assembly, for former Assemblywoman Shirley Weber, who's now the state of California's first African-American Secretary of State. During her 8-week internship, she researched and drafted ACR 130 and California's historic reparations bill, AB 3121. She served as a research and policy analyst for the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation in Washington, D.C., where she collaborated on the Hard to Count project, which was founded and spearheaded by Stacey Abrams. She also led the statewide movement to repeal Proposition 209 with the coalition of leaders. She is a graduate of UC Berkeley with a bachelor's degree in political science and an MBA candidate at Cornell Johnson School of Management. She resides in San Ramon, where she owns and operates coaching with MOLLC, a professional consultancy company. So Maureen Simmons will provide some welcoming remarks as one of the main or instrumental folks who created or helped to create this task force today. So welcome, Maureen Simmons. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, and good morning. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here today. Today marks one of the final public meetings the Reparations Task Force will hold anywhere in the state. This is indeed a historical moment, not only for the state of California, but in my opinion, America at large. But before we get started, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Secretary of State, Dr. Shirley Weber, and her staff for challenging the status quo and daring to champion policies that impact Black lives. Without Shirley Weber's guidance and sponsorship of this bill, from the moment I began researching it in her office in the summer of 2019, AB 3121 would not be a reality. I would also like to thank Secretary Weber's former legislative director, Anthony DiMartino. When I shared with Anthony my desire to study reparations during my 8-week internship as a fellow in UC Berkeley's Callan SAC program, without batting an eye, he affirmed me as a student leader, future policymaker, but most of all, as an American descendant of slaves who wanted to see change. Thank you to Attorney Antonio Moore and Dr. Sandy Darity, who responded when I reached out seeking their insight and expert knowledge about the economic wealth gap in the early stages of my research. Special thank you to Chris Loxton, Tiffany Quarles, Friday Jones, Chad Brown, your chair Camila Moore, and Marcus Cunningham for your unwavering support and advocacy of AB 3121. You are the voices speaking for the voiceless. And thank you to the task force. It's hard for me to believe that almost 5 years ago, I sat in Secretary Weber, then Assemblywoman Weber's office, and researched, then typed the first draft of AB 3121. In just a few months, you will make a recommendation to the legislature outlining the redress for American descendants of slavery, the descendants of Black migrants who came to California and were enslaved by fraud and kidnapping. When Chair Moore asked if I would give the welcome remarks, I told her what I have told everyone who have asked me to give public remarks about my involvement in the development of AB 3121. I would be honored. But as I sat down to reflect upon what I might say, the gravity of this moment hit me, as it did in the early stages of poring over insurance records, looking for every piece of evidence I could find about California's complicity in slavery. But detractors will say, an intern didn't write AB 3121 in 8 weeks. I hear you. And to that, I will reply, you're right. I did not draft AB 3121 in 8 weeks. Actually, it was closer to 5 because I'd already worked a few weeks before my meeting with Anthony about the goals and objectives of my fellowship. And though my formal research may have begun in June of 2019, my interest in the study of reparations happened when I was exposed to Representative John Conyers and HR 40 through published articles. In one article I read as a teen, it outlined an argument of those in support and opposition of reparations. The arguments opposed to reparations were centered on who was eligible for reparations and how much, if anything, they should receive. Those detractors believed that calculating the punitive and compensatory damages for chattel slavery was a futile effort, and so we should just let bygones be bygones. But how can we let bygones be bygones when the knee of white supremacy is still on the necks of Black Americans, choking the very life from us? How can we let bygones be bygones when American medicine was built on the backs of slaves, yet the descendants of those Black slaves have worse health outcomes than their counterparts due to healthcare disparities? How do we let bygones be bygones when Africans forced into 400 years of chattel slavery through kidnapping and fraud undergirded the economic infrastructure of America? Yet the economic wealth gap between the heirs of chattel slavery and whites are a blaring reminder of the injustice caused by that oppressive regime. How do we let bygones be bygones when Black women were raped, beaten, and forced to nurse their white masters' babies on their breast? And speaking of Black babies and women, I want to say this at the risk of being controversial. Lineage matters. Lineage matters because there is only one group, a distinct group, who has a justice claim for reparations for chattel slavery. Lineage matters because it denotes the who, the what, when, where of the reparations conversation. Lineage matters because reparations is a debt owed to the descendants of chattel slavery in America. It is not a catch-all for injustice. Lineage matters because reparations for the atrocity of chattel slavery should be reserved for American descendants of slavery, period. In its earliest draft, AB 3121 was written with American descendants of slavery in the language of the bill. This was to distinguish who the task force was seeking redress for. Over the next few days, you, the public, as well as the task force, will have the opportunity to make comments, raise questions as we discuss AB 3121. I will say to you, as I said to Chris Loxton, when he walked into Dr. Weber's office in that June of 2019, only a day or so after I began gathering evidence for what is now AB 3121. I looked him in the eyes and I said, I understand the assignment. I understand the assignment. And so I say to you, Task Force, you are assembled with a great challenge. And I pray that you understand the assignment. Your assignment is to make recommendations to the legislature about redress for the descendants of chattel slavery who came to California and were enslaved by kidnapping and fraud. That redress can and should come in the form of compensation, tax benefits, access to housing and land ownership, and access to tuition for education. And I want to emphasize education just for a moment, because as a first-generation college graduate who attended community college before transferring to UC Berkeley, by some accounts, a prestigious undergraduate university, and currently an MBA candidate at Cornell's Johnson School of Management, an Ivy League university, education is a great equalizer. Reparations will not correct discrimination. I want to say that again. Reparations will not correct discrimination. The reparative justice that the victims of the Holocaust received did not end anti-Semitism. Neither should ending discrimination be the stumbling block in the way of calculating the economic damages owed to the heirs of chattel slavery. Since AB3121, other cities and states have adopted or attempted to address reparations, but in my opinion, have fallen short. In my hometown of Chicago, the city of Evanston, for example, planned $20 million in reparations, but spent only $400,000 helping 16 people. St. Louis, Providence, Rhode Island, St. Paul, Minnesota, Asheville, North Carolina have all adopted reparations programs, but it will be the model that is set forth by this task force that is assembled here today, the inaugural task force for the United States, in my opinion, that will set the tone for what reparations should look like here across the US, and it is my prayer internationally. Because make no mistake about it, the slave trade was an international crime against humanity. There is a domestic and international culpability. In closing, I want us to all remember and come to this discussion lucid and sober-minded. When Germany paid reparations to the descendants of the Holocaust in the 1950s, they addressed the atrocities of those heirs, and they continue to pay reparations to this day. And so it's time for California and every state in the US who was complicit in chattel slavery to do more than apologize for slavery. I can't speak for the entire Black community because we are not a monolith, but I will accept your apology on the terms that, in the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, and I believe I can say this for some of us in the Black community, we're coming for our check. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marie Simmons. Let's give her another hand for that welcome message. Thank you. So now we'll go to the next item on the agenda. We will turn to public comment. We will go to the phone lines first. In person and in phones, we're doing this equitably, so each person will have 2 minutes to speak, whether you're on the phone or in person. There's currently 33 folks on the phone line, so we can go to the folks on the phone first.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the reparations meeting today. And we are now in public comments. My name's Aisha Martin Walton. I'm with the Department of Justice, and a public comment for those of you on the line and in the audience who've taken the time to come today. Each person, as the chair said, will have a couple of minutes. And please know that, be advised that in fairness to everyone, at the end of your time, you may be politely interrupted. However, please know that there is a public comment period during each meeting, and the task force encourages you to participate. You may also submit written comments at any time via email at reparationstaskforce@doj.ca.gov. So with that, we will begin with the callers on the line. So I will ask for John. John, are you with us?
We are with you.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you've not already done so, you can press 10 to enter the queue. If you press 10 a second time, we'll remove you from the queue. We'll give you a line number and listen for your line number to be called and then proceed with your comment. Once again, to enter the queue, press 10 and you'll be given a line number. Listen for your line number to be called. And we'll go first to line number 22. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Task Force members. My name is Ernest Russell, and I'll start my testimony today by stating that the California Task Force should deny any motion or attempt to divert funding or resources from the Freedmen Affairs Agency because it is folly that the defendant community cannot afford. We all know too well, as pointed out by members of the task force based on last hearing, that creating a supervisory agency that cannot offer practical services that will allow said agency to redress the harm is merely a duplication of agencies that already perform statistical reporting or supervisory review of disparities within the state of California. Not only that, but if we look back at Reconstruction, the Freedmen Bureau didn't fail because it lacked the powers to achieve what needed to be achieved. It failed because it lacked the funding and the power needed to achieve the change set out by our Congress after the Civil War. So with that being said, I believe that California can, must, and should do better as it relates to the structuring and the creation of the Freedmen Affairs Agency. We're just now getting started out and fleshing out what an agency will look like after reparations legislation is proposed and what those services would offer. I find it to be foolish for the task force to consider defanging said agency prior to its launch or prior to legislation about said body. Now, my other comments are aimed at lack of community engagement from communications firms. I'm hearing time and time again in California, as well as in other places other than that, there is no mention of the California Reparations Task Force as it relates to public marketing and just general communications. And I think that is something that the task force should consider reassessing as we near the
Excuse
sunset
me,
date
sir.
of the task force.
I'm sorry, sir. Your time is up. Thank you so much for your comments. John, next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is line number 30. Line 30, please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is John Mudd. I want y'all to understand, we are paying attention. This is not going to be like other government processes where y'all get to scam and no one questions what's going on. So this communication firm that Grill set up with the bunch sitter, that whole thing, we saw the money, we know money was paid out, but we haven't seen anything in return. And I don't understand why this woman gets to continue to propose things that are obviously scams. We don't want any resources to go into the nonprofit industrial complex. We want a full service Freedmen's Bureau set up. So, and look, y'all running around here doing these interviews where you're acting like you don't understand why people are going with the lineage-based stuff, when you had the legal experts in there tell you that this is the best route to go. You had the community tell you that this is what we want. You had Shirley Weber tell you that this is what she intended. And you still got Grills and other people running around here doing interviews talking about they don't understand why we're doing lineage space. So look, at best, y'all are some scammers. At worst, I'm starting to think y'all are agents that are trying to sabotage this whole thing. So again, I just want to reiterate, we want a full service Freedmen's Bureau. We don't want money to go towards all these nonprofits where y'all can hand money to your friends and family and scam the community like y'all probably have been doing your whole careers. This is a new day. We're not doing that anymore. We're not allowing y'all to run around here, act like you're working for us, and you're just lining your pockets.
Sir, thank you so much for your comments today. And we're going to have to go to the next caller, please. Thank you again. John, next speaker.
Next is line 13. Please go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Eric Christian Ramsey from the Freedmen Party. Today is extra special. It's 158 years since the original Freedmen Acts were signed. The Freedmen Bureau and Freedmen Bank were passed by Congress and signed by Lincoln on March 3rd, 1865. And when we reference the UN reparations definition of restitution and compensation, these must be included. And if we use genocide as the collective harm from slavery until now, the following institutions are essential. The Freedmen Bank defined freedmen as persons heretofore held in slavery in the United States or their descendants, which was a lineage-based policy. And the Freedmen Bureau Act not only included the promise of 40 acres, but it included hospitals, schools, and courts. And I'd like to end with two quotes. The first is from Du Bois' Souls of Black Folks. Imagine a far better policy, a permanent Freedmen's Bureau with a national system of schools, a carefully supervised employment and labor office, a system of impartial courts and banks. And the second quote is from Frederick Douglass. The mission of the Freedmen's Bank is to show our people the road to a share of the wealth and well-being of the world. It has already done much to lift us into respectability, and with their continued confidence and patient cooperation, it will continue to reflect credit upon us and promote our welfare. And finally, when Dr. King says we're coming for our checks, and he says at the same time we were denied our 40 acres while others got the Homestead Act, he was referring to the Freedmen's Bureau Act, which references our 40 acres and Special Field Order 15. So I recommend the task force look into those. Thank you.
Thank you. John, next caller, please.
Next, we're going to line number 14. Line 14, go ahead, please. Going to line number 14.
Hello, my name is Jolene Tripp. I'm a resident of Oakland, born and raised in Berkeley, California. I'm a fourth generation Berkeley resident and a first generation college student. I've emailed prior to the meeting to request accessibility for closed captioning to these meetings. When you were in Oakland, I came in person because of my frustration, but I rise to give feedback on the communications for those needing accessibility. If you could please ensure moving forward that closed captioning is both included in the live streaming and posted on the videos, it would greatly help others that have accessibility challenges follow along. Secondly, accountability from cities. My concern, as the timeline gets adjusted or pushed back, I want to know who's going to answer the questions. Because I've emailed committees, I've emailed city council members from various cities, and as it relates to our demands. And
Excuse me, ma'am. I hate to interrupt you in the middle of your statement, but if you would turn your mute your video, we're getting a little feedback.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, that might be better. All right. Thanks. Go ahead, please.
As I said, my concern as the timeline gets adjusted is those who are answering are not being accountable. They're not being accountable, and I want to know who's going to answer for our demands. What's going to require the cities to be accountable to their constituents? And with that, I will yield the remainder of my comments so that others may participate.
Thank you so very much for your comments this morning. John, next speaker, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, if you're listening to this meeting on another device, please mute that device before giving your comment to avoid feedback and echo.
Perfect.
Our next line is going to be line number 32. Line 32, go ahead, please.
Yes, good morning. LaDonna Williams. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I want to direct this comment to Senator Bradford. Last meeting, you mentioned that you corrected me actually, saying that you were not paid. Mr. Chris Lodgson got up there and complimented you all on the board for your efforts, which we in the public do as well. But he also went on to say that you guys are not paid for this effort. And when I said, in fact, you are, you corrected me and said, no, you're not. Well, according to Assembly Bill 3121, Chapter 13, Article 3, Membership, letter I and J, it says both legislative and not legislative are reimbursed and compensated for their efforts. The point of making these points is the fact that there needs to be transparency in this process. When it comes to the public, the amount of money that we have put forward, especially in San Francisco, the $5 million, folks are backtracking and tippy-toeing around this issue. We've been adamant. You all are paid and you should rightfully be paid for your efforts, but we should be paid for the harm and damage that has happened in the past and is continuing. It hasn't stopped. I don't understand why we have to have meeting after meeting. We have more than enough documented facts to show that we are do these reparations. So again, match San Francisco and San Francisco hold it down. $5 million to start, and then ongoing payments and tax and exempt those from taxes. We are due this. You have the documentation already. To extend this out any further is doing harm. And yes, absolutely, your communications is failing our communities miserably in being able to figure out how to properly engage with you all.
Thank you so much for your comments this morning. I hate to cut you off in the middle of your sentence. John, next speaker, please.
Next, we go to line number 19. Line 19, please go ahead.
Yes, my name is Marcavius Johnson of Keparah Books. I'm the owner. I wrote the book Land of Milk and Honey on Amazon, Instagram, Keparah the Movement. I want to deal with the history of not the Freedmen Bureau, but Query 14 between Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Banneker during the time the Constitution was written. And that is the actual document that shows the resources we were supposed to be given and what's unknown to history to the school and prison pipeline. I think that should be tabled. I think the summary judgment also with the education, John Henry Clark, Chunk Uncle Diop, Dr. Alvin Van Sertima, and Dr. Ben Joseph Yakinen, UN Observer missions are worthy of note in the Aboriginal Land Act of 1976. And the debt, the only time the national debt has been at zero is Civil War. So when we looking what's old, we need to be looking at the national debt. And we also need to look into the non-King Treaty when the British people were bringing drugs, just like they do in the healthcare industry, to Asian people and made them pay reparation with the reverse engineering. So we need to look at how they play these games through the healthcare system to play this. And Dr. Amos Brown, he should look at Ezra and Nehemiah, though I'm not holy. I have an Egyptology background and a Query 14 ideology. And we need to look at the eugenics and the Red Summit at W.B. Du Bois, because remember the Secretary of War was indicted in 1885 for exploiting free territories in the Holocaust. And we need to address the involuntary servitude and the writ of habeas corpus when it comes to the psychiatric industry that is attacking our manhood through eugenics. And we need to learn agriculture and commerce. And unless we indict the Klan through Nuremberg trials, our reparation efforts will be stifled. Thank you.
Thank you so much. John, we're ready for the next speaker.
Next, we go to line number 37. Line 37, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Savannah Simone, and I'm calling from Los Angeles, California. And I just want to know, have any records or any documents been subpoenaed to be included in the final report that addresses Oliver North's position and the federal government showing that they were involved in the distribution of cocaine in the Black communities of Los Angeles, which ultimately expanded throughout the United States. And as a result of this, it has caused tremendous generational destruction. We lost a lot of lives. We have what is referred to as crack babies. And I'd like to know, is that going to be part of that final report? And I really wanted to also address Don Tamaki and Lisa Holder. I'd like to know that. And also, what is the plan or is there a plan in place to let residents in California know that reparations, Black reparations is real, and how can they become involved, and how would they get their allotment? Those are my questions.
Thank you so much this morning for your
And
comments.
that's it.
Thanks a lot. John, next speaker, please.
Next, we go to line 41. Line 41, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jane Johnson. I'm calling from Los Angeles. I'm calling because I have been watching and monitoring the communications groups. I think it's called the Charles Communications Group. Last Taskforce meeting, she said that she was going to have all kinds of different events and different types of innovative, creative ways to get the information out about the task force. And I have yet to see anything. I mean, I follow her Instagram, I follow her Twitter. Excuse my language, it's piss poor. It's piss poor post. Everything is wrong. It lacks luster. It seems like it's lazy. She's still making small errors about dates and times. I mean, what are we doing? You guys have been here for 3 years. And this should be, that room right now should be packed full of Black people who are concerned about reparations, and it's not happening. Like, something has to be done about the communications part. There should be thousands of people watching this YouTube video right now. Where's this money going to this woman who's supposed to be getting the word out about reparations? I mean, she blocked me on Twitter because I'm asking questions like, what's going on? And she's blocking people on Twitter because they're asking about where's the freaking communication. This is not fair. And there's also some bias because I've also noticed she's not even posting about all the task force members. She's only pointing out a few. And the ones that she's pointing out, the one that's never there, Joan Sawyer, he's never there, he's always late. She's posting about him. So where's this money going? How is this woman going to, she said she was going to have innovative things the last task force meeting. Where's the innovative things? Where's
Thank
the
you.
creativity?
Thank you so much for your comments this morning. I'm sorry I hate to let you go. John, next speaker, please.
Next, we go to line number 57. Line 57, please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Mark Johnson. I live in the gold country, the heart of the mother lode. I would like to mention that slaves were brought to California during the gold rush by Confederate sympathizers. California was on the verge of splitting into Confederate and Union camps. The only slaves that were in California were brought here by Confederates. California never had a state statute saying that slavery is permissible. On this note, I would like to say that I don't believe a single person deserves restitution in any form unless they are a Native American. Native American tribes were butchered, slaughtered, pilloried. They were put into slavery. Nobody gets a dollar until the Indians get one. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, please. John.
Next, we go to line number 52. Line 52, please go ahead.
Yes, this is Claudia Fitzgerald from the Placerville area, and I'm not as learned about all these other things going on, but the guy that just hung up, I have to feel the same way, that why is the state of California even doing this? This should be a federal thing, just like they did with the Japanese internments. And the American Indian is the one who deserves reparations in this country the most of any one of us. But besides that, listening to all the stuff that they want to do for reparations and tax rebates or whatever, it sounds terribly complicated. And it's a typical California. It's open to massive fraud right from the get-go. And that's what's going to happen. It's going to just be a tangled mess, and there'll be a lot of people getting money who really don't deserve it. And if you're going to do it, it should be direct lineage to those slaves that were brought in here, and not just someone who moved from another country in 1985. I just think that's wrong. So that's all I have to say is I don't know why California is even doing this. This should be a federal issue. Thank you.
Thank you. John, our next speaker, please.
Next, we're going to line number 24. Line 24, go ahead, please.
Good morning. My name is Jacqueline Clark, and I live in Lemon Grove, California. And I just wanted to comment on one of the statements in your interim report or recommendations, where it's saying the California African American Freedmen's Affairs Agency. I do agree that we need infrastructure that will help support these reparations being issued, and that the recommendations to correct the injustices, that it have an organization have oversight over it. However, I am disagreeing with the name Freedmen's Bureau, Freedmen Bureau's agency. It failed. We need to look into why it failed. It wasn't just because of the lack of funding. There was a whole lot of other things that we have to consider in this day and time. We have too many other organizations and opportunities to get this right in this day and time, to make sure that it is done fair, equitable, and that the recommendations from the California Task Force are actually carried out. So using freedmen in front of everything, freedmen don't agree with everyone, even though they're saying lineage, they don't agree with everyone's lineage. And they disrespect it online, on Twitter especially. So if we're going to talk about establishing an agency tasked with implementing the recommendations of this task force, we need to make sure that the role of the agency is not just to identify the past harms and prevent future harm, work with other state agencies and branches of California's government to mitigate harm, even from the agency that is calling itself Freedmen. That's my take on this. I do believe we need the infrastructure. However, I just don't agree with Freedmen. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. John, our next speaker, please.
Next, we're going to line number 17. Line 17, go ahead.
Is this right?
Line 17, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me? Thank you. Good morning, members of the task force. I'm very thankful for the leadership of Shirley Weber and those who are seriously studying the evidence and needed reparations. I'm a lifelong educator. I taught grades kindergarten to university over 39 and a half years, and I'm based in Sacramento. I have ancestors who had a role in perpetuating the results of chattel slavery and acts of racism, inequalities that are clearly perpetuated today. Our history divides America. We can do better through reparations. We can make this effort to heal ourselves. I strongly urge a first round of reparations to the ancestors of Black veterans, many of whom were denied the benefits of the GI Bill, specifically housing loans and educational stipends. I also urge a round of reparations to the Black patriots who aided our cause in the American Revolution by assisting through military service, clothing repair, feeding, and financial and medical aids of troops. We have the databases that identify these Americans. The U.S. government has the database for the GIs, and the sons and daughters of the American Revolution have established a significant database of Black patriots and their lineage. Let's start with these clear lists of Americans who were denied their rights. Let's begin to level the playing field through low-cost loans and free education for their ancestors. Then let's continue to schedule reparations for the long list of cruelties that have been perpetuated against African Americans. Thank you for this opportunity to give input.
Thank you very much. John, next speaker, please.
Next, we're going to line number 26. Line 26, please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Milana Davis, calling on behalf of Constance White, daughter of Silas White. We would like for his story to be heard and on record. In 1957, Silas White was a 52-year-old Black entrepreneur who purchased an abandoned lodge that had sat vacant for 13 years. He envisioned providing a safe space for Black people in the few places they were allowed in Santa Monica at the time. In 1958, the city of Santa Monica decided that they needed this abandoned building for public use. The property was seized under the guise of eminent domain and had been demolished by 1960. My uncle protested and attempted to fight the city and also put signs of protest on his seized property. The city successfully stole my uncle's land and his dream to provide safety for his community. This was a man who had most definitely pulled himself up by the proverbial bootstraps, and the city of Santa Monica proceeded to knock him back down and steal his boots, his dream, his opportunity to provide not just for his family, but for his community. He died in 1962, just 4 short years after they seized his property and demolished his dream along with this building, crushing his will to live and shattering his heart like the panes of glass that were destroyed with that building. Interestingly, the city of Santa Monica had just had a series of events in honor of Black History Month, listing on their website Black History Month 2023, centered on Black resistance. Silence White's resistance has not been honored nor directly addressed. His daughter, Constance White, has not been reached out to in any way. Their actions thus far would seem to be perfunctory at best. Again, Silas White purchased a building that sat abandoned for 13 years. The city took that building from him for public use, yet it was not used for that purpose and is now the site of the Viceroy Hotel. Where is the celebration of Black resistance that was exhibited by Silas White in 1958 when his property was taken by the city of Santa Monica? I yield for the time and I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just a time check-in, share more. We started at 9:25, and so we have time for 3 more callers before we switch to in-person. All right, John, next speaker, please.
Next, we'll go to line number 33. Line 33, go ahead. Line 33, Claire, your line's open.
Hi, thank you so much. I happened to forget my line number. I'm so sorry. So I just had a couple things I wanted to bring up. Just overall with the just reaching further audiences. I know I have other friends that are interested in the reparations and the task force, but it's just really hard to get the information to younger people, you know, I guess you would call Gen Z. I'm 19 myself, and I just kind of wish there was more reach for people that are younger. And also, as mentioned, the closed captions. Closed captions on the YouTube video, they aren't available. Is there going to be a transcript for the hard of hearing? I definitely hope so. But just, that's all I wanted to bring up. I'm hoping for more more of an online presence from the task force. That's all.
Thank you. Last 2 speakers. John, next speaker, please.
Next, we're going to line number 56. Line 56, go ahead, please.
Hello, is that me?
You.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I keep hearing Evanston mentioned as a reparations model, but if we dig deeper, we can see all the ways in which it has failed. You had people too long time to get their name on a piece of legislation that supported a bill that was highly inadequate. I'm urging the task force to contact Antonio Moore, UCLA trained attorney and present at the signing of the AB3121 legislation, so that he could give a 15 to 20-minute expert testimony on how the local reparations legislation became disorienting. From lack of funds to people dying before they could receive it, to a recent publication reporting that they had to relax the rules against cash payments because 2 recipients did not own homes. There are tax implications that people could be responsible for, and the grant is only for $25,000 in a place where $25,000 doesn't even cover the cost of a down payment. Antonio Moore has also reported on how the Bruce's Beach situation was not as it was presented to be, and how the family may not have actually been given controlling interest of their land, and how once it was bought back, there was a cap on how much the city was willing to purchase it for. All of these are just examples of how the scale of reparations continue to be undermined and woefully just misrepresented. And so I think that if the task force can just own in on the size of the repair, and which parts of the repair would be federally funded versus what we can actually do realistically on the local and state level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John, this will be our last caller on the line.
Yep. And our last comment will come from line number 25. Line 25, your line's open. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, John, and thank you to John and Amy for making it possible for me to give these comments from afar. This is Rafael Plunkett calling. I am with CJEC, and I am on the phone from Diamond Bar. I'm sorry I couldn't join you in person this morning, but Joe and I are here as we have been every meeting from the very beginning. I want to give a special thanks, first of all, to Ms. Simmons for that really profound and enriching, welcoming remarks, and for all of her work to get us here. I thank the task force and the staff for having the weekend meetings. A special thanks, as always, to Dr. Weber. Please know that I support lineage-based plans specific to the descendant community, not universal or race-based plans. I support federal reparations. I also ask, again, to get the interim report into California libraries, high schools, college campuses, senior citizen centers, etc. There's a lot of education in that interim report, and it will answer a lot of these questions before people even present them. I ask those of you that are legislators, please present legislation to support reparations. Get creative for us. I ask that you all aggressively fight misinformation and disinformation. And once again, that interim report will help with that. For ASL and closed captioning, there's a lot of people that can't participate, and this is really a shame. Please include them. I ask that you please hold more in-person meetings, including the weekends. Please know that your exceptional efforts are supported and appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the in-callers. Now we would switch to in-person, and please remember you have 2 minutes. And for in-person folks, I have special cards for you. You'll get a 1-minute notice and then a time up. So that way we can make sure as many people as possible can be heard today. Thank you. Please go ahead.
My name is Reggie Romaine from LA. I've been this is the meeting since the 11th one. And I just asked everybody, can we all get along? Can we just stop coming here? Can we just stop coming here bickering on them? Man, it's all gas, no brake right now. We got to come up with some solutions. All this bickering, and that's water under the bridge. Now, I got some solutions. Now, listen. First of all, who in this crowd want they 40 acres in their viewer? Who want their land? Okay, let's get some solutions to get this land. The money gonna come. But my solution is this for genocide. And I'm going back to when I first started. These jails, these prisons, they just destroyed us. They're not rehabilitating us. I didn't understand at the last meeting, Mr. Sawyer, you brought up the jails and then we brought up the contaminations and everything. What are you talking about us having it and renting it to somebody else? Or are we going to get it? Because we need to be agape love to our people. 3 a day is dying in these jails in the United States. This is going to set an echo. We got second and third strikers. We leading in that. That means it's a black hole. I told y'all my brother in 2011 passed away. My brother 4 years ago, first offense for a manslaughter 311, he got 27 to life at 54 years old. So that's a black hole for him. My solution is this. We need those jails that we freed up. That's only 300 acres apiece. California is 100 acres, 100 million acres. The government owns 45.5 million of these acres. Start breaking up some of that land so we can rehabilitate our people, so we can start, you know what I'm saying, bringing them back to community. We got to bring them back out of there. Or when they pass away, just let them be able to look at us and say, I died in front of some black people. Yes. So give us these jails. I beg you to give us these jails. They gave white folk 5 years, 5
I'm
acres.
so sorry to cut you off, sir, in the middle of your sentence.
I'll be back tomorrow.
That's right. That's right. Everybody will be here. Great, thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, board members. I'm asking you to do something now, today. Either write letters, call, or do whatever you got to do to stop the RFP for the Fillmore Harris Center in San Francisco. We need to stop that. That building was built for the Black community. And now it's got an RFP on it. My name is Ken Johnson, San Franciscan. I'm representing myself and Black Wall Street and other organizations. I'm speaking specifically about the Fillmore Heritage Center in San Francisco. Now the building was built to revive the Black community, what the city did to the Black community. You all know about San Francisco and what it was a thriving, it was once called the Harlem of the West. Now it's not. Now, the only building that we can do something with to help train youngsters and community members, it's got an RFP on it. It's ridiculous. And you need to write letters or call the city or do whatever you got to do to stop the RFP. See, excuse me, I'm sort of getting motivated. All I'm doing, folks, is asking you to stop the RFP and use some of the reparations money to acquire the building, to do whatever it's got. It's very little that needs to be done to the building. Use the building to help stop crime in the area. Train our young people, train them to have marketable skills, so we can reduce the crime and make our community safer. You're sitting up there and you have power in your hands, so do something with it. Call or stop it now because the RFP is out. You can call and write letters.
Sir, thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. Thanks for coming out today. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Task Force. So I'm Daniel Landry from San Francisco, also like Ken, and I sit on the Reparations Advisory Board in San Francisco with our great historian, Dr. Brown. And at the same time, hearing the passion coming from our people and hearing even those who said some things that I didn't like, by the way, on the calls, it really bothers me for us to not realize, like what the brother was saying, that here in America, it's about the land. Whether you're talking about 40 acres or 1 acre, ultimately, real estate is rooted in land. So as a member of that advisory committee in San Francisco, people keep asking us, why 5 million? Well, why not 500 million? Because you can never repay for the damage have been done to Black people in America. So let's be very clear. And as OG told me in the streets, you're not a man until you got land. Let's deep dive into the land issue. Because when I look at Article 34 and I look at the covenant restrictions here in the state of California, this was the common way here in California and America. They didn't have to say Black exclusion like they said the Chinese exclusion, because it was the way of life. Racism, ignorance, stupidity is a way of life here in America. So I want to be very clear. Land, land, land. And Abrabagate, Hotep, healthy land, not toxic land, like Bayview Hunters Point. So I know I only got 2 minutes, but I want to thank y'all for being a punching bag, because we're going to be a punching bag as a committee in San Francisco. When the people come up and say things you don't like, take it. Because look what our people have went through here in America. Take it. It's all good. I'll be a punching bag for you. Come to San Francisco. Let me have it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming today. Next speaker, please.
My name is Gloria Perot Dyer, and I live in Roseville, California. I have an unusual story in that I grew up in the town of Allensworth. I will show you now the certificate that was awarded to my father, Jefferson Piero, who was instrumental in helping it to become the California Department of Parks and Recreation. And this was awarded to him. He is now deceased. But I will say in that connection that growing up in Allensworth was an extraordinary experience in terms of being able to see how racism affected an entire town. My family moved to Allensworth in 1953, and by the way, has maintained a presence there ever since. Our family farm is still there and still in the family hands, which by the way, as gentlemen before me mentioned, the land is so important. My father, when he bought that land, there was no well on it. And the farmers around him, the white farmers all around him had wells. We didn't. Our house had no running water. We had to haul water for like 11 years. Then Sergeant Shriver came to our house. This was President Kennedy's brother-in-law, and helped get wells in the community. But the point I'm going to say, since I have very little time, my family has done a lot to build up the community of Allensworth. And what I wanted to say, it represents something, okay? It represents something because it was built by ex-slaves and so forth. Now, lastly, I would make this observation. If you want to do something, it's not going to solve the problem if we just throw money at it. Land, as was mentioned, and also programs and resources to undo the psychological harm that has been done by being surrounded by hatred for centuries.
Thank you so very much for traveling here today. Next speaker.
Peace, greetings, and grand rising, California Reparations Task Force panel. I am Yvette Yaira Coburn. I am a native-born Los Angeles, Californian, who descends from powerful ancestors that were enslaved 400 plus years through the transatlantic chattel enslavement, where I have personally traced my own family lineage back to the early Virginian colonies of the 1600s. I am honored to be standing here to share my own testimony and proposal, not only as an advocate of the reparations movement, but also as a professional genealogist with root trackers, also known as learning DNA genealogy. I have had 6 years of success breaking brick walls in several American Black freedmen family trees through the paper trail and genetic genealogy, helping orphans, adoptees, and those who were missing one parent. I have not yet heard a discussion of using a genetic process to have as an additional qualifier where one's ancestors that are from this Northern Territory genetically during chattel enslavement, in addition to providing a family tree with the Freedom Bureau. The paper trail is not always proven to be correct, as there are known non-paternity events to discover through DNA for all. Please let me know who on this task force I can reach out to present this in more further detail. And furthermore, we must have our own agency. Otherwise, there's no true healing and freedom from the 5+ harms that is still relevant and present today. Please be mindful, empathetic, compassionate, and productive in your decisions in delivering any sense of long overdue repair. Power to the Freedman family.
Thank you. Next speaker, you may begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Kamji Ansley, and I'm here. I've traced my lineage back. On 3 sides, I'm back to the 1600s, and I'm still on this soil. On 1 side, I got back to 1868, and that ancestor said he was born in Africa and that his mother and father were born in Africa. On the other side, I've gotten back to the 1700s, and we're still in California. We have never left California. I've read the Reparations Task Force study, the report. I'm actually almost on the 9th chapter of my 3rd reading of it. And I haven't found any case law in there where it is the state of California versus Freedmen. I know that there was a freedman town that came here from a general who served in the military. He actually got his training from a freedman school. He taught in a freedman school after serving in the Philippines. He came up through Texas and then bought some land here, mid-Northern California. My concern is that when we're dealing with California and when we're dealing with our ancestors and when we're dealing with freedmen, I need to find out where the freedmen were in California, because my lineage going back to the 1700s doesn't have anyone who has money in a freedman's bank. They didn't belong to a freedman's bureau because they lived in California and they've been here since the 1700s. And I do have concern about that, because there is, like people have said on the phone, an outcry, even from our chairperson of this task force who's on Twitter, and she reps the freedmen. I just found out the other day that she said, it's on her Twitter page, I screenshotted it, that this reparations is only for people who were in the transatlantic slave trade. But then she also talked about genealogy and taking DNA tests. At the bottom, it says for entertainment purpose only.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you in the middle of your sentence. Feel free to come back tomorrow or submit your comments in writing. Speaker,
Madam
please.
Chair, members of the board, those of you here and listening to the sound of my voice, I'm Morris Griffin. I'm better known as Big Money Griff, strong community activist, leader, and problem solver. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that when the brother talked about the prisons, we've got to emphasize that the reason why our Black men are in these prisons is because of crack cocaine. And who brought that crack cocaine here? Noriega, Bush, and we have to say Arkansas. Clinton knew about it too, especially when he got that NAFTA and GATT and took away all of our jobs. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here right now to say there's only one thing that would stimulate this economy, and I need you to spread the word, what you heard, to Governor Gavin Newsom. And that one thing is capital, money, reparations. That will stimulate this economy for the 2.6 million Blacks in California. There's only one thing that would stop our children from these liquor stores and grocery stores stealing junk food and stealing different things, and that's reparations. There's only one thing that would stop our kids from busting into these jewelry stores, stealing watches and jewelry, and that's reparations. So I need you, Gavin Newsom, to understand that if you have an intention of running for the presidency after Biden gets his presidency, we need you to understand, so goes California, so goes the nation. And if you clean up this state for the homelessness, and Karen Bass cleans up her city with the homelessness, that can be a 1-2 ticket. Spread the word, what you heard. Not only can you do it here in the state of California, but so goes California, so goes the nation. Now,
I'm sorry, your time is up, but you can come back tomorrow. And you can submit your comments in writing. Thank you so very much. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Tiambe Jama, and I say something every day, and that is, we honor our ancestors by doing our best work every day. All praises to God, our African God and African ancestors. When you say this, you stay on point. So my point here today is, for me, the reparations movement, yes, we need money, but the most important thing is unity of purpose. With that, we're gonna make it, okay? Functional unity in the old days, okay? That took away homelessness, come on now. You know, the thing with the values. And the other important thing to me is young people got me here today. Yasmin has organized in our area, East Palo Alto, and we have information regarding the, was it Charles Webb did a report on how crack got to East Palo Alto and decimated it, you know? So unity of function and purpose will get us back to knowing what our enemies are and having shields and strength against them, because they always put out different kind of enemies. The enemy now is Black women and Black men against each other. Let's get it together, okay? Once that together, that family thing, no things against us will, no enemies formed against us will prosper. We can do that. We have our African blood in us. Let's do the right thing. Thank you for doing what you're going to do, and there's multiple ways to freedom. Okay, and of course, you know, you guys have the knowledge. Come on now. Our elders in my building, I've met 2 elders, they're 85. They told me about doing cotton. I didn't do it, I was from the North. They told me about that, how it did their bodies, you know, so you see them all bent over. That's it. Is that all?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Feel free to come back tomorrow or submit your comments in writing. Thank you again. Next speaker.
Hi, good morning, California Reparations Task Force. My name is Dr. LaWanda Wesley, and I come from you as a native of Oakland, California, a daughter of Oakland, and raised by Black people. I do come before you on behalf of Black Californians United for Early Care and Education. We have a 10-point plan that addresses reparations in the early education workforce for our babies. If you guys don't know it, you can visit that by going to blackece.org. But what I want to do just shortly before you is just acknowledge that in the interim report that was published in June 2022, it did a great job of addressing a lot of challenges around reparations approach for K through 12, but it did not address the gaps that impact the early education space. And knowing all of us start our journey in life as an infant, making our way to preschool before we get into kindergarten. So with that, I'm going to get quickly to the point of what we're asking in our 10-point plan for Black children, Black families, and for the Black ECE workforce. And ECE means early care and education. So we're asking that we dismantle and separate unequal education, that by providing funding for African-American freedom-owned, controlled childcare preschool programs, K through 12 schools, colleges, universities, trades, and professional. We ask that you provide additional funding for early care and education settings with at least one, where there's at least 1/3 Black child in that population in direct classrooms, adopt mandatory child development curriculum for early educators that include culturally responsive curriculum that's anti-bias and is pro-Black. We ask that you provide Black families and stop pathologizing us by providing universal basic income for Black families, especially those who are mothers. And we ask you to dismantle and address stolen labor, which hindered the opportunity for many of us as early educators by providing property to those who are Black-owned, Black-led childcare providers, real estate, land, and so on. And then lastly, we ask that you
I'm
address
so
the wealth
sorry
gap
to
by
cut you off in the
prioritizing
middle of
grants
your.
and contracts to Black early educator providers. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. All right. Can you hold on 1 second? Is that Chair Moore? Did you want us to just continue? Okay. All right, please. All right.
Good morning, Task Force. Honorable Camila Chair in the Task Force. My name is Natalie Champion, and I am representing the California Black Women's Health Project. We are a 29-year-old Black-led legacy organization that serves the 1.2 million Black women and girls throughout the state. And I want you to know that we are here to support the unprecedented work of this task force and applaud the recommendations in your interim report. I'm specifically here to speak about the maternal health aspects of the report and offer up some additional recommendations to include. We know that Black birthing people are dying in unprecedented numbers, not because of what they've done or have not done, but because of the lineage and legacy of harm inflicted on our people. And so with that, I would like to share some recommendations to include fully fund care from a doula and midwife for conception planning, pregnancy delivery, and postpartum care for African Americans who are descendants of persons enslaved in the United States, including free lactation education and support for every stage of pregnancy, including education to postpartum care. Fully fund pipeline programs to recruit and train African Americans interested in becoming a doula, midwife, lactational professional, or other birth worker, including fully funding their educational tuition, materials and supplies, certification, credentialing, insurance, business license fees, and CPR and NPR training requirements. Black doulas and midwives should be respected and accepted as providers and part of the care team in all settings, including home births, birthing centers, hospitals, and clinics. Fully fund Black clinics and birthing centers owned and operated by Black healthcare professionals and wellness practitioners, including health and wellness centers without limitations, redlining, and medical bias. Pay Black birth workers, doulas, a thriving wage, and also include in the Office
Thank
of
you so
Black.
much. I'm so
Freedmen-
sorry to
Thank you
interrupt
so
you.
much for your time.
Thank you for all that great information. Next speaker.
Good morning, Chair Moore, Vice Chair Brown, Task Force members. My name is Marcus Champion. I'm a member of NAASDLA and CJAC. I'm from Inglewood and I live in South Central. I want to begin by saying that I believe Member Grills' motion from the last hearing should be re-examined and rescinded. The Office of Freedmen Affairs should be instituted with full autonomy. A natural byproduct of the process will be utilizing community-based organizations, but as of today, there are no CBOs whose sole focus is the descendants of persons enslaved community. In my opinion, it would be an injustice if certain facets of the distribution of reparations be mandated at the outset to organizations that don't have our sole interest as their prime directive. I also want to bring attention to the first proposal draft. I applaud you all. Your work is tireless and thankless, and you've created a body of transformative initiatives. My problem, though, is quite a few of the proposals are either race-based or universal. As we know, race-based policy violates the Constitution, and universal policy is not reparations. I want to highlight the Indian Child Welfare Act case, Holland v. Bracken, that was recently heard by the Supreme Court. The opposition claims the program gives adoption preferences of Native American children to all Native American families, making it race-based. The side arguing on behalf of the act says that it's not race-based because all Indians don't qualify. It is specific to federally recognized tribes. That means the program is not accessible to state tribes or anyone just because they identify as Indian, making this a status-based program that is legal. I say all that to re-emphasize our reparations is lineage and status-based. Honor the vote you made in March last year and what is constitutional. We've come too far to fight losing battles just to appease ideology. Change each proposal to uniformly state they're for the African-American descendants of persons enslaved in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take the next two speakers and then we'll do a check-in. Please go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? My name is Lloyd Kelly, and I am here from New Orleans, Louisiana. As Ms. Simmons said earlier this morning, that she believes that what California does with reparations, so will the nation, so will the federal bills. So clearly, I really believe in what we're doing, or else I wouldn't have gone on the plane, flown down here to be here today for this meeting. Next, I'd like to say that just because you look like me does not mean that you are for me. And I would say that anybody that would put up legislation that would take away control of reparations, our money for what we went through for 400 years, is not for me. Finally, I'd like to say that yes, I'd love to see cash reparations in the hands of every American freedman in California. But if you do nothing else, do this. Give us back our identity. We are American freedmen. It's a simple question. Either you are or you're not. Either you descend from people that used to pick cotton and feed white people, or you're not. So California, if you don't do anything, take the opportunity and the power that you have to give us back our identity. And with that, I will yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming so far. All right, this will be our last speaker before we do a check-in. Please, good morning and go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning. I would like to say good morning to Chair Moore, Vice Chair Brown, and the entire task force. My name is Darlene Crumity. I am with CJEC as well as Arc Bay area. I would like to take the time and thank the task force for holding these in-person meetings, and I've been very fortunate to attend all of them. I would like to thank the task force for its historic vote on March 29, 2022, that voted for the community of eligibility based on lineage for descendants of U.S. chattel slavery. As I stated last month, I'm doing a deep dive on the interim report that was released on June 1st of 2022, and I want again to thank you all for your time and effort that went into this report. In Chapter 6, Separate and Unequal Education, on page 221, there was a reference to Berkeley in the Riverside busing. But what's not mentioned was the closure of my elementary school in San Francisco in 1966, Dudley Stone Elementary. I was then, from the 5th grade on, bused to white schools in the Sunset. I was bused to Lawton Elementary. If I may read the first paragraph of this, and I have plenty of copies if anyone would like to see it. The first paragraph reads, Dudley Stone School District is a slum school. Most of its students are Negroes. Many of their parents have sometime been disturbed over conditions that were of bad plumbing, the cafeteria was too small, and there was inadequate play space. I didn't remember it that way. What I remembered was my 2nd grade teacher, Miss Roberta McGruger, allowed these Negro students to be able to take part and learn how to care for them. What I remembered was my 4th grade teacher, Mr. Carter, a descendant, who taught us the value of who we were. And as a matter of fact, that was the last Black American descendant teacher I had until 1973, when I attended San Francisco City College, Mr. Nash.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Thank you so much for that statement. Feel free to submit your comments in writing, or you're welcome to come back again, and we will take one more speaker until we check in. Thank you. Thank you again for coming out.
Good morning, task force members and the audience. My name is Phoenix Star, and just as my name indicates, rising from the fire and ashes of destruction to give birth to a life. Reparations is American freedmen's rebirth and renewal, known amongst our communities as Reconstruction 2.0. For those that are confused, descendants of American freedmen are those that descend from a great lineage of people formerly enslaved that intellectually and built this country with our intellect and free labor. We are owed a debt by this beautiful state of California for the harms it did for freedmen seeking refuge here and its descendants, and we also are owed a debt from the United States of America. Now, regarding our most valuable reimagined legacy institution as the Freedmen's Bureau, the suggestion was to have it serve as an advisory organization by Ms. Grills. Let me be very clear. Ms. Grills or anyone seeking to parcel out our repair to be distributed to nonprofits and NGOs is looking to grift and steal from us. Just as the communication firms that Ms. Grills was in charge of, that didn't go over well, did it? Where are the results from the communication firms? Why isn't there an American freedman or African American lining up outside of these halls? Didn't go over well. So why would we ever take a suggestion from you or anyone else to suggest that we cannot cover our own repair? So
I'm
let
so
me end by
sorry.
saying
Your
this.
your time is up. I'm so
Dear
very
task force
sorry.
members,
I'm
Freedmen's
so
Bureau
sorry.
administration
Your
body, we
time
will
is up.
elect and we will support all of
Vice
the
Chair
members we
Brown,
want for
maybe?
our reparations.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming out. All right, well, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Heaven Nicole. Just to say, when people say, can't we all just get along? That means you really won. I'm a blogger for the Black American Heritage Club and a volunteer that reads the Reparation Intern Report on Twitter called the Section 8 Space. I'm standing on Bloodline Business. I'm wearing a Black American Heritage flag by Melvin Charles and Gleason Jackson. The Black American Heritage flag is an ethnic flag that represents the culture and history of Black people. Drop the Pan-African flag and get you one. By planes, trains, and automobiles, I've traveled. I am a dedicated Black Californian who can trace their lineage past the 1865 census, and we are more than slaves. My people have went through several disparities, as I'm sure you all are aware of. Unique disparities, one that cannot be compared to any other race. And we do need time to highlight how uncomparable we are. I'd like to extend a token of gratitude for the extension and being honest that the reparation proposal is not ready for Black Americans. I also, I think also gives it more time for Black Americans to understand what's going on in California about reparations, although we're at the end still. My criticism is that we need more communication to the Black Californians immediately. So that we won't feel like this is a botched job, for reparations. And as a Black American, I would suggest persons that are not of the lineage, even if you're for reparations for Black Americans, should not take public speaking spaces from Black Americans. I noticed that is a representation of Black Americans.
Thank you for coming
it's a
out, but your
misrepresent-
time is up, and I'm so sorry to have to
all right,
interrupt you.
My time
but
is up. All right,
yes, your time is up.
All right, cash
Thank
payments
you
for
so
Black
much.
Americans. All reparations.
Thanks for coming
I
out.
need local, state, and federal.
Thanks
and
for
vote
coming
for
out.
Deion Jenkins
Your
and
time
Max
is up. Before the next speaker, Chair Moore, I'd like to do a check-in with you, please.
10 minutes, and then we're gonna go to the next agenda item.
All right, please go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, first, this panel, we've got to end the scams, right? Like this extension is all political theater, missed deliverables, right? A failed report that doesn't accurately describe, which is why many people are coming up here and having to say the words lineage-based reparations, right? We need lineage-based reparations. If your ancestors did not pick cotton for and grow food for white people to eat, then we're not talking about you. So first of all, lineage-based reparations, and we got to end these funny terms. We can't be bickering over freedmen versus not. Like we got to end these funny terms. And lineage-based reparations will do that. The focus on the lineage, right? Secondly, the way that you guys are moving, right? Some of you are not here ever, as pointed out by many calls. The panelists that have burner accounts and oppose Black Americans on the panel, ridiculous. Like this is all political theater, and it needs to end. I almost cursed. Money spent on marketing campaigns that who's seen an ad here? Who's seen an ad on TV to come in here? No one. Exactly. Who heard an ad on the radio to come here? No one. This is ridiculous. How does $1.5 million get spent on what? And the scams and the bullshit. I'm out.
Thank you. Next caller, and just a friendly reminder, you have 2 minutes in fairness to everyone behind you. Please go ahead. Thank you for coming out.
Peace to the Tribe 5. Peace to the Rundown Boys. Peace to my ancestors. To the cosplaying chair. Due to your consistent, condescending, disrespectful behavior on social media, we as Black Americans are demanding and commanding you to step down and step aside, effective immediately. You come from a bloodline of tethers. I come from a bloodline of feathers. We are not the same. So, in the words of my great big mama, and to my fellow historian that comes out of 757, Get your ass up and carry your ass. Now, lineage-based reparations, it is what it is. Meet me about a Tesla, we could talk. Lineage-based reparations, that's how it's going, all right? So I'll land right there.
Next speaker, you have 2 minutes, please.
King Bishop in the house. King
Bishop
Sir
Williams.
in the house. Hey, this is a real slave like he was. Respect him. Listen to that.
My name is Bishop Henry Williams, and I'm a cotton picker from Alabama. I'm 88 years old, and I spoke in San Diego for everyone that I was a real slave in the state of Florida, in the plantation of Florida, and everything, and where they had killed many blacks that were double-barrel shotguns, young black kids, and buried them and everything, and I had proof of that. And I spoke for y'all in San Diego. I said, one thing that I would like to have something in my spirit ever since I escaped from there, that I promised these people that I would come back one day with some people and everything and free all of them and dig these bodies up. You know what I mean? And I've been in front of the police department with this story. I've been in front of the press, the news, the FBI over the years several times, and nobody come out to support me. And I have a missing granddaughter here in California for over 2 years. She's been missing right here. And the press don't deal with no parts of that, of my missing granddaughter. And my son is here to father that daughter. He gonna speak on it after a while, but we need support. And to this afternoon, Thursday afternoon at 3 o'clock, the meeting started about 4:30 at the Port of Oakland. I'll be speaking from the Port of Oakland for land and building and property and everything. There in Oakland, I want to see everybody that's black that need a home, that need a building, they get it, okay? That's my drive now, Oakland, California. I have all
Pastor.
the proof. I've been doing this for over
Bishop,
50 years.
Bishop, thank you so much.
Over 50 years in reparation and everything. I have all the proof of everything I'm doing and everything I'm saying. But I need support. My family needs support, okay? And
Thank you, Bishop. Thank
I
you.
made this speech in front of y'all in San Diego. Nobody called me. One lady put it in the newspaper that I was a real slave and what happened to me in Florida. Nobody from the committee and everything. There shouldn't be a committee that's run by Ku Klux Klan. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Thank you, Bishop.
Ku Klux Klan.
Thank you very much.
People on the sideline, everything else.
Say your granddaughter's name. What's her name?
Sharon Williams.
Sharon Williams.
Sharon Williams.
We'll be back tomorrow, brother. We'll be back tomorrow. And don't forget his 40 acres in that tractor.
Next speaker, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Bishop William, he is our honorary chairman, so we give honors and respect. Moving forward. 9 committee members, Dr. Amos Brown, Cheryl Grills, Lisa Holder, Scott Lewis, and Don Tamaki, all were chosen by Governor Gavin Newsom. Assembly Attorney Redmond chose Joan Sawyer as well as Chairman Moore. And we have Senator Tony Atkins, who chose Stephen Bradford, and Councilwoman Montgomery Stepp. Now, when I think about reparations, I don't think about a Scottish governor, a Mexican assembly, Anthony Redmond, or a gay Caucasian, Tony Gale Atkins, senator. That's who chose these 9 members. I want you to be very careful. We don't expect non-Blacks to tell us how we're going to get reparations. We got to mobilize it by ourselves. It's power to the people. And I appreciate Heavenly, as well as Brother Reggie and many others who come, natives who speak their mind. But reality is, if we don't put foot to power, you guys cannot make the final decisions on reparations. You have to listen to the people. No shade. Each of you are probably nice in your own right. Probably go out and have a drink or something. When it comes to reparations and repairment of a damage, this is serious business. Tony Atkins, Gavin Newsom, and Anthony Redden should not be the final say-so on why you're dragging your feet. So no shade to you, but we have to get reparations, not by you. It is power to the people. You hear what I'm saying? Stop backbiting shit. Let's be and put that paper and make them work, because they're not the final say-so. You are. You are. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one more speaker. Go ahead, sir. Please begin.
My name is Dion D. Jenkins.
Please go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Dion D. Jenkins. Reparations is the extension word of its root word repair. Repair meaning to mend damage, to make whole. Okay? Understanding the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause is not being enforced by our country and our government is a problem. And it is a violation of the Constitution. Black Americans are being negated out of their constitutional rights. We must understand that reparations are 4 elements. Defensive structure, meaning enforcing the law, armed forces, specifically for Black Americans. Specifically for Black Americans. Understand that there must be cash payments. There must be land. There must be the access to capital, meaning building up your own infrastructure, creating grants. DMLG, Defense Money Land Grants. And this is why I don't think this is reparations, but we'll take it. This is a California monetary atonement. But however, I'm running for president in 2024. Dion D. Jenkins, I ran for senator last time, and I ran for president twice in 2016 and 2020. And I'm putting in my bid right now. We're going to get reparations. DMLG, I land.
Thank you very much. Chair Moore, Task Force, does that conclude our in-person public comment this morning?
Yes, so we are concluded for today, but a staff member will take everyone's names down who's in the line so that folks can return for the next period of public comment. So thank you all for folks who joined in the phone lines and in person. A staff member will come over shortly and take your names down.
Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
So the next item on the agenda is item number 4, which is approval of the January 2023 meeting minutes. Members of the task force, we've been able to review the minutes. Are there any questions? If not, may we entertain a motion to approve the minutes as presented?
I move for approval, Madam Chair.
Second.
It has been properly moved by Vice Chair Brown and properly seconded by Member Jones Sawyer that the task force approves the January 2023 meeting minutes as presented. Any discussion on the matter? Member Groves, you're recognized.
I just want to make one edit correction on page 31. It says evidence-based incarceration, and it should be education-based incarceration.
Any other discussion? Okay, hearing no discussion, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote that the meeting minutes be approved as presented with the minor change of changing evidence to education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I will call the roll and take the vote for the minutes, for the approval of the minutes, excuse me, as amended. Chair Moore?
Aye, excuse me.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown?
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford?
Aye.
Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills?
Aye.
Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder? Aye. Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer?
Aye.
Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp?
Aye.
Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki?
Aye.
Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam, excuse me, Madam Chair, there were 8 members present and voting. There were 8 ayes, 0 nays, and no abstentions.
Thank you. There are 8 ayes, 0 nays, and thus the ayes have it and the motion carries. The January 2023 meeting minutes are approved with the slight change to change evidence to education. Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is item number 5, discussion and potential action. Advisory Committee's report on recommended answers to experts' 5 key questions, economic expert analyses. So to reiterate for our last public hearing, myself and Jovan Scott Lewis, who will not be able to be here today, we have been tasked with working with the team of economists around, answering the economists' 5 questions. And then we have to come to the task force for more clarity for the economists. So just to summarize, the 5 questions are as follows. What are the damage timeframes? This becomes even more important for the prioritization of African American descendants of persons enslaved in the United States, 1865 to 1960. Will there be a California residency requirement? If yes, how will it be determined? I think that question is still open for discussion. 3, what year determines the beginning of harm? Are there different starting points and endpoints for each atrocity category? Will direct victims and/or all African American descendants of U.S. slavery in California who meet the residency requirement be compensated? Based on the last conversation, it seems as we said the latter, but again, that is still up for discussion. And then 5, how will reparations be paid and measured to ensure the form of payment aligns with the estimate of damages? And that is also open for discussion. So I will turn to the economists who are online and in person to provide a high-level summary of the work that the committee and the economists have worked on since our last hearing. Any guiding questions that you all would like to ask to the task force so that we can continue this discussion. But I do want to be sensitive to the fact that member Jovan Scott Lewis isn't here. And so I don't think that we should come up with any action today on this issue, but we can continue the conversation and the discussion.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having the expert group back to kind of present a summary of what we have done so far, where we're heading, and to get some direction from the task force as we figure out some next steps. Based on the last meeting, to kind of give a high-level summary of where we are, we have continued to meet with both the advisory group, the DOJ, and we still have our estimates of the 5 harms that were outlined that I'll just remind members of the public and the task force of, we were looking specifically at harms or atrocities for unjust property takings by eminent domain, the devaluation of Black businesses, housing discrimination and houselessness, disproportionate Black mass incarceration and over-policing, and health harms. These were the 5 harms that were identified based on the amount of data that was available and based on what the expert group thought was appropriate in terms of calculations for a methodology. We have come up with estimates for some of these 5 harms that we presented last year. These estimates have not changed since we have not been given any new data, but we are working with the Department of Justice to identify either updated data sources or to refine some of these estimates that we have come up with, specifically for housing discrimination and houselessness, disproportionate Black mass incarceration and over-policing, and we still have our estimate for health harms. We expect to have an estimate in place by the next meeting for the devaluation of Black businesses. One thing that we have continued to face a challenge with in terms of giving estimates for some of these categories is just the availability of data. To come up with estimates that are robust, that will stand to, we expect criticism, we expect attacks on methodology, but as an expert group, we want to make sure that we have things in place that we can defend. And data has been a huge limitation. So this is one of the things that we continue to work with the Department of Justice on to get appropriate data for these particular categories. In our next iteration of this, there was one thing that the expert group met and talked about that we wanted to present task force. And it's that even though we have identified these 5 harms or atrocities because of data and methodology, we do want to recognize that there are other harms, and we might not have data or a methodology, but they should not be pushed aside or should not be the focus of when we look at redress and reparations. So just a reminder of some of the harms that we looked at initially, even though we identified 5, or intellectual property deprivation, segregated education, non-representative estate commissions, labor discrimination, environmental harm, and transgenerational effects. So we will be presenting these again, irrespective of maybe not having data, or even just presenting a summary of a methodology so that they could be acted upon when the task force actually comes together and decides what is appropriate in terms of the different categories of harms or atrocities. That's the kind of high-level summary we have so far. I don't know if any members who are online, Kirsten or Thomas, wants to chime in on anything else.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the task force members about the high-level summary that she just provided? If not, we can continue the conversation potentially around where we left off in terms of what could be the residency requirement. I know the last conversation we had was, conversations around residency versus domicile. Again, these questions are to provide the economists with more direction for the work that they need to do to help us develop a numerical figure for each of the 5 harms that they've identified. Yes, Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Madam Chair and members of the task force, in the area of the 5 areas that you mentioned, might we not focus more on the harm of the confiscation of land? we shouldn't just gloss over that and mention it generally. Vernon Johns, who preceded Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. at Dexter Church in Montgomery, once said, if you want to see a classic example of perpetual motion, sell a Cadillac car to a Negro and tell him to park it somewhere. Alone in 1900, we owned about 19 million acres of land. But now we have less than 3 million. Our brother said earlier, who was so passionate about these prisons, something that's very much on point. We look at how land was stolen from us in the Fillmore in San Francisco, in West Oakland, in South Central Los Angeles, and other areas of the state, and even Allensworth. Reverend Allen Allensworth had in mind utilizing that land for the purpose of replicating of Tuskegee here in the West. And that dream was destroyed because of the evil of those whites. So I think we should sharpen that matter of land. It's basic, it's fundamental. Real estate, land. The Jews still about fighting over the promised land. I hope we do that.
Can the economist kind of speak to that, like the types of data that you all currently are working with around the area of unjust property takings? And is it as comprehensive as kind of what he's suggesting? If not, like what type of data do we need to ensure that that harmed area is as comprehensive as possible?
The unjust property takings data that would be needed would be very individualized from what we know. A lot of it would be based on state data related to eminent domain, particular areas, huge capital investment in terms of highways that took people's homes, huge developments of stadiums and waterways and a lot of different public areas. And the impact to the particular families and homes that would be part of the damage group is what would be needed. So far, we have not been able to put our hands on any of that data for the identification of these particular projects, these particular highways, families that were affected specifically. We have heard testimony from the public that might be very specific, but in terms of a calculated group of data for these individuals, so far, we've not been able to dig into anything of it related to this. It might be the case where there's a process of self-reporting that the task force might figure out what that would look like in terms of operationalizing that, the same way we hear testimony. There's a lot of people who know of their parents and grandparents and even themselves who might have been displaced by some of these things that I'm talking about. Capturing that data has been a challenge. On the other side, the actual projects and eminent domain, there should be records of that because it is action from the government. Yeah. So getting that data would come from a government data source. And then from that, we would be able to put something together in terms of calculation or estimates. But the biggest category so far in terms of challenges, and probably one of the categories that really is a tremendous amount of focus based on what we just heard Vice Chair Brown kind of reiterate, is related to land, unjust property takings, and eminent domain. And it happens to be the biggest data challenge that the expert group has so far.
Oh, sorry, Member Holder, you're recognized.
Thank you for that presentation. I do have a follow-up question around these data sets and identifying where they would potentially be housed. Has your team given thought to specific agencies that might be housing this data, whether it's Caltrans, because of the building of highways and freeways, or some other agency that will likely still have these data sets intact?
Yes, we, even from last year, we kind of identified very broadly the different categories and the different organizations. And we have been, and the DOG has been pretty helpful in terms of identifying these bodies and putting us in contact with agencies that might have this data source. So we have started the process of categorizing agencies, projects, whether they be stadiums or highways, as you said, and then using the Department of Justice that have a little bit more weight in terms of getting data to help us identify these particular sources. So we have.
Member Jones Sawyer, you're recognized.
And I'm glad you meant this on. Okay, thank you. This is an interesting topic because we may have a real life example that you might be able to get, and we may even have records. I know in Los Angeles, there's something called the Century Freeway that went through a lot of African-American communities, Compton and different places, and displaced a lot of African-American families. In addition, there was a fund that was set up to try to compensate a lot of those families, and I'm not sure if it adequately compensated them, if they were even able to buy or replicate the homes that they had, because that's another consideration that a lot of people don't understand. You may get payment for your house when they do eminent domain, but a lot of times you can't get the equal value because of appreciation that have gone up and the property values going up. And so I wonder if that could be, because obviously there's a lot you could look at, but if that could be a microcosm of looking at a way that you could look at how looking at reparations for land, that there a way we could come up with some calculation or look at how people should really be compensated for the taking of land by the government unjustly. And even though it was for a public purpose, but how to compensate for that and maybe figure out some kind of numerical or financial compensation with that. And I know we're getting to the end of that, but I'm hoping that maybe we can find some old records, or I can have my staff help you try to look up and dig up some of those records with the Century Freeway. I think that may be a good example of how a government can come in, take African-American land, and then not really adequately compensate African-Americans.
Yeah, you're right on the money in terms of the methodology that we're thinking about. It really is about taking property, and even with compensation, we already know, even without looking at data, that it's nowhere near the value that it needs to be. And that's the gap we want to capture. Having this data would definitely be a good starting point to even capture one gap and maybe think of a way to kind of extrapolate what it looks like if we mimic other areas. If we could get our hands on that particular data to start that process off, you got compensated for $1, and that dollar is worth $10 today, but that particular property is worth 10 million, then that gap is what you're owed. That's the idea behind the methodology we want to capture. But without data, we can't begin the process. So if we could get our hands on this type of information, that's exactly what we want. What happened? What neighborhoods got impacted? How much were these individuals paid? And for sure, we know what the value is today. The gap between those two is definitely a particular loss that would be captured in this eminent domain piece. And even with one freeway, we could begin a process of figuring out what makes sense in terms of extrapolating highways generally. And even if we get one stadium, like, let's say Staples Center, then extrapolate, or one waterway, then it's a way to start the process to figure out what it looks like on a broad scale.
Thank you.
Dr. Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just had a quick question. I just want to make sure, and if you said it, I apologize, but I wanted to understand what you meant by the problems with access. Is it that you don't necessarily know which agencies would have the data that you need, or that those agencies are being non-responsive? Or is it that the quality of the data is such that it would be too much to reformulate that data to make your calculations? I'm not sure what the access problem is.
So it's probably a combination of what you just said, because the data is coming from a lot of different sources. So highways would be one, government projects would be one. So it's sources of data. Some agencies might be great at collecting data, but it's not necessarily the data we need. So take, for example, that member Joan Sawyer just outlined, a particular freeway. Okay, we might know that a particular freeway, the Central Freeway, ran through these neighborhoods, but we would also need to know what they were paid. That might be a different agency.
Right.
And we would also need to get a sense of the value of what that property is today. That's also a different agency. So I think it's a combination of. I don't think it's a matter of identifying the agencies. The DOJ has been helpful in terms of helping us with the identification. It's the access to the data, and getting the right data so that we can make these calculations. I think it's a combination of what you just outlined.
And is there anything that the task force can do to help get better access, particularly if it's an agency that's being non-responsive, or an agency that may need to actually put some time and effort into reformatting data to make it useful for your calculations?
I think a good starting point for us is just like the example that member Joan Sawyer just gave us. Here is a very specific example, and I know where to get this data, and I can help you directly to get this. Because sometimes I think for us, even just one identification will allow us to get a sense of what it looks like for similar projects. So even a source of, on a very personal level, a lot of the members of the task force are experts in particular areas and know specific examples, and might have access to data a little bit more readily than even the DOJ, I might argue. I think that would be these very specific projects, these very specific freeways or government capital investment. That would be a beginning example. The identification of the agencies, we will look again at what they were, and kind of communicate with the DOJ again. And if there's a sense of their particular agencies that are not necessarily providing the data in a form that we can dig into, then I think that's something we can definitely relate to the task force, maybe through the advisory group.
Thank you, Dr. Grills. Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the task force. One classic model is the San Francisco Redevelopment Agency that began in 1948 with a plan to not revitalize an area, but to remove Black people. And it began with Justin Herman and Ali Odo. And that represented 6 acres. The evidence is there. They even did a study about 10 years ago, an assessment. And their final finding was they wronged the Black community. If they did redevelopment again, they wouldn't do it the way that they did it. That's evidence. Right before us, the facts. And that's the reason why that Black community has been wiped out from 16% now down to 4%. in San Francisco, so-called liberal progressive San Francisco.
All right. Yeah, also there's an organization called Segregation by Design. They've essentially used data and historic photography to document the destruction of communities of color by redlining urban renewal, freeways, and disinvestment. Most of the cities they've covered have been outside of California, but they have started with Oakland. So that might be a good organization to get in contact with, so we can follow up with that later. Okay, so kind of want to take a step back, unless other folks have any questions or comments on this kind of thread. But I want to just start with the first question so that we can just have some clarity and then just move forward to the next questions. So the first question are, what are the damage timeframes? This becomes even more important for the prioritization of African American descendants of persons enslaved in the United States. And so based on the conversation we had last time, please correct me if I am wrong, but based on the conversation we had last time, when we talk about the 5 harms for unjust property takings, I believe we said the damage timeframes would be 1850 to present. We said 1850 to acknowledge what Vice Chair Brown said in terms of acknowledging that the harms against the African American community started with the state's founding, and then present would be qualified as the date whereby Governor Newsom signed the legislation into law, so September 30th, 2020. And so essentially we said the damage timeframe for unjust property taking would be 1850 to essentially 2020. For devaluation of Black businesses, we said it would be the same, 1850 to present, which would be 2020. Over policing and mass incarceration, we said it would be 1970 to present, acknowledgement to the experts' recommendation on that. Health harms, I believe we said would be 1900 to present, and again, present would be 2020. And then housing discrimination would be 1933 with the advent of state-sponsored redlining to 1977, which would be the end of so-called racist redlining via the Community Reinvestment Act. So first, I wanted to get any clarity from the economists around, does those proposed damage timeframe for each of the different harms, does that pose an issue? Is everything okay? And then I wanted to turn to the task force members to see if those damage timeframes work as well.
Thomas, I'll let you jump in since some of these timeframes are probably in your wheelhouse.
Yeah, the timeframes make sense. It is, again, a problem of the data that will be available. So for, I think for redlining as a specific injustice, that doesn't cover all of housing discrimination, and it doesn't cover all of the time. Like in the last session, we talked about gentrification, which is not covered, and it's an injustice. But for redlining specifically, we can make a point. It was attributable to the discretion that the state of California had, and therefore we can attribute it to the state of California to make a very conservative point and make it defensible to attacks from reparations opponents. Now with health harms, going back to 1900, that is a question of whether we can get data to 1900 of the Black and white life expectancy. On average, we have so far data for the past couple of years. but again, we might have to make simplifying assumptions and come up with rough estimates based on the time frame. But I mean, the time frame itself makes perfect sense, but the question is whether the data will be available to make the calculations.
Want to clarify there is no action coming out of this particular, unless we want to, but I want to be sensitive to member Scott Lewis is not here. So this is us continuing the conversation, and then we'll continue to have the conversation at our next meeting later this month. Okay. Does any other task force member? Tamaki, you're recognized.
I guess, Dr. Campbell, I could appreciate the lack of data being a problem because you're making economic calculations. You need that data. So is there a sense of the plan to identify and get, for example, for the Fillmore, the San Francisco Redevelopment Agency that Pastor Brown identified so clearly? And I'm guessing, because I'm not an expert in this area, but each one of those takings was tied to a document that was essentially the eminent domain condemnation notice, and then an offer of some value that then would be agreed to typically by the owner, because the owner would have no choice. And so where are those? Now the redevelopment agencies no more. So are those documents within the city of San Francisco, or are they located somewhere else? Or do we, for instance, if we wanted to take the Fillmore as a microcosm to extrapolate the destruction of other communities in California, and we just are focusing on the Fillmore, which is an example because 20,000 Black residents were displaced and almost 900 Black businesses destroyed. We know that. So is it a question of getting to that data? And if so, is there a plan to approach that?
I think it's one, getting to the data, and also combing through these volumes of data. So we might have cities within states and towns within cities. So actually getting a really comprehensive measure of eminent domain and this concept of land takings. We could have a couple of cities, but it probably wouldn't be complete. San Francisco land taking is very different from the Century Freeway, for example, and it's very different from Fillmore, for example. So these documents might exist, but the human capacity from the expert group to comb through each of these and to get a comprehensive measure is not something that we could probably complete in the timeline that this task force has. One particular thing that we wanted to think about, not only for the land takings and given the timeline and data, is to empower this task force to know what the methodology should be. And given that this data is now combed through, presented, and collated in a way that can extract all of these eminent domains in different cities and towns, that a methodology could be in place that would allow some other agency or some other process to figure out what a comprehensive measure might be, because we know we will not come up with one by the timeline that's given and the amount of data we have to go through. So I think one thing the expert group has been talking about is how do we empower the task force to make a decision to say, we know that these harms exist, they're not going away, we know what the timeline, this data is available and this is what you need to do. And that could be a recommendation from the task force, rather than some of our categories are calculated where you have a range and the task force would make a recommendation on that. But some of these will be where it's a recommendation on, here's a methodology, this is the data you need to get, and once you have it, this is what you do. And this is now your estimate after you have done these things. So we have been working on a way to make sure that we give the task force enough information to make this recommendation on next steps, because the process doesn't end here in June. So that's one thing the group has been thinking about, not only for these 5 categories, but from what we have heard and from what even the task force has presented to us, things like education, things like labor discrimination, generational effect. If we have a methodology, this is what you do, this is what you need, and these are the next steps. So that's something we have been talking about presenting probably by the next meeting.
Member Montgomery Stepp, you're recognized.
I just had a question, and I know that we talked about this at the last meeting, but the housing discrimination and houselessness and cutting that off at 1977, just based on the Community Reinvestment Act. I think I'm having an issue with houselessness being wrapped up in the same category and cutting that off at 1977 because of the statistics now that we have in the state of California, where, you know, our cities are occupying 5-6% of the population, but 30% of the houselessness population right now today. And so, the time frame in my mind kind of covers laws that prohibited the ability to purchase. But there are additional reasons why people are sleeping on the street, why Black people are sleeping on the street. That is one of them, but there are others that don't, and those reasons, the laws that created that situation did not stop in 1977. So I'm kind of having a hard time with that cutoff date. I understand it from the expert's perspective, but I feel like maybe that should have some subcategories or something like that, because we're in my mind, and I could be wrong, but kind of assuming that all of houselessness was caused from this period of time where African Americans could not purchase homes in the way that their white counterparts could based on subsidies. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but I'm just having a hard time with that.
Yeah, you see all the economists nodding their heads in terms of measurement that you have presented. You're right on the money. I'll let Thomas speak to that a little bit more for the 1977, and then maybe Kristen and myself might chip in.
Yeah, I totally share the sentiment that is very unsatisfying to have that cutoff date 1977. And as I mentioned before, this is only for redlining, so it doesn't cover the entire injustice of housing discrimination and houselessness. And I agree that houselessness is very difficult for us to capture because the way we're thinking about it now, it's that redlining basically caused the lack of housing opportunities for African Americans in California, and is therefore indirect a cause for houselessness today. But as you mentioned, there are other causes as well. Housing discrimination and even redlining did not end in 1977 with the formal ban of it. So again, this time frame is only made to come up with one specific injustice that we can clearly attribute to state action, to the lack of discretion that California, or to the discretion California had, but chose not to act on, to make a case that this is measurably the amount of money that California chose to took out of African Americans' pockets. That there is a lot more will have to be stated in the report, and basically the idea is we come up with minimum amounts of loss estimates, and the reparations task force should feel free to go beyond that based on the fact that certain injustices we know happened, but we don't have data to calculate specific losses. So what we come up with are very conservative estimates, and also timing wise, we as Dr. Campbell said, we might propose a methodology how to measure some of these injustices, but can't do it by the deadline of the report. So the task force may consider making recommending a down payment with a clear promise that more shall come as further research is being completed, which should also be part of the reparations package. That's just a recommendation for the task force.
May I add too that some of this may be captured under the health harms category. You're talking about morbidity rates. You're talking about especially maternal and child health. And so these are things that we can measure. But I absolutely agree with member Montgomery Stepp that this is, we're not capturing this entire condition, and houselessness is a grave, grave situation in California that needs to be looked at very carefully. But Thomas is correct. We don't have all of the metrics that we need to measure it.
I appreciate that. This may be an ask of the DOJ, and I don't know if we have time, but the Community Reinvestment Act essentially it was helpful, but really the banks get a report card, and there are no repercussions. There's not really much that is done on a federal level to enforce or hold accountable those that are governed by the Community Reinvestment Act. I am wondering if there are subsequent laws that were passed that also tried to further progress that the Community Reinvestment Act was trying to do, that we could also look at as part of that time frame, that were maybe enacted after 1977, because that act is almost, really in my opinion, it's almost obsolete at this point. I do serve on a local reinvestment task force with banks under this guise, and we really, we don't have much teeth at all to do what we really need to do. So I would just, if there are other areas of law or things that were passed after 1977 that maybe we can use to broaden that time frame, I would, maybe you all have already looked into that, but I would just ask that that be researched as well.
Okay.
Professor Campbell may say something about that. I know it's not something that we have looked at in any detail, for sure.
Okay, well, I appreciate that.
Other areas of law. Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm just uncomfortable with 1977. So, but yes, I also agree and appreciate the fact that you all will be providing next steps. I think that's going to be so important for us from a policy perspective. Thank you so much.
And if I might chime in once more, we can provide model calculations that use the same methodology for more current housing inequity. So we could provide those model calculations, and then we could present a stricter model with just a 77 cutoff point, and then a more open model. So that might be a possibility to go about it. It's just we're opening ourselves up to criticism, but that's not necessarily a reason we can't provide those alternative calculations.
Yeah, no, I would love to see those, and understanding that this is really a big challenge and it will be challenged. So we have to have as much information and data as possible to back up our decisions. I would love to see a broader spectrum of those calculations. Thank you.
Yeah, just in response to the point you're raising, Monica, and you're feeling unsettled about that year, especially as it relates to houselessness. I think one of the descriptive categories that always comes to mind when I think about houselessness and what caused it to mushroom out of control is really the deinstitutionalization policies that happened in the 1960s and were fervent in the 80s and 90s, right? So that's obviously a 20, 30-year period that's not covered by our time frame. And so I'm thinking of descriptive categories like that, like deinstitutionalization, basically getting rid of all of these mental health hospitals and, shutting them down and not reinvesting the money into the community. So you had community-based hospitals, which caused the houseless population to really explode. So I think maybe just thinking along those lines of descriptive categories to address this issue of houselessness with more specificity may be one way to go.
I agree, and the last thing, I forgot to say this, but you made me remember, mass incarceration, and that's really huge when it comes to houselessness in our criminal legal system and how Black people have interacted with that system. And what I should say, the reverse, the system has interacted with Black folks as a part of systemic racism and white supremacy that also is a big, something I think that we can use, can be in that category as well.
Okay, thank you for that. So are there any other comments from the economists on the first question? If not, we can move to the second question, and we have 15 minutes until the next agenda item. And again, this is purely to continue the conversation that we'll continue to have at our next hearing, where there probably will be more finality around these 5 questions. So the second question is, will there be a California residency requirement? If yes, how will it be determined? And again, this is a question the economists have posed to the task force for more guidance. So before we go to the task force to discuss this particular question, I just want to make sure the economists, do you all have any comments on this particular question?
No, not that we discussed further beyond just presenting the question to the task force.
Mhm. So at our last task force hearing, it was a really great discussion around, I think we all agree that there should be some type of requirement. I think the discussion is still open-ended in terms of how it will be determined. There was conversations around, if there's a residency requirement, what should be the length of time? I think Member Grills mentioned it should be somewhere around 9 months to correspond with the California residency requirement. I believe Senator Bradford brought up the concept of domicile. And so, yeah, there's still, debate around what should be the requirement. Should it be based on residency? Should it be based on domicile? Either of the two, what should be, the length of time? Does anyone have any comments, strong feelings on that particular question? Member Grills, you recognize.
So I actually wasn't recommending the 9 months. I was giving examples.
Oh, okay.
There's the example from like the DMV or what have you, and then there's the example from the community colleges and state colleges, et cetera. But my recollection from the January meeting, when we discussed it, we did come to a consensus that there should be a residency requirement, but that you and Member Scott Lewis were going to come back with more precise recommendations to present to us today.
Well, I do have suggestions. I just wanted to allow for folks to say their piece on it. And then also member Jovan Scott Lewis isn't here today. But we did discuss, he doesn't necessarily have any, strong recommendations, but I did share my recommendations. So my recommendation is that instead of residency, we do go with the domicile requirement, a domicile for a period of years. So you would have to prove that you were domiciled in the state of California for a period of years before Governor Newsom signed the legislation into law. And I think that, I am suggesting domicile in part because of the presentation that the advisory committee gave in, December in Oakland, where we talked about what does it mean to be a Black American Californian. There are specific lived experiences of Black Californians, from, the Watts riot of 1965, Watts stacks, LA riots, the Black Panther Party of Oakland being formed in 1966 and the various different chapters throughout the state of California. Well, there's specific events that I think characterize what it means to be a Black American Californian. So, the idea of a residency requirement where it's just 9 months you would have to prove, I think it kind of goes against the spirit of what it means to really be a Black American Californian. So, I don't know what the period of years would be for domicile, but I am suggesting that we go with the domicile rather than a residency requirement. And then, we just have to figure out what would be the period of years. And then also another open-ended question from the task force at our last hearing in January was around the issue of whether if you moved from California since Governor Newsom signed the legislation into law, should you still be eligible? And I know there was some concerns, well, if you moved, maybe not, but my personal recommendation is that those who have moved from California since AB3121 was passed into law, they should be eligible under the international concept of right of return. You have legal scholars like Deborah Archer, the president of ACLU, who gave expert testimony to the task force last year. She's written a law review articles on the concept of the right of return as a form of reparations. And so, my take is that, folks who have moved from California, I think moved is not the right word, they've been displaced. There's been data to show, for instance, that from a period of 2010 to 2020, over 60,000 Black Californians have left LA County, either to other cities in the state, but majority have left to other states because they can no longer afford it. And so, my critique is that if we leave them out, we are, not accounting for, their displacement that wasn't of any fault of their own, but was because of anti-Black policies in the state. So just to recap, again, I'm not necessarily speaking for member Jovan Scott Lewis because he's not here, but in terms to guide the conversation, my personal recommendation is that we go with the domicile requirement rather than a residency requirement, and then we would just have to establish what would be the period of years for domicile. And then we also would allow for folks who have been displaced to be able to be eligible under the international concept of right of return. Montgomery Step, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm still thinking through what you just said, but in the meantime, I did have a question, and this is probably more for our experts here, with regard to having a cutoff date and with the harms and some of them going to the present at the time that the bill was signed by the governor. Wanted to know if, in the event that you all are using census data, that cutoff would hinder some of your analysis, mean, that was a census year, and we'll have quite a bit of information using that. And so I just wanted to make sure that that was not a hindrance to September 30th date, and that it may need to be December 31 or date, it just based on you all's analysis.
I don't remember us thinking or discussing that being a hindrance to any of the calculations. I know if Kirsten or Thomas might correct me if I'm misinterpreting, but census data and this California residency, I don't remember us having a discussion of it being a huge hindrance in terms of cutoff for any of the calculations.
Okay, that's fine. I'm okay with that. The cutoff date we talked about last time. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any feedback, comments on, the suggestion around domicile and accounting for those who've moved and or have been displaced? Member Gross, you're recognized.
I was just wondering, do we have a definition of domicile and what would be used as proof of domicile?
I think, I don't know, Member Bradford, did you want to raise what you raised last time?
Sure.
Well, in the legal definition for domicile, you have the intent to remain.
Yeah.
So did you want to elaborate?
When you're absent, you'll return.
Yeah. A domicile is a fixed location that you intend to return. You don't have to do it daily. It's like our men and women in military or in college. You're stationed somewhere else, but you're considered domiciled if you originated in California. So your original home that you plan to return to.
And I know for domicile, for folks who are trying to get their green cards or whatever, they have different levels of government have different requirements to prove the domicile. Do we have any idea what the requirements might be?
No. Member Gross asked, can you repeat that just so people?
Different levels of government have different criteria that are used to establish or to prove domicile. Do we have any idea of what kind of criteria we might use? Well, as far as time frame and actual documents you have to produce to show that this is in fact, you do have a domicile claim.
No, at the present time, the advisory committee does not have that information, but we could, collect that information and present it to the next task force hearing later this month. It's 11:41. I think I'll go through the third question, which is, what year determines the beginning of the harm? Are there different starting points and endpoints for each atrocity category? I think that is clear via the first question, so I think we're good there. Will direct victims and or all African-American descendants of U.S. slavery in California who meet the residency or domicile requirement that's still to be determined be compensated? Based on the conversation we had last time, I believe Member Jovan Scott Lewis introduced the idea of this ecospheric idea that all descendants of U.S. slavery would be eligible. And so there's that, unless other folks have any comments on that. But I think before we end, we have 3 minutes. I really wanted to get some clarity from the economist on the fifth question, which is, and or the California DOJ, just so everyone's clear about what the fifth question is asking from the task force. How will reparations be paid and measured to ensure the form of payment aligns with the estimate of damages? Can you all just provide some clarity, either the economists or the California DOJ around that fifth question, just so we're clear?
I can briefly state what the economist's thought process is, and I think the DOJ might have some of the requirements based on the legislature that we're not experts on. I think our thought process was, as we estimate these damage categories and come up with estimates, what does it look like in terms of cash payment, in terms of programmatic relief? So over the time period that the task force has been meeting, we, the expert group, have been calculating specific harms with dollar amounts, something that's measurable. The task force, however, has done a lot more work on looking at different programs that seek to put in place reparations or redress, and not necessarily with a dollar amount. So things related to education, things related to health harms, putting institutions in place or programs in place that operationalize compensation, redress, and reparations. Again, not with a dollar amount. So very broad example, let's say we talk about mass incarceration, over policing. The expert group might come up with a dollar amount, whatever that is, or a range based on the harm. But the task force itself will have a lot of recommendations on what it looks like from a change in institutions, a change in what we do with prisons, a change with, for example, what we heard from a member of the public, prison land, for example. Those don't have a dollar amount. So while we estimate these harms and we have an amount, and at the same time we have programmatic relief and changes from the task force, I think our idea was this process of reconciliation and what it might look like. So we can get a clear understanding that even though we have a conservative estimate, the task force itself might be coming up with things that bolster what's necessary for reparations, redress, and compensation. That was our thought process from the expert group. Am I right, Kirsten and Thomas? Yeah, I don't know if the DOJ has anything else to add for 5.
Well, can the California DOJ, can you clarify, the task force isn't necessarily tasked with coming up with how reparations will be paid, right? Like identifying the funding sources, right?
That's correct. I mean, the task force is required by AB 3121, reversing those, to recommend to the legislature methods for calculating reparations and the scope of reparations. Based on the recommendations, the legislature is ultimately tasked with implementing those changes into law and figuring out how to pay for it.
Thank you so much, California DOJ and the economists. Are there any last comments or questions? If not, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. We're one step closer. All right. So the next item on the agenda is number 6, discussion and potential action. Subpoena Advisory Committee report and recommendations presented by members Holder, member Tamaki with DOJ Research Center.
Thank you, Chair Moore. We're waiting for the DOJ staff, Randy Chance and Tiffany Chance, to set up, and Robin Goldfaden. A few days ago, and I'll turn it over to you all, Tiffany and Randy and Robin on this. But we've been working on the survey for quite a long time. However, in terms of the practical matter of collecting the data and all that, the time is still very short. It's very truncated. But we got a final version of the report just a few days ago, actually, and because of the amount of work and time that's gone into it. The DOJ is going to present an overview of what the findings are, but we want to have a more robust discussion and give it the time that the contents deserves at the next meeting. Lisa and I will give kind of an overview of the findings after the DOJ presents the data. The report itself is almost it's 88 pages long. And it's a lot of data. And so the distillation of that and what it means, I think it really deserves a fulsome presentation that Lisa and I are not prepared to do because the report was finalized just a few days ago. But we can sort of highlight some of the basic things. We did want to make sure that the public got a copy of the report, at least to read it and begin to digest it. But a more full discussion will happen at the next meeting. But I did want to now turn it over to Tiffany Jantz of the Research Center to give an overview. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for having us this morning. We're happy to be here to present to the task force. My name is Dr. Randy Chance. I serve as the director of the Department of Justice Research Center. And here with me today is Dr. Tiffany Jantz, and she's a supervisor in the Research Center. So we're going to talk a little bit about the questionnaire that was administered by the Research Center. And so central to the Racial Justice Act is the availability of certain data to make claims of racial bias. Next slide. So in support of the task force, the Subpoena Advisory Committee directed the Research Center to distribute an online questionnaire assessing the administrative practices around race data collection at superior courts, county district attorney offices, and city attorney offices. This survey consisted of about 60 questions covering 6 content areas: case management use, demographics, arrest and matter information, own recognizance, custody and bail, diversion, and prosecutorial decision-making and outcomes. Next slide. Oh, it's already up. The questionnaire was distributed on May 4th, 2022, and closed on June 12th, ending our first round of data collection. A second round of data collection was conducted in an attempt to reach those who had not responded to the questionnaire. Attorneys from the Civil Rights Enforcement section called non-responders to encourage that participation beginning August 11th, 2022. An additional follow-up by email was conducted in late 2022, and the questionnaire was formally closed on December 31st, 2022. Next slide. As you can see here, we had all 11 city attorney offices and all 58 superior courts respond, with 57 district attorney offices responding. I'll go ahead and turn it over to Tiffany, who will walk you through a summary of those responses. Next slide.
Thank you. I will be presenting a summary of some of the main findings of the survey. You can find all of these findings as well as others summarized in the report that's presented in the public meeting materials. The Subpoena Advisory Panel was interested in learning about the prevalence of case management systems in the California justice agencies, whether an office uses an electronic case management system can impact the ease with which records are extracted for evaluation. So we surveyed the California district attorneys as well as the superior courts and select city agencies. Here you see a summary of the responses from all reporting agencies. Almost all agencies, 122 out of 126 or 97% reported they use a case management system. Kern County District Attorney, Sierra County District Attorney, Hawthorne and Redondo Beach City attorneys reported not using a case management system. Of those who use a case management system, 119 or 98% said that they use a software program, and 95% said that they have records that are available via electronic inquiry. 78% of these offices began recording data in their CMS in 2015 or prior, which means that 22% of offices have begun collecting data as of 2016 or later. Next, the superior courts and attorney offices were asked about demographic data they collect. If an office does not collect data on the race of the accused individual, a lack of this data could severely limit the presentment and evaluation of claims that may mask racial disparities. According to the responding agencies, information related to race was collected in 97% of California counties, by 45 superior courts, or 78%, and 46 district attorney's offices, or 81%, or some combination of the two. I'll note, though, on the map to your left, the accused race map, you'll see the two counties in magenta. Those are both Glynn County and Sacramento. This is indicating that neither of these counties had a district attorney or superior court that reported collecting an accused individual's race, which could present a heightened challenge for Racial Justice Act claims in these specific counties. The race of the complainant or the victim is also an important variable when investigating claims that charges, sentences, or convictions are influenced not only by the accused individual's race, but the interplay between the accused individual's race as well as the victim's race. However, there are a number of counties in the state of California for which no office collects the victim's race data in terms of the superior courts and the district attorneys. 74% of counties do collect this data. Though again, you'll see in the graph to the right, those in magenta are the counties that do not collect, have neither their DA office nor the Superior Court office collect victim race data. The majority of those who do collect victim race data are the district attorney's offices. Next slide, please. We also looked at the decision to prosecute, file charges, and release, as these decisions might be influenced by law enforcement charges as well as an accused individual's prior criminal record. Agencies from 95% of California counties record law enforcement charges. Alpine, San Joaquin, and Stanislaus County agencies report not collecting law enforcement agency charges at either the Superior Court or district attorney level. For matters, over half of the responding agencies, or 52%, record prior criminal information, including charges, convictions, and matters. Neither DA nor superior courts in over a quarter of California counties reported recording past convictions associated with the accused individual, and that is demonstrated by the map to the right. Next slide. The subpoena advisory panel also requested data collected on record keeping around the release and custody of accused individuals. In order to determine whether there is a racial bias in decisions to release an accused individual on their own recognizance, set bail, or hold someone without bail, data related to these decisions would need to be collected. The survey indicated that 97% of counties record data on whether or not a person was released on their own recognizance at bail or arraignment hearing. Placer and Madera County DAs and superior courts, however, did not record this data. 93% of superior courts and 53% of district attorney offices reported whether bail was set, denied, or own recognizant release granted. Humboldt, Merced, and Placer County superior courts and 30% of the district attorney offices surveyed reported not collecting any data on bail-related information requested. 54 counties, or 93% of California's counties, collect data on whether a person was held in custody pre-plea, and most superior courts reported whether an accused individual was held pre-trial or pre-plea. So those are the two maps that are demonstrated here and that are also in the report. Next slide, please. We were also asked to look at diversion data. Diversion programs allow some defendants to choose to complete treatment or education courses instead of serving jail time. Information on whether a diversion program was offered, when, and if it was accepted would be needed to investigate claims of racial bias in diversion program offers and sentencing more generally. What we found in the survey was that 41 California counties, or 71%, collect information on whether a diversion offer is made. You'll note that in your graph to the left, diversion offered, there's a large swath of California counties that are represented in magenta, meaning that neither the Superior Court nor the DA collects that information. 52 counties, or 90%, collect data on whether a diversion program was accepted, so there is an increase there. Del Norte, Merced, Mariposa, Madera, and Santa Cruz County DAs and superior courts do not collect data on whether an offer has made or accepted for diversion programs. However, 100% of California counties collect data on whether a diversion program was completed. So there is substantial evidence on data on whether a diversion was completed. However, whether or not it was even offered is inconsistent. Next slide, please. We also looked at the decisions to prosecute. There is discretion in the determination to prosecute or decline to prosecute a case, a decision that's made by the district or city's attorneys. To substantiate claims of racial bias in the prosecution decisions, information on the justifications for charging or the declinations may be important. See that 96% of DAs reported collecting data on the date of the decision made to decline to prosecute if they did decline. 93% record the decision maker's name, and 91% of responding DAs reported the charges that were lodged and then dropped. Alpine and San Bernardino DA offices reported not collecting date. Alpine, Imperial, Monterey, Sierra, and Trinity counties DA offices reported not collecting charges associated with decline, and Alpine County DA reported not collecting any of these variables when it comes to determining to decline to prosecute. We also looked at plea offers. A plea offer or a reduced charge or sentence can be made to resolve a case rather than taking it to trial or going to verdict. To investigate claims of racial bias when granting plea offers, data on whether a plea offer was made, by whom, if there was a counteroffer, what the counteroffer was, all of these factors may be crucial. On the left side, you'll see the plea offer made data collected by all respondents, the DAs, the superior courts, and responding city attorneys. Just over half collect data on whether or not an offer was made by a prosecutor, less than half on whether it was made by the court. 60% collect data on whether an offer was accepted, and a quarter of respondents do not collect data regarding whether or not a plea offer was made. On the right side, you'll see the plea offers accepted data. 90% of respondents collect which counts plea offers for which plea offers were accepted, the sentence that was in exchange. However, 8% of respondents do not collect any of this information. A greater portion of the DA's and city attorney's office collect plea offers made data compared to the superior courts, while the reverse is true when it comes to the acceptance data. And I'll note that 1/4 of responding offices reported collecting none of the plea offers made data. Next slide, please. Finally, the subpoena advisory panel was interested in data collected around prosecution outcomes, which is a potentially crucial data element when investigating claims of racial bias in our legal system. All superior courts across the state recorded the 5 elements: dismissal of charges, charges of conviction, probation, prison and jail sentences, and dismissal of enhancements. Alpine and Ventura County DAs do not report collecting any of the prosecution data elements presented. You can move to the next slide. So that was a lot of data, and there's even more and more graphs in the report. But the overarching conclusions from this survey are that in the absence of requirements for consistent data collection, there appears to be a large amount of discretion and likewise variability in what data elements are collected across the state of California by district attorneys, superior courts, and select city offices. And this varies both across office type as well as across county. The lack of consistency and absence of data on key variables could present substantial challenges to presenting and evaluating claims of racial discrimination in the criminal justice system, and could increase the difficulty of making Racial Justice Act violation claims in some California counties more than others. Next slide, please. To our knowledge, this survey was conducted on behalf of the Subpoena Advisory Panel, and the Taskforce is one of the first of its kind to collect this sort of data, and a huge first step in determining data availability around prosecutorial and judicial decision makings in the state of California. Like all research, however, it's not without its limitations. This is an initial survey and can only speak to what information is reported by the offices that responded about their offices. I want to note that these survey methods do not differentiate between data collected by case management systems versus through hard copy or by other means. Some respondents provided that they do collect certain elements of data, but they can only be found in court notes or transcripts, so that may present a potential hurdle or barrier to collection of data. We also cannot speak to the accessibility, the quality, or completeness of the data collected, or the categories of detail that are included. For example, while the vast majority of counties collect race data, we did not learn what specific races they collect, what categories, and if that varies by county or by office, which could again present an analytical challenge. Finally, the survey cannot verify the accuracy of the data reported by the survey respondents. Thank you very much for your time.
If I could just make some comments about your remarks. First, thank you for doing this work. It was a lot of work in terms of both framing the question so it becomes, the answers become clear and could be documented, but also following up and so on. In that regard, I mean, the response rate is gratifying, the fact that we've got so much. And the reason I say that is because advocates have long complained that when they make this request for this data, they haven't gotten the response, or the answer was they denied collecting it. So to bring this back as to the purpose, the Racial Justice Act, great that it passed, and it provides, remedies for bias seeping into the system. However, if there's no data, that the impact of that act is empty. For example, picking on Sacramento, if it's not collecting any data on the race of the accused, how could an accused person be able to demonstrate that for a particular charge, that they're being more prosecuted more severely, more harshly, and more frequently than, say, a white defendant? And so you absolutely need that data. It sounds kind of high level and scientific, but it's really a question of comparing apples to apples. If I'm treated unfairly, how do I prove that? There's bias, and you could see from the inconsistency and the variability from arrest to charging, the decision to prosecute, the decision to get a plea bargain, the decision to offer up diversion, sentencing, parole. I mean, bias can seep into every part of that process, and without data, it's very difficult to prove. So I think it's a good thing for the task force to at least begin to shine a light on that, and it does augment and make more meaningful the Racial Justice Act. But it does point, and we'll talk about this more in depth at the next hearing, that more needs to be done, and a set of recommendations will be included, including Lisa Holder, Member Holder was proposing, which I think is a great idea, a sort of a commission to oversee, this process. There's a couple other things I want to mention and invite the panel to comment. So Assembly Bill, is it 2418, was passed in the 21-22 session, which is called the Justice Data Accountability and Transparency Act. And we began our survey process before that act actually passed. But the good thing, the gratifying thing, is our questions about, and you could review them in the survey public report about what we're focusing in on. Those are pretty much exactly what AB 2418 was focusing on too, and in a more comprehensive and more enforceable way to get district attorneys and city attorneys and courts to provide, this information. But the enforceability had two severe limitations. I'm talking about the bill. One, it doesn't become operable until year 2027. This is obviously 2023. So why can't we accelerate? That would be one recommendation to the legislature arising from our survey, but also the collection of that data is contingent upon funding, and it was not funded. So basically, it sits there. And so I think one of the recommendations of this task force is to get that moving and begin to collect the data. I will say something else too. In reading the report, you could see that 70%, 80% of district attorneys say they're collecting the race of the accused, the race of the victim, have data on whether decisions to prosecute or decisions to drop the case or diversion. These are all very critical to the issue of mass incarceration. But the question that we don't know, and I'm glad they're using electronic systems. That was another, we didn't know that. But the question is, do those programs, does the software allow you to make a question and get the data you want? And if it's not, that the program isn't set up that way, it won't produce it. And so if they're then collecting the data, does that mean a defendant has to manually go through hundreds and maybe thousands of cases in which the charges are the same to determine if they're being treated unfairly, if they're a victim of racial bias? So it's very important, I guess what I'm saying is that the process be electronicized, and so the data can come out fairly instantly. Another recommendation that member Holder is making is that let's see, I'm sorry, that we have an enhanced right of discovery. Discovery meaning a defendant can make the request for this information in order to determine, if Black American defendants are being prosecuted, for example, more severely, sentenced longer, denied diversion more, and so on. And so the right, that Racial Justice Act has little meaning if you don't have the right to compel the agency to produce the information. So again, I think that will end up as part of another recommendation we'd ask the task force to approve to be included in the final report. Do you have anything to add, Lisa?
I think that was a great summary as to why this is important. I'm just going to say a couple of things. I want to thank all of these analysts for doing a tremendous job. You've been working at this for over a year, and my God, you've walked us through the data. There were so many different iterations of this process, and you did it so graciously and expertly. So thank you all. I just want to underscore the conversation that we had earlier with our economists, where they talked about the challenges of addressing systemic harm to Black people when you don't have complete data sets, when you don't know where they're housed, when you don't know how they are being collected or whether they are being collected. It makes this work of remediating all these systemic harms very, very difficult. And so that's why this project is really important, because we know that the so-called criminal justice system, which is better termed a criminal legal system, is one of the most atrocious systems when it comes to harming Black folks. And we have to make sure that the data is being collected systematically and uniformly so that we can be the watchdogs and make sure that we're analyzing the data and that we are compelling them to treat Black people equally and fairly. So that's why this process that you've all supported us with is so important.
Robin, Randy, Tiffany, do you have anything to add or just want to create space for you?
I think the main thing I would add right now is there's built into the question about the data collection is how far back it goes, because at the time the survey was conducted, the Racial Justice Act was applicable to cases where a judgment was entered on or after January 1st, 2021, if I recall correctly, and it's since been made retroactive. So that if you are seeing challenges in the data during the time that it's actually being collected, you can only imagine how bad it is when you go back further in time. So that's one issue that I would highlight. Another is that, as you noted, there was this piece of legislation that hasn't been funded. And so some of the mechanisms that were built into that statute are currently unfunded. And finally, I would just note that this is a relatively new statute. There are not a lot of court decisions on there yet. And so you may see issues of interpretation coming down the pike that may or may not need a legislative response at that point.
I can see where at least the survey and the data we have so far, and what they're collecting, what they're not collecting, and the inconsistencies will be helpful for legislators to see why there needs to be the next step, next iteration, and funding of the collection of the data and so on. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's give it up for the DOJ Research Center and for your very hard work over the past year and a half. Thank you also, Member Holder and Member Tamaki. So the next item on the agenda is lunch. So we'll break to lunch at 15 minutes early. We'll return at 1:45 p.m. We have an amazing dynamic panel around implementation. Then we'll hear from our communications firm and then from local municipal reparations efforts.
Excuse me, everyone. The room will be closed during the lunch period. If you could make your way towards the exits, please. Again, the room will be closed during the lunch period. If you could please make your way towards the exits. Attention, everyone. The room will be closed for lunch, so please make your way towards the exits. You will be allowed to come back in once the lunch period has ended. Attention, everyone. Again, we are closing this room for lunch. If you could please make your way towards the exits.
Hi, Brandon. Oh, shoot.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be starting shortly. Sorry, good afternoon. So the next item on our agenda is item number 8. But before we go to item number 8, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson so that we can reestablish a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will begin with Chair Moore.
Present.
Chair Moore is present. Vice Chair Brown? Vice Chair Brown is absent. I don't see him. Okay. Member Bradford? Member Bradford is present. Member Grills? Member Grills is present. Member Holder? Member Holder is present. Member Jones Sawyer?
Present.
Member Jones Sawyer is present. Member Lewis? I'm sorry. Pardon me? Did he say here?
No, Jones Sawyer is here.
Yeah, no, okay, Lewis is not. Member Montgomery Stepp? Here. Member Montgomery Stepp is present. Member Tamaki? Here. Member Tamaki is present. Madam Chair, there are 9 members of the task force. We need 5 for a quorum. The number present is 7. Madam Chair, a quorum has been established.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. Now that a quorum has been reestablished, we'll turn to the next item on the agenda, which is agenda item number 8, witness panel implementation plans. So we will be hearing from various different experts today. It should be very, very exciting and dynamic. The first expert we'll be hearing from is Professor Kevin D. Brown. Then we'll hear from Jalen C. Blocker. Then we'll hear from Professor John Michaels. Then we'll hear from Marilyn Van. And then we'll hear from Brandon L. Green, then Ishmael Bartley, and then last but certainly not least, we'll hear from Dr. Margaret Fortune. So I'll first introduce our first expert witness, which is Professor Kevin D. Brown. Kevin D. Brown is a 1978 graduate with distinction from Indiana University Kelley School of Business, where he majored in accounting. He graduated from Yale Law School in 1982. After law school, he spent 4.5 years working as an associate attorney for the Indianapolis law firm of Baker & Daniels. Brown joined the faculty of the Indiana University Moore School of Law when he left Baker & Daniels. He teaches law and education, race, American society and the law, torts, and criminal law. He has published nearly 60 articles or comments on issues related to race, law, and education. He has authored 2 books, Race, Law, and Education, and the Post-Desegregation Era, and Because of Our Success, The Changing Racial and Ethnic Ancestry of Blacks on Affirmative Action. Brown has one of the original participants and founders of both the Critical Race Theory Workshop and the People of Color Conference. And I believe that each expert witness has less than 10 minutes to speak each. 10 minutes? Okay, 10 minutes. So we'll start with Professor Kevin D. Brown. Thank you for having me.
Hi, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to address such an important task force. As the chairman said, my name is Kevin Brown. I was a law professor for the past 35 years at Indiana University Meyer School of Law. This past summer, I retired from Indiana and joined the faculty of the University of South Carolina Law School. I've also taught at law schools at universities of Texas, San Diego, Alabama, and Illinois in the US, and London and Beijing University in Shenzhen, China, internationally. In addition, I've been affiliated with academic faculties in India, South Africa, Nicaragua, and Kazakhstan. The primary law school courses that I have taught, that are relevant for this presentation are Law and Education for 25 years, Race, American Society and the Law for 35 years, and for a decade, a seminar on transnational inequality, where we compare the struggle against racial oppression of African Americans in the US with the struggle of Blacks in the United Kingdom, Blacks in South Africa, and Dalits, also known as untouchables, in India. My academic research, which now includes over 100 publications, has generally focused on race and law, as well as the international impact of the African American struggle. I was also a participant in the first critical race theory workshop in Madison, Wisconsin in 1989, and 3 of the next 5 workshops. Finally, for 4 years, I was the director of the Hudson and Holland Scholars Program. This was a minority scholarship program at Indiana University, Bloomington, that was responsible for recruiting the high-achieving Black and Latinx students. As my academic biography indicates, I have done a tremendous amount of researching, writing, teaching, and lecturing about issues impacting the African American community from both a national and international perspective. With my 10 minutes, I want to make a few points that draw upon my academic experience. First, I want to apologize that I limited my written testimony. I'm deeply involved in both the political and legal efforts to defeat the wave of anti-CRT legislation sweeping the country. Since state legislatures are in session during the first few months of the year, I've had to devote a tremendous amount of my time to that effort. You have a copy of my written testimony that endorses the idea that the beneficiaries of reparations, in whatever form they may take, should strongly privilege those Black people in the US who are descendants of 2 American-born Black parents, as determined by the one-drop rule. I know this is an issue that has been addressed, but I wrote about this topic because I believed it to be the most difficult topic for the task force. I won't go further into this other than to point out that the title of my second book is Because of Our Success, The Changing Racial and Ethnic Ancestry of Blacks on Affirmative Action. This is a book that delved deeply into which racial ethnic group of Black people should be preferred for affirmative action. I think anyone can see the analogy between the beneficiaries of affirmative action and the beneficiaries of reparation. In order to set up what comes next, I need to say that the problem that African Americans have is principally rooted in the dominant culture of American society. American culture, almost from its very beginning, developed a view that viewed it as normal for Black people to have less. In other words, we are dealing with a belief that is centuries old. This belief justified slavery and segregation. Thus, the solutions have to address what is needed to change the dominant cultural view of African Americans in the US, in major part by creating intergenerational wealth for Black people most hurt by this history of discrimination. I would urge you to use reparation funds to change dominant American cultural attitudes that have normalized the belief that Black people should have less, build intergenerational wealth, and leverage reparation funds to further benefit the Black. With my vast amount of international experience over the past 3 decades, I have come to realize that the most negative attitudes about African Americans that exist in the world exist in the United States. When we leave these shores, we generally find that those attitudes do not travel. Clearly, our African brothers and sisters encounter a deep prejudice in many places in the world, but when people in distant lands learn that I am African American, I have consistently found that I do not face those negative attitudes. I know that there has been a tremendous amount of discussion about K-12 education, and I would certainly add my voice to those who speak of the need for more and better Black history being taught to America's young. But I want to suggest something that is seldom discussed. I would urge the creation of international boarding schools located in stable areas of the developing world for beneficiaries of reparations. Well-designed boarding schools provide a tremendous education for their students. However, their cost in the United States tends to be prohibitive for public school districts. Such schools could be created for little more than what we currently spend on traditional day schools in the United States. For 5 years, in fact, I worked on a project of trying to get a school chartered by the state of Indiana or the city of Indianapolis for a boarding school that would be located outside of Accra, Ghana. Essentially, the goal was to transfer a US education to Ghana. Thus, the curriculum would be that used in US schools, and the primary classroom teachers would be Americans. Such a school would bring to bear all that we know and have learned about academic success in K-12 education. There would be a committed staff, more time spent on academic work, structured and nurturing environment, healthy lifestyles, this international educational experience, assistance in pursuit of college admissions, and for low-resource students, there would be a change in their socioeconomic status. They would go from the deprived minority kids here to the wealthy foreigners there. Second, for the youngest beneficiaries, I would endorse a proposal that builds on Senator Booker and Representative Presley's suggestion of baby bonds. These would be accounts set up at birth for beneficiaries of reparations when they're young, with annual cash payments made to them that they could not withdraw until age 25. Now, while I know that scholarships for college education for beneficiaries of reparations will certainly be among the programs considered, I would also strongly suggest using a portion of the funds to provide high-quality college counselors for beneficiaries of reparations. This comes from my experience running the Minority Scholarship Program for the high-achieving underrepresented minorities at Indiana University. The overwhelming majority of Black college applicants could benefit tremendously from having well-informed advisors about college. These advisors would not only help them through the application process, the standardized testing process, but also secure additional funding. I would also propose that money be spent for individuals who are purchasing homes. The amount should provide for at least the normal 20% down payment. In addition, however, I would suggest placing a limit on the amount of money that a homeowner could mortgage beyond the 80% loan to value ratio. This would ensure that the homeowner would always have equity in their home. And then finally, I would suggest the creation of a program that would provide seed capital for businesses run by beneficiaries of reparations. This seed capital would be enough for them to get their business up and running. And if they are successful enough, they should pay back a portion of the funds that they receive from the reparations. I think with that, my 10 minutes are about up, and I don't want to overspend my time. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk to you.
Thank you so much, Professor Kevin D. Brown. Our next expert witness is Jalen C. Blocker. Jalen C. Blocker is a current doctoral student in the Department of Psychological Health and Learning Sciences at the University of Houston, Texas. He is a Florida activist and former activities director of a community-based social justice organization located in Tallahassee, Florida. Jalen also served as a coordinator for Distinguished Young Gentle Incorporated, a nonprofit organization geared toward creating restorative spaces for underserved communities. Jalen is committed to contributing to a society where everyone can thrive boldly and apologetically as themselves. In the task force on reparations, Jalen is present as a social justice activist and former recipient of a state-funded grant as a direct descendant of the 1923 Rosewood Massacre in Florida. Jalen C. Blocker, thank you for being here, and you may begin your testimony.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Many things that I will share with you all today are ideas and sentiments that have been expressed in many facets. Today, I hope to bring forth questions to consider as you all move quickly towards this recommendations deadline, and then also provide justification for a perspective that I believe would best support citizens moving forward. For the sake of time, I'm going to jump right into where my story begins. Throughout this time, I encourage everyone to engage in a little imagination, creativity, and critical thought as we recap my connection with reparations, and then also think about what reparations can look like in the future. In January of 1923, a white mob descended on the small town of Rosewood, located on the northwest side of Florida. A few days before, the mob of mostly white men received a single allegation that a Black male from the town of Rosewood had interacted unlawfully with a white woman. Keep in mind, this is 1923, so that interaction could have been as simple as a glance from 20 feet away. The mob, however, that made no difference to them. In the days leading to the attack, the mob grew in both size and anger. Despite their vocal threats to tear down the self-sufficient Black town and lynch every Black man there, local police did not respond. Early in the new year of 1923, my great-great-grandmother had gotten word that the mob was approaching the town. In fear, she packed a small sack of biscuits and a jar of pickled cabbage for my great-grandmother and her older brother, only 10 and 16 years old at the time, and then she sent them south. Unfortunately, that was the last time that they spoke to their mother. For 7 days, that mob terrorized the citizens and burned the town of Rosewood to the ground, where nothing or close to nothing remained. During those 7 days, the state turned a blind eye and left those Rosewood citizens with zero protection under the law. With that information, I want us to think about what a 10 and 16-year-old sent out on their own today in 2023 would be able to accomplish for themselves and their future generations. Now let's consider what those same children would be able to accomplish being Black in the South and less than 60 years removed from slavery. Imagine how different their lives would have been if they were allowed to live in their thriving, self-sufficient town with a mother and community that cared for them. I am a living testament that they were able to survive. But we should always consider the way that racially motivated state-sanctioned violence prevented them from thriving. The most important part to remember, though, from my history is that while it is filled with tragedy, it is in no way unique compared to the experiences of other Black people across the nation over hundreds of years. Just 2 years prior in Oklahoma was yet another racism-fueled massacre. These sorts of traumatizing actions and condoned violence from states across the nation were and continue to be quite common. There is no doubt that for generations, Blackness has been targeted and bloodlines eradicated again and again. Each life that was taken at Rosewood is a generation of lives that never got the chance to lead. I acknowledge that erasure. And I also acknowledge the privilege that I have, that my story is one of the very, very few that even made it to the printed section of a history book. We must always acknowledge the millions of lives and stories lost from the sea to the tree, never making it to the textbooks. My last point as we establish this foundation is that I met my great-grandmother. I have memories of her pushing me to read more and learn more because she was robbed of the opportunity to do so, never earning more than a third-grade education. In 2005, she passed away, leaving behind her most famous saying, which was, "I love you," with a bushel and a peck and a hug around the neck. Let's fast forward now on our journey 71 years later to 1994, when the Florida legislature held a session to hear the merit of a reparations bill for the citizens of Rosewood, officially known as HB House Bill 591. Initially, the bill sought to divide a pool of $7 million paid directly to the living citizens from Rosewood. Proponents of the bill argued that citizens of Rosewood were tax-paying citizens and therefore deserved protection under the law, which we know they did not receive. After politicians received hate mail, some of which was alleged to be written by Ku Klux Klan members, the bill took nearly a $5 million cut, and the legislature settled on a $1.5 million pool to be paid out to those who could prove they lived in Rosewood, and approximately $500,000 to those who can prove that their family owned property in Rosewood. comprising a total compensation bill of about $2.1 million. Sadly, due to information access barriers, my family did not receive a portion of this funding, and I can't help but feel this rings true for other families as well. Now, let's fast forward another 24 years to 2018 as I begin preparing for college. On the Florida Department of Education financial aid website, there was a section inquiring whether the applicant is a descendant of Rosewood. Knowing my history, I indicated yes, not knowing that there was a financial scholarship attached. Some weeks later, after communicating with my school scholarship coordinator, I found that the state runs a grant program, to this day actually, for students who can prove lineage from Rosewood. However, this idea always saddens me. To respond to the needs of Black communities, we have to step away from a prove it to me mindset and instead share the fundamental understanding that all Black people living today grew from a lineage that was intentionally disenfranchised by racism and state-sanctioned discrimination. And on the rare chance that they weren't, we understand that regardless of their lineage, that legacy still exists and impacts them today. Informed by our research, if we can agree that the legacy of slavery has negatively impacted our healthcare system, education system, criminal justice system, housing market, and so much more, what additional evidence do we need to illustrate that a Black person living today has been impacted by the legacy of slavery and therefore deserves restoration? Circling back to the grant, it was paid as $3,000 per semester or no more than $6,100 for the year. To qualify, outside of being a proven descendant of Rosewood, you have to be enrolled full-time at an accredited Florida public university. You must be in a terminal program leading to a degree, diploma, or certificate, and you must owe no money to the government in the form of loans. While this may sound straightforward, when we think about it critically, we can see how there are several barriers that do not allow for this program to truly restore the harm inflicted on families. Again, the idea of having to prove lineage in and of itself is a barrier, especially when you consider stories like mine, where my relatives left with nothing but the clothes on their back and biscuits in a sack. Also, because the town was burned to the ground in 1923, I can guarantee that not one official document was backed up on a hard drive. My tuition and cost of living in undergrad were certainly more than $6,000 per year. So what happens to the student similar to my older cousin who didn't have the time or ability to afford to be a full-time student? Do they qualify? No, they do not. What about the student who had to take out some loans to afford their degree? Do they qualify? No, they do not. What about the student who, as a result of living in a low-income family, had to move so often that the official documents that would connect their lineage was lost in the process? Do they qualify? No, they do not. What about the person who couldn't afford a tutor to study for the SAT to get into a major university and would rather learn a trade at a local community college? Do they qualify? No, they do not. What about the Black child who is in the foster care system or a ward of the state and may not know their biological parents, let alone their biological great-grandparents? Do they qualify? No, they do not. What about the family that left Rosewood and went north and established a homestead outside of Florida, so their future generations now live in that state? Do they qualify? No, they do not. I say all that to say that each of these disqualifying circumstances are all common in a people that has been historically disenfranchised. So including them as eligibility requirements is like expecting someone to repeat what you say after you shielded your mouth and covered their ears. You've already made it close to impossible for them to meet those expectations. So in this case, I would ask them, who are we really helping? Those privileged enough like me to have their stories published? If mine were not published, I wouldn't have found the marriage certificate of my great-great-grandmother to connect my lineage to Rosewood and would have missed out on every single dime. How many people in need today have had their histories erased? If I had the time, I'd be happy to connect how these circumstances of low income, less access to educational resources, destabilized family structures, and so much more are inherently connected to the way that this nation has acted and responded to Black people, and is even more indicative of their responsibility to restore the harm created. Dr. Byron McClure said it best when he mentioned the term paralysis of analysis in his podcast, Healing Centered Conversations. He argued that we often become so invested in studying and analyzing the impact of something that we become paralyzed and do not take the necessary action to respond and rectify that issue. Reparations are needed, that we know. But how do we move forward without inadvertently creating this false sense of eligibility? So let's fast forward one more time to a near future when we are discussing what are the best ways to implement reparations. I strongly believe that any actions of reparations should be approached from an abolitionist perspective. Mariame Kaba is an author, activist, and abolitionist, and posed one of the strongest pieces of advice to consider in the context of social progression using an abolitionist approach. She argues, or she shares, that we should not ask ourselves, what do we have now and how we can make it better? But instead, we should ask, what can I create and imagine for myself and my community? If I were to put a wooden rocking chair in front of you all and I were to say, I think regular chairs are better, how can I make this better? The resulting transformation process would be rooted in destruction, cutting off legs here, breaking off rockers there, sanding down things there, and even then the new chair would still resemble the old one. That's the current practice of reform, a pendulum swinging back and forth from one idea to one slightly different. But if I embraced abolition and was bold enough to go to the drawing board and build a new chair from the ground up, that resulting process would be rooted in creation, taking parts and bringing them together to create a whole that we collectively have imagined. We embrace this practice in technology. No one says, okay, you want a phone with a better camera or you want a TV with more color, then bring it in your old one and let's see how we can make it better. No, instead, we step into a place of creation and innovation and boldly push that needle forward. As a result of that bold imagination and creativity, not only has technology improved drastically over the years, but people are so much more willing and, dare I say, happy to trade in their old systems for new ones. What if we use this perspective for social progression? How many new systems could we create? How eager would society be to jump on board and trade in their old systems once they what we can do? Therefore, we can understand abolition as a mindset or the process by which we work together to imagine and create new ways to support one another and address harm in our communities, thus rendering old, violent, and self-serving systems obsolete. As I come to a closing concerning reparations, I believe that they should be facilitated from the ground up by a new entity designed to be people-centered and passion-driven. Being critical in our thought and informed by our history, we should know that we can't expect the same systems that have harmed and disenfranchised these communities to turn around and restore them. If the profound change that's needed could be entrusted in these systems, then we would likely wouldn't be having this conversation now. Likewise, the new responsibility of facilitating reparations should not be the sole responsibility of community-based organizations and nonprofits. As a former leader of a community-based organization, I know that they are already inundated with responding to the current needs of their community. This would be a community effort, and we need them to keep doing that unencumbered by new responsibilities. If we are serious about supporting communities through restorative practices, we can't build on the backs that have been on the backs of those that have been doing the most work for hundreds of years, but instead pick up the bricks and build something alongside them. Additionally, this idea in space alone is an act of political resistance, and we know that 501c3s are not the best organizations for promoting and pushing political action due to legal constraints. As a professional advocate and proponent of equitable education, I believe this new entity should do a lot of things, but it should certainly prioritize education, both formal and informal. As research has shown us, education has some of the strongest buffering effects from the negative impacts of oppression among all minoritized communities. Likewise, we should be thinking about the preventative factors to success that many Black families face. Repair and restoration should be rooted in targeting those factors. Education, mental wellness, financial literacy, finances themselves, adequate housing, nutrition, the list goes on. Again, I promise as I wrap up, I want to add a bit of tangibility to my talk, most of which, because of my passion, is rooted in education. Number one, across the nation, 1 in 4 children face food insecurity. Reparations from an abolitionist approach would mean mandating free school lunches for all students, especially those in low-income schools. Pushing the needle further would mean partnering with Black farmers and agriculturalists to ensure that not only are these meals free, but they are filled with nutrition. Across the nation, racism has created food deserts, preventing communities from being able to access fresh quality foods. And science shows us how a healthy diet is correlated with better educational, behavioral, and mental wellness outcomes. Number two, as a result of racism, Black students are overrepresented in special education. And from the 1971 Larry P.B. Riles case, I know that California has to some degree reckoned with this idea. Nonetheless, an abolitionist perspective would set aside funding for parents who have children registered in the state's special education program. This funding would be in the form of governmental vouchers that parents can go online to purchase school supplies, books for their child, books for themselves, and even register for classes at local community centers that better equips them to show up and respond to the educational needs of their child. These two fetal ideas alone illustrate how we can begin laying the foundation for sustained success. I have so much more to contribute, but we'll end with this. When we educate ourselves, we are all more willing and equipped to be effective in the lives of those who need it most. When we educate families, we offer them the ability to heal and grow from generational trauma. And when we educate communities, we have the power to change the world for the better. Reparations are needed. That is not a question. But to implement reparations, we should engage in abolitionist perspective to form a new entity that leans strongly on the power and process of community and learning to meet the needs of Black families and enact bold changes that will last for generations to come. Again, my name is Jalen Blocker, and I thank you all for working with me so patiently and for your time today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blocker. So the next person we'll hear from is Professor John Michaels. John Michaels is a graduate of Williams College, Oxford University, where he was a Marshall Scholar, and Yale Law School, where he served as an articles editor for the Yale Law Journal. He is a professor of law at UCLA School of Law. His scholarly and teaching interests include constitutional law, administrative law, national security law, the separation of powers, presidential power, regulation, bureaucracy, and privatization. A two-time winner of the American Constitution Society's Cudahy Award for the scholarly excellence in administrative law, Michaels is a frequent legal affairs commentator for national and local media outlets. In 2017, he authored the book Constitutional Coup: Privatization's Threat to the American Republic, and is currently writing a second book, tentatively titled Vigilante Nation, with his colleague David Null. Without further ado, Professor Michaels, you may proceed with your expert testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members of the ABA 3121 Task Force, I'm really grateful for this opportunity to hear from you today, to appear before you today. Before commencing, I want to just note my regret for having to dial in remotely. I am local otherwise, but my daughter Annalise is getting specialized medical care in the Midwest, so I'm here cheering her on. With her blessing, I've ducked out to participate in this hearing. She knows that I wouldn't be doing so for just another work obligation. While my students and research are obviously both very important, this hearing presents today a very special and concrete opportunity for me to contribute, albeit in an admittedly small way, to the future of the state my family loves and that we hope Annalise will be returning to soon. I refer you principally to my written statement, but permit me to use the allotted time to underscore some main points. First, and I said this at the beginning of my written statement as well, the report itself is a tour de force. When I read it, when you first published it, I found it to be a tremendous achievement in its own right. It had the sweep and precision of a great scholarly project and the urgency, sensitivity, and prescriptive clarity of a muscular policy paper, and you are to be commended for that. But of course, the moment calls for far more than a report, and I'm particularly grateful that you're soliciting input on institutional design and governance, and doing so at this stage of the deliberations. Given the challenges still ahead of you to work out the specific substantive services, benefits, and regulatory and adjudicatory authorities that will be entrusted to this agency, which for these purposes I'll refer to the agency as the CFAA. I understand that there might be concerns about thinking about design and governance as premature or overly wonky or esoteric. But I'll remind the task force of the old line by Congressman John Dingell, who said, "I'll let you write the substance, you let me write the procedure, and I'll screw you every time." The Dingell maxim is hardly something we'd chisel into marble on the National Mall, but is nonetheless undeniably true. It's thus important for the task force to prescribe not only substance, but also set the procedures. Otherwise, you run the risk that others, including those not so favorably disposed to reparations, will end up dictating procedure, and as Dingell suggested, may undermine the entire enterprise. As I understand procedure, and I understand it broadly, it encompasses considerations of institutional design, questions of staffing, and methods and mechanisms of public engagement. As a matter of institutional design, I made clear in my notes my strong endorsement of a freestanding executive agency. I discussed any number of alternative arrangements, all of which I think have serious, if not disqualifying, drawbacks. And I'm happy to use our question and answer time to run through any and all of these alternatives if you so desire. The only possible sticking point on the design at the macro level that I think is worth highlighting is what you should do about a proposed reparations tribunal. I'd make that quasi-independent. And by that, I mean, I'd have it led and staffed by personnel who are somewhat operating and don't answer to the leadership of the CFAA. This is to ensure that any and all specific adjudications, so resolutions of particular disputes, to make sure those are not influenced by broad policy or political issues that the CFAA head, understandably and necessarily, must prioritize. Again, I'm happy to delve into the specifics of design if and when you so desire. When we get to the next question, which is at the level of staffing, my basic recommendation here is fairly standard as well, which is to embrace the civil service. And I suggest to do so not just because that is the default hiring practice, but because it actually means something that's intrinsically and symbolically valuable. In this current political environment, we cannot assume that any new freestanding agency would necessarily be staffed by career civil servants. There's a movement afoot to circumvent or weaken the civil service, and it's been going on for decades. It was initially pushed by folks who categorize themselves as part of a business-like government reform crowd to make government operate more like a business. But now it's additionally championed by those most animated by suspicions of a so-called deep state. Both of them seem keen on removing professional protections from government employees. As I've explained in my academic work, civil service safeguards are a signature, if not the defining feature, that marks the modern era of professional, competent, and democratic public administration. And it's helped cement the political and constitutional legitimation of the modern administrative state at the federal and state level. Any turn away from the civil service invites rethinking of those foundational sources of legitimacy. More practically, the civil service safeguard simply makes sense. Career personnel are much more likely to invest in their jobs and professional development than are folks who are political hires because they expect that they'll be cycled through fairly quickly. The civil service permits and creates space for respectful resistance if and when political heavyweights, whether it's within the governor's office, within the Sacramento lawmaker community, or powerful special interests, were to issue orders or to make demands that are outside or in contravention of the scope of the agency's statutory mission, or if just in general clear tension with professional norms and expert assessments. Because civil servants can't be removed at will, they have the flexibility and the power to push back and say, no, we're going to follow what the statute requires, what the task force prescribed for us. And last, the civil service strengthens the institutional culture and stability of an agency. The staff remains in place no matter how much political turmoil exists in the arena of electoral politics. And while there's plenty of examples one could draw upon to underscore the dangers of instability, the Freedmen Bureau itself, the Reconstruction Project, is a pretty good case in point about political turmoil and its ability to derail a worthwhile and essential project. So to be perfectly clear, while there are calls around the country, including by Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis, to gut protections of government employees, the task force's decision to reinvest in the civil service, one that brought us out of the unprofessional, corrupt, and hyper-politicized mess that was the 19th century spoils system, and sustained us through the progressive era, the New Deal, and the Great Society, will not only serve the people of California well, will be an important marker for the nation that yes, we can continue to build successful and virtuous government projects, something that's rarely been attempted, let alone achieved in the 21st century. And with your indulgence, I'd go further. As I've again relayed in my written testimony, intimidation, abuse, and outright violence towards government workers has reached alarming heights. Workers feel understandably vulnerable and victimized and insufficiently protected. That's teachers, that's election officials, that's public health officials. While I sincerely hope that I'm wrong, I fear that a CFAA, whose work will surely span the policy realms of education, health, and voting, may be a particularly attractive target of political ire, harassment, and even violence. And for that reason, I would urge the task force to consider specially investing in security arrangements and to favor arrangements that are more formalized and institutionalized rather than ad hoc and reactive. Assurances of an investment of that sort will help with recruitment and retention. They would also serve as a strong deterrent against those who, again, in this moment, feel particularly emboldened to express disagreement through campaigns of harassment and abuse. Likewise, I'm happy to answer any questions about civil service, about non-civil service alternatives, and political violence if the members have any questions. But I'd like to use my remaining time to pivot to public engagement and accessibility, which to me is the complement. It's the other foundational bedrock of administrative agencies complementing the work of the civil service. And that's to have an engaged and energetic public that understands and engages with the CFAA as valued and enfranchised members of the political community. Most agencies, no matter what their subject matter, struggle with public engagement. This leads to uneven participation and often domination by elite special interests. If any agency deserves to be truly a people's agency, it is the CFAA. And I say that for three reasons. First, I think an entity focused on reparations and explicitly responsive to the longstanding economic, cultural, legal, and political marginalization of Black Americans should naturally exude democratic accessibility and legibility. Second, I would hope that the CFAA becomes a model for the nation. So what you do will in large part dictate what is and isn't worthy and feasible in other jurisdictions. Third, I presume that there will be much curiosity about the new CFAA, and no doubt lots of apprehensiveness and even distrust. So again, engagement will be especially key. With the presumption that the task force shares at least some of my thinking, I'd like to offer some simple, modest approaches that may have some salutary effects. I would encourage the task force to invest a little time in small details, including prescriptions about hosting the new agency, hosting open houses and listening sessions at agency offices, engaging in social media outreach, setting up booths at town festivals, county fairs, farmers markets, carnivals, popular parks on holidays, and in mass transit hubs, to hold meetings in libraries, school cafeterias, and the like. And when passing out business cards, actually put human beings as points of contact. Consider also employing one or more deliberative democracy schemes to broaden and deepen the public's formal engagement with the CFAA. So, but beyond just outreach, have institutionalized structures where people can come in and learn more about the agency and participate in an ongoing process. There are lots of ideas bandied about more depth in political engagement with administrative agencies, and I refer to two in particular. One is a process called deliberative polling, and another is to use essentially what are administrative juries, where you impanel cohorts of citizens who then, it's more like grand juries than petite juries or jury trials, where citizens who have the time to invest effort and do additional reading can consider and weigh in on particular policy questions with some degree of learned expertise. That's not available for everyone for obvious reasons. So I would also create visitors lounges in agency offices. I know that space, money, labor, and security are all at a premium, but these lounges need not be elaborate or special, just a place to sit, to collect one's thoughts or paperwork, as interactions with government officials may, based on past experiences, be unsettling or intimidating, and to have people staffing those rooms who could field questions. Government offices can and are imposing in code. No one says things have to be that way. And again, I'm just talking about small amounts of square footage and a few dozen FTEs spread across the state. Liaisons like that who are on the ground can hear stories just like the ones that Dr. Blocker just mentioned about his family and about the difficulties of proving eligibility. They could pass along feedback about documentary hurdles, that there's not a paper trail, the evidence was lost over time, and push for alternative bases for eligibility in real time so that one doesn't have to go directly to the state legislature, which is quite a burden. Again, on the kind of margins, I would commission artwork from among the population of beneficiaries and put that all over the offices. I would encourage the task force to borrow from the lessons here of the New Deal. There's obviously not money or time for commissioning grand buildings and big architecture. And honestly, that might be for the best. But hallway murals, monographs that can be posted online and shared with libraries and schools, music that can be played in the aforementioned visitors lounge, that's all eminently feasible. And again, light touches could go a long way. Lastly, on these points, I would say advertise. And I know that has a dirty connotation. Most federal agencies are expressly prohibited from drumming up public support for their programs. So members of Congress deem this propaganda, and the Government Accounting Office has sanctioned agencies for engaging in certain forms of public outreach. This strikes me as preposterous and self-defeating. Given the public's longstanding skepticism of government, their lack of understanding of the contributions government makes, and now there's a special role the CFA, which no one knows much about at all, is going to be poised to play, it seems imperative on agencies to put more effort into countering false narratives, demystifying the work government does, and tout its success and why everyday members of the public can participate in all of this. Last, if I may, I want to just speak quickly about, because it's come up in some of the earlier hearings, and it was alluded to earlier this afternoon as well, about foundations and where 501Cs could fit in. I recognize that reliance on a class of wealthy donors or private foundations for programmatic services and funds may seem especially attractive. Yet I'd urge this task force to be especially wary of those entanglements. First, I'd caution against any sort of sign that reparations ought to be treated as a form of charity or noblesse oblige, apart from, rather than constitutive of, the collective public responsibility we all have to provide recompense for the systematic racism Californians endorsed, condoned, or unwittingly but inescapably benefited from. Already, too many indirect beneficiaries of systemic racism insist that they have received no such benefits. To signal that corporate charitable trust will foot the bill only furthers that misapprehension that only the very rich, or only those who have the deepest of historical roots to antebellum times, have been advantaged by generations of racist public policy. Second, with donors come strings. Donors may have particular and quite possibly idiosyncratic or somewhat self-serving priorities that, if there's so much money attached to them, will inescapably become CFA priorities. Credible reports indicate that big donors have tried and to varying extents succeeded in shaping and influencing policy with respect to such public outfits as Newark's Public Schools, the National Park Service, and the Center for Disease Control. Third, and here again, I'm thinking about California's place in the larger ecosystem of would-be reparations jurisdictions. And there's a danger that California may be setting a bad or at least unsustainable precedent if it relies primarily on donors and foundations. Simply because California will be the first mover, or the first state mover, I should say, or because there's considerable corporate and personal in-state wealth here, a CFAA could soak up much, if not most, of all the available charitable money, leaving little left for those other jurisdictions which might really want to follow Sacramento's lead. So setting certain expectations that reparations will be privately raised rather than publicly financed may make it much harder for those other communities to embark on their own projects, let alone provide similar levels of support. Thank you for this time.
Thank you so much, Professor Michaels. So the next person we will hear from is Marilyn Van. Marilyn Van is president of Descendants of Freedmen of the Five Civilized Tribes Association. She was born in Ponca City, Oklahoma, and grew up north of the old Ponca Indian Reservation. The daughter of a janitor and Baptist deacon, her father, an original Dawes Cherokee freedman registered in what is now Nahwatah County, taught Marilyn the importance of faith in God and the honesty of working for the betterment of the community. Starting at age 11, Marilyn worked hard and assisted her parents with custodial work when she wasn't in school. Her hard work paid off as she entered adulthood when she not only became one of the first members of her family to attend college after receiving several academic scholarships, but would go on to graduate with distinction from the University of Oklahoma. She received a Bachelor of Science in Engineering and spent her career working as an engineer for the U.S. government. She retired from the United States Treasury Department as a general engineer team leader in 2014 after more than 32 years of government service. Marilyn's education and career as an engineering team leader emphasized teamwork, research, planning, goal setting, and the ability to work with persons of all races, backgrounds, and nationalities to get the job done. Without further ado, Marilyn Van, thanks so much for coming, and you may provide your expert testimony now.
Thank you. I want to thank the task force for inviting me here to be a witness today. I have most of my activism has been in the last 20 years, where I have been the president of two nonprofits, one a 501c3, one a 501c4. I am a member of the Cherokee tribe, which is based in Oklahoma. And the fight that I have been working on has been getting justice for the Blacks, the Black descendants of slaves who have tribal rights based on based on treaties. You see there is a PowerPoint in front of you here. Let's go to slide 2. Okay, many people are unaware that the 5 tribes become wealthy and powerful in a large part due to Black chattel slavery. They have slave codes. And these tribes fought for the Confederacy during the 19th century. Next slide. At the end of the Civil War, the United States required the tribes to sign new treaties to reestablish the government-to-government relationship. Next slide. So the Creek, Cherokee, and Seminole nations gave the freedmen agreed that their Blacks would have all the rights of equal of other citizens would be equal, have the right to hold office. The other 2 tribes, Choctaw and Chickasaw, demanded that they would be paid and the right to adopt the freedmen if they wanted to. Next slide. Okay, just to show you that what the Creek Treaty says, it says that these freedmen would have all the rights of and privileges of Native citizens, including an equal interest in the soil and national funds. As you can see, this is an act of Congress. It was signed by the United States President at that time in 1866. The Seminole and Cherokee treaties are similar. Next slide. Okay. Now, before statehood, there were, in the tribes, they didn't really have Jim Crow laws, especially again in your Seminole, Creek, and Cherokee nations. The freedmen the Blacks were really doing pretty well. The Creek freedmen were organized into political voting units, and the Seminole freedmen also into bands, which were actually political districts. Next slide. Okay, now what are the Dawes Rolls? A lot of people have heard of the Dawes Rolls. Well, and so this just shows an example of a census card for a Creek freedman who is a tribal leader. Next slide. Okay, the Dawes Rolls were made by the United States government in order to divide the lands of the tribes which were owned in common when a citizen, whether they were black or an adopted white or a full blood, nobody used those terms of half blood, full blood, or the like at that time, but these were not reparations. It was a person's share of the land that each member of the tribe owned in common. The United States wanted this because a lot of white invaders were coming into what is now Oklahoma. So they set up these by blood freedmen sections or the like. But again, blood quantum was something just made up by the United States. Next slide. So the freedmen rolls, again, these were people who had certain rights based on the treaties of 1866. I just mentioned here, even if a person that was listed as a freedman had a mother or a father that was listed on the quote unquote by blood section of the rolls with a blood degree, that freedman child did not receive a degree of blood. Again, this was based on how the U.S. set it up. Okay, so next slide. Oklahoma statehood? Well, Jim Crow laws. First thing, bam, right out of the box. Black people in Oklahoma, and I know this is California, but blacks there were really focused on fighting the grandfather clause, all these terrible laws. Greenwood, a lot of folks have heard of Greenwood. That is mostly, Greenwood is mostly in the Cherokee Nation, although part of it, the community, was in the Creek Nation. And the United States did not use its trust responsibility to protect the black people who were members of the tribe. They allowed these massacres just to go on. Next slide. Okay, well, for the next several years, the tribal governments were not functioning. And again, this was based on U.S. law. But again, this changed in 1970 when the United States passed laws allowing the tribes to reestablish elections of government officials. Next slide. Okay, well, starting from that time, these tribal leaders began to push for tribal constitutions and tribal codes to remove these black tribal members or to discriminate against them in receiving any kind of services, falsely accusing the freedmen of being non-Indians, being forced on the tribes, or squatters from Arkansas, or other things, maybe even worse. Next slide. Okay, just to talk a little bit about the Cherokee Nation. Again, you have a lot of pushing we freedmen leaders. We have been able to get Indian Health Service to demand that Indian Health Service service these people, which should have happened a long time ago. Next slide. Okay, I'm mentioning here the House Financial Services Committee testimony where I was a witness in 2001. I thank Chairman Waters. I just noticed her name is mentioned here. I invite you to look at that testimony because it has a lot more history about the tribes and the freedmen. Next slide. Okay, last year I testified as a witness before the Senate Indian Affairs, where I made several suggestions to bring equity to freedmen, and I'm going to try to hurriedly go over some of these now. Next slide. Okay, one of the things is the federal government was going to have to register the freedmen that are not in the tribes. The freedmen should be, whether they're members of the tribes or not, should have access to, some of the tribal colleges, other colleges, healthcare facilities, be allowed to be Indian contractors. Next slide. Okay, just a reminder, now these programs for the tribes are not considered to be race-based because registered Indians are a class, not a race. It's possible the courts may see Black descendants of slaves as a political class. Next slide. Okay, also, I suggested freedmen organizations contract with the government to run some programs. Black descendants of U.S. slaves, same thing. Next slide. Okay, I mentioned here housing and veterans programs. Why can't Black descendants of slaves maybe start out with veterans, get some home loans, get some down payments, get some things to try to bring equity, home ownership, educational benefits. There's a lot of things the U.S. government could do or the state government could do. Next slide. Okay, this just talks a little bit about the history of the Descendants Organization as well as the African Indians Organization. And next slide. Okay, this gives websites, talks about some books. And so I am shutting down now because I went a little bit over, but thank you again for allowing me to be here and give witness testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marilyn Van. We'll now hear from Brandon L. Green. Brandon L. Green is a graduate of Boston University Law School, where he was a public interest scholar and Martin Luther King Social Justice Fellow. He is currently the director of the Racial and Economic Justice Program at the ACLU of Northern California. In his capacity, Brandon provides programmatic vision and leadership for advancing racial and economic justice in the state. Previously, Brandon managed the Civic Design Lab in Oakland and was an attorney and clinical supervisor at the East Bay Community Law Center, where he helped create and lead the decriminalization of poverty clinic. He also worked as a public defender in Contra Costa County and as a fellow at Public Advocates in San Francisco. In his spare time, Brandon likes to write and podcast. His recent articles, Too Rich to Be Poor, The Hypocrisy of Indigency Determinations, and Mirror, Mirror, Anti-Blackness and Lawyering as an Identity, were published in the Berkeley Journal of Criminal Law and the Harvard Black Letter Law Journal, respectively. Thank you for being here, Brandon L. Green. You may begin your expert testimony.
Good afternoon, Chair and task members. My name is Brandon Green. I'm the Director of Racial and Economic Justice Program at the ACLU of Northern California. Thank you for allowing me once again to testify before this First in the Nation Task Force and as part of this esteemed panel. In the past, I was able to testify about the racialized implications of gentrification and houselessness. Today, I'm honored to discuss my perspective as a legal practitioner on the necessity of a governmental office as part of the statewide governance structure that is responsible for advancing and amplifying the various ideas related to systemic solutions for the racialized impacts on Black Californians. The importance of such an office, given the ubiquity of the issues facing Black Californians as detailed in this body's interim task force report, cannot be overstated. As a lawyer, I've worked in a variety of capacities that have demonstrated for me the need for such an office. My first job was as a fellow of Public Advocates, where I was both on the education and housing, climate, and transportation justice teams. This was in 2013. And at present, in 2023, Black students are still disciplined and expelled at disproportionate rates. Black workers are most overburdened by long commutes, and Black and brown communities are most susceptible to the impacts of climate change. Later in my career as a public defender in Contra Costa County, years after that, the racialized wealth extraction wrought by the criminal legal system still disproportionately impacts Black Californians. Black Californians are still pulled over at higher rates, even as white drivers are more likely to be found with contraband. For certain, recent legislation like the Trial by a Jury of Your Peers Act, the Racial Justice Act, criminal fines and fees reform championed by my colleagues and coalition partners in both the Back on the Road and Debt-Free Justice coalitions have made some impact on these issues, but not enough. Currently, I serve as the first director of racial and economic justice at the ACLU of Northern California. In this role, I lead a team of dedicated attorneys and policy advocates who are working tirelessly to ensure that local and state government bodies act in a way that is fair and equitable. Something as profound, as historic as this body and its very detailed report on the acts of harm perpetrated on Black Californians must be followed up by something bold enough and with some level of permanence to see the work not stand as an academic exercise, but as an action exercise. The establishment of a Freedmen's Bureau or a similar office with a cabinet level position would be monumental in bringing the great ideas generated through these hearings to fruition. In my legislative and policy work, I've seen the power of the various offices and subcommittees that we as advocates must meet with. To advance criminal fines and fees or traffic court reform, advocates have to meet with the Department of Finance for the financial implications and the Judicial Council for implications on the courts. There's no such office or entity in existence that has either the stated interest or the stated mission to advance proposals like those recommended by this body. However, the sheer magnitude of the issues facing Black Californians demands the creation of one. As mentioned, when I last spoke to you all, I detailed the various on-ramps to houselessness in California, from entanglement with the criminal legal system, the racialized wealth gap, housing rental burdens, deficiencies in overdiagnosis in mental health care and treatment. This one topic, houselessness in California, requires solving the racialized and persistent harm across various sectors to even begin to make headway. The discussion of time cutoffs for harm and the ways in which the myriad of past and present harm leads to Black houselessness and the limitations of reparations specific framework again argues in favor of the establishment of such an office. At present, there are numerous bills being introduced that further exacerbate the harm of houselessness. There are also bills that we're in support of, including AB 920. There are not enough resources that can be mustered via litigation and legislation to thwart the continued expansion of discriminatory policies that seek to further criminalize and stigmatize unhoused individuals, many of whom are Black Californians. While the Reparations Taskforce has been instrumental in providing for testimony, discussion, and amplification of these issues, there's not currently a mechanism for driving the long-term sustainable narrative, legal, and policy change necessary to finally turn the tide. Given the enormity of the issues that so many brilliant individuals have testified and given voice to, and the myriad of proposals contained within the task force report, at best, we're talking about years of work ahead of us. This work should not solely be left up to individual legislative offices or the whims of current and future governors, but must be solidified through infusing the work into the current bureaucratic structure. Of course, I recognize that the work of this panel has been in collaboration with the California Department of Justice and its Racial Justice Bureau. That collaboration, as well as the strategic choice for the members, has been vital. However, the task force is currently set to sunset. In its place, something must be something transformational with regard to the existing governmental structure. The South African Truth and Reconciliation Commission lasted 8 years. In an interview with US News, Nishan Bolton, an anti-apartheid activist who was jailed for over 20 years, had this to say. The commission's major challenge was that its mandate, time span, and resource base were very limited. Once it finished its work and handed over its report, it was then concluded. I think that the mistake has been made in South Africa as the be-all and end-all of reconciliation. Rather than taking the commission as a starting point for a much longer-term reconciliation agenda, which was the major shortcoming not of the commission, but particularly of the government, most political parties, and perhaps even civil society, as they just wanted to get on with the reconstruction of the country. We have seen in recent years the talk and the reality of the racial reckoning that was not. Very little transformative policy was birthed out of the mass organizing that accompanied the death of George Floyd. We're now in a social political moment where Blackness is under attack in history, literature, etc. In Benicia, California, where I helped lead Benicia Black Lives Matter, we experienced directly the power, privilege, and outrage that a single person can generate in response to the school district daring to distribute a flyer for our Black History video screening and scavenger hunt. I often ask my white friends and colleagues if they've ever seen the movie White Man's Burden with Harry Belafonte and John Travolta, in which the entire lived experience of Black Americans is turned on its face, as it's set in an alternative America where the social and economic positions of Black people and white people are reversed. I do this because most people I talk to cannot imagine a world in which every person to ever hold power view has been white, in my case from preschool through law school and almost 10 years in practice as a lawyer. That's important because our lack of social and political power is is not sufficient enough to make the legal and policy shifts necessary. I'm sorry. This is important because our lack of social and political power is not sufficient enough to make legal and policy shifts necessary. And that argues in favor of embedding the work of reparations and reparations-related programming within the governmental structure. I think that the broad mandates of such an office and the contours of its work should continue to be discussed, but I think the question of whether or not an office should be established is an easy answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Green. The next person we'll hear from is Ishmael Bartley. Ishmael Bartley is a lifelong resident of California. He descends from people formerly enslaved in central and southeastern coastal Georgia. His grandparents came to California from Georgia around 1910, taking up residence in the Furlong Tract, one of the first African-American communities in Los Angeles. Ishmael holds a BS in Information Systems from California Baptist University and an MA in Theological Studies from Liberty. He is the author of an upcoming work on Negro hermeneutics. Additionally, he has recently published the first of the Freedmen Protocol Guides entitled the FPIBH, the Freedmen's Protocol to mitigate implicit bias in healthcare. In 2022, Mr. Bartley helped organize the Redress Institute, a think tank whose mission is to underpin the modern reparations effort with thought leadership, grassroots enablement, and narrative building data tools. Mr. Bartley is the proud husband of Teresina Bartley and the father of 3 adult children, Ishmael Jr., Miles, and Jared. Without further ado, Mr. Bartley, you may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Task Force. It's a privilege to be here with you this morning. The Redress Institute is organized with the intention of assisting and providing some thought leadership that can underpin the work that the task force has been assigned. We have some core beliefs that inform our work. First of all, we believe that the smartest single person in the room is the room itself. So we are beholden to the people. You'll often hear me speak in third person saying we, and even if it's work that I specifically did, I will refer to it as we because it is informed by the broader cloud of witnesses that got me here. While we've been using the name Freedmen, and I think it's important that we clarify that we don't seek to find the boards and the paint color that was used for the Freedmen's Bureau. I think rather we want to resurrect the Freedmen's Bureau in spirit. And Du Bois said, had political exigencies been less pressing and the opposition to government and guardianship of Negroes less bitter and the attachment to the slave system less strong, the social seer, many social seers, a broad group of social seers could have well imagined a far better policy and a permanent Freedmen's Bureau with a national system of schools and carefully supervised employment. There are 2 words that jump out, permanent and carefully supervised, and efforts to sustain the life of Negroes have been inundated with things that have taken away the permanent nature and dissipated the intent of the work. We concur with the caller earlier who said that controls need to be put in place to ensure that the agency bearing the name does not perpetuate the harm that it's designed to alleviate, in which case we'd need to be rescued from the proverbial rescuer. Bias pulls us into this moment. Bias is the boogeyman in California, and bias tends to be responded to with a dismissive nature. There's north of 2.5 million freedmen in the state, and I would wager that 90% of them can describe specific harm related to bias, yet that harm is dismissed, and with dismissal comes a discouragement. And when people are discouraged from using the public services that their taxes pay for, you tend to see that in the form of outcomes. People that are discouraged to go to the hospital, well, over time you see this class of individuals who are suffering from broad-based ailments. And so specificity becomes generalized, and generalized specificity displays itself in populations. That said, Bias is the boogeyman, and implicit bias is an even bigger boogeyman. Implicit bias is the thing that you see in outcomes, but you can't quite put a finger on. And so since implicit bias is subconscious in nature, but it's overt in its expression, we believe that protocols that govern this overt expression are necessary for mitigation. And we use that word mitigation of implicit bias with some hesitancy. We would love to eradicate it, but since the smart folks have said that implicit bias really lies deep in the subconscious, it's difficult to get at things that live in the subconscious unless you can get somebody to agree to psychotherapy. So to mitigate this bias boogeyman, to put some kind of controls in place that will enable us to then measure the presence of implicit bias and subsequently attempt to reduce its harmful effects, we propose Friedman's protocols. And the first Friedman's protocol that we are here to discuss is the Friedman's protocol to mitigate implicit bias in healthcare. As we've been reasoning about this, a kind of Friedman's calculus has emerged that helps us clarify a general goal. Calculus and analytic geometry give us the idea of the asymptote. And so what we want to do is we want to take implicit bias from being implicit to asymptotic. The concept of asymptotic simply means that as a function approaches a given point or a given line known as a limit, that it gets smaller and smaller, harder and harder to detect. And we believe that if you put the right kinds of protocols in place, that implicit bias, while it may still be present, its effects will become smaller and smaller, and it will get to the point where it will become difficult to detect. That is what we would call a favorable outcome. And that brings along with it a number of measurable outcomes. Please advance the slide. So the way we arrive at this present moment, the outstanding work that the task force has done in the interim report, it clearly catalogs harms, and it creates a context from which we can reason and solution about redress. We also have observed mixed sentiment in response to the release of the interim report. We're aware of a substantial amount of dog whistling narratives that were developed in response to the interim report. These dog whistling narratives have been based on unstructured truths and some of the best reductionist history I've ever read. We began thinking about implementation, and in our reasoning, we think that there's a need for a full stack set of protocols to protect and preserve the life and livelihood of freedmen in California. So that while ideating around the Friedman's protocols, we had a series of what-if moments that led to the current state of our protocol proposal, the FPIBH, and the need for an agency to sustain our what-if moments pointed to the need for an agency to sustain the interest of freedmen in the state and embody the spirit of the work that the task force has begun. Because in California, law without agency is a recipe for quick and immediate obsolescence. Please advance the slide. Our what-ifs. What if we could get closer to removing the presence of arbitrary from professional services? If you're a professional, you've been trained and you know that arbitrary is the enemy. Professionals should be responsible for producing consistent results. That ought to be a part of a professional's mantra. And if the state is licensing professionals, then the state is responsible for putting controls in place that create some kind of accountability for the continued production of those consistent results. So we need to take arbitrary out, and bias is an arbitrary factor because of how I feel, because of how you were represented in a movie I saw. I developed these ideas so I can apply arbitrary conditions to the service that I provide. The state is responsible for fixing that. What if the machinery of reparations in California includes protocols in healthcare, lending, policing, education, employment, and real estate that define how freedmen are to be treated and it describes specific outcomes for interactions? We further muse that What if there were statutes, which are laws in California, that required state agencies to adhere to the Freedmen protocols? What if there were measurable criteria that could be fed into continuous service improvement processes so that we learn from mistakes and we could constructively make corrections to broken processes, thereby improving outcomes? What if we could get closer to mitigating the effects of subconscious bias through required actions, attestation, identification, constructive notice, and reporting? What if a state agency existed to develop the regs over which to develop the regulations over the industries and civic and public institutions that interact with freedmen's lives? This agency would interact with other state agencies who would implement the protocols in their areas of responsibility as proxies. But also, what if administrative disputes regarding the Freedmen statutes were subject to the regs as written by the Commission of Freedmen Affairs? Now, I'm using an acronym called COFA, Commission of Freedmen Affairs, but I think it's been referred to as FCAA throughout the name isn't really important. It is the lineage. It is the identity of the people that it's designed to protect that is of interest here. These what ifs were informed by our dialogues with a retired administrative law judge. He adjudicated administrative cases in the state for decades, and he helped us to understand that as an adjudicator, for the particular agency he was responsible for, he would hear cases from citizens and he would hear cases brought up by the agency. And his adjudication could either support the citizen or the agency. And at times, the guiding law was formed by the regulations that the agency was put in place. The regulations were derived. Regulation is derived from laws that the assembly passes. The regulations that a given agency like DPSS or the Department of Insurance puts into place, they are the implementation of the laws that the legislature passes. And this judge told me that when he would hear cases, if his opinion was one that would be against the department, his adjudication was not final. It had to go to the director of the department, who could then interpret the regulations as written, or he could follow the judge's recommendation. And so we're saying here that this Office of Freedmen's Affairs, or the California Office of Freedmen's Affairs, or the Freedmen thing that's going to help some people, should be able to draft the regulations and then act as the arbiter with the final to be able to make the final decision as it pertains to a ruling in administrative law that may come from an administrative law judge. That is what we would consider teeth. Or something in that direction is what we would consider teeth. Please advance the slide. That said, this busy slide with all these arrows and pictures and boxes, we can get through it rather quickly. There's a blue box right there in the middle that says the healthcare encounter. And what this is, it's kind of an expanded or exploded example of the Freedmen's protocol in action per se. And so the service provider we're using in this example is a healthcare provider. Now, a healthcare provider is a hospital or a doctor or a nurse, and healthcare providers are paid by payers in the state. There's a few different actors we should acquaint ourselves with. There are patients, providers, payers, then healthcare regulatory agencies, and then there's the legislature in our universe of discourse. Patients intersect with providers at the healthcare encounter. Patients bring demand. Patients can be insured, uninsured, and they can be transient. And you could also have a Freedman patient that is a transient, but is also insured. Patients bring demand to the healthcare encounter. Providers are supposed to just bring service. Come in here, assess, diagnose, prescribe. Typically, unfortunately, for whatever reason, service providers often bring bias into the encounter along with service. And so we're looking for a way to limit and decrease and reduce the amount of bias. You can bring your bias in here, but it should not have an effect on the service that you provide. So what we propose is, you see the FPIBH off to the right, that circle, that it should be a green circle with some arrows then feeding into the encounter. And so the FPIBH is a protocol. Protocols are rules that govern behavior and action. And essentially we're saying that there should be some steps that the provider has to take once this person has been identified as a freedman or in the lineage or the beneficiary community. This automatically there should be a protocol kicked in, and some of the things in that protocol should be that that there should be a treatment paradigm imposed. It shouldn't be willy-nilly. Sometimes folks tell me that you go to the doctor and it just kind of feels willy-nilly. Now, I need to just raise the flag and say we love doctors, nurses, we love providers. Providers are our lifeblood. Providers, they've studied, they provide a critical service, but some of them ain't right. And you shouldn't be able to bring your ain't right into the delivery room with my wife and tell her that she doesn't need an epidural, or that your ain't right shouldn't govern how you prescribe pain pills. I don't know how I ended up being cataloged as being addicted to pain pills. My doctor told me we treat you like this because somehow something came up and said that so now you treat me like I go to the doctor and I'm assuming the position. That's okay. Back on course. You shouldn't be. This is the effect of bias. And so these protocols would impose. They would impose a treatment paradigm that needs to be followed. They would also impose constructive notice. So if you identify, then now we got to tell you that there are certain procedures we got to follow. Then you got to attest to the fact that this was followed, and there should also be de-escalation protocols. Because if you brought hostility in here and I felt it, or I brought hostility in here, it shouldn't be your objective to get me out of here as quickly as possible. And it should be your objective somebody needs to come in and de-escalate this thing so I can get my Tylenol, my threes or my shot or whatever I need. That being said, so now we talk about the mechanisms of the protocol. So how does this work? And it is fraught with complexity.
Less than 5
Thank you.
minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. The protocol. So payers, providers. There's a claim that's created for every encounter, and that claim is the lifeblood. The claim is sent to a payer. A payer is an insurance company, and it's evidence that the protocol has been done can be added to the claim. And the bottom line is, and this becomes a verification point, payers have got to check for the evidence of the protocol, or they don't pay the claim. And when you stop paying stuff, that is when you get motion and movement. That being said, in order to bring this to fruition, off to the right you see actor interaction. You've got to have regulations and an agency to enforce those regulations. Now today in the state, the Department of Insurance, DHCS, DMHC, those are agencies that deal with the various kinds of payers in the state. The Freedmen's Agency should draft the regulations, but perhaps the existing regulatory agencies would be the ones who would implement them, but by proxy. And again, the same scenario that was described earlier, where these regs, the Freedmen's Affairs Office owns the regs. And so if there's a dispute, if there's an appeal, the Freedmen's Affairs Agency would have the final say in the execution of the regs. Please advance the slide. And so one more busy slide, and this is simply has some assumptions. And the biggest assumption we should call out is just the fact that the legislature has got to pass laws to establish this agency, and then to establish specific statutes upon which regulations can be built. And so you start to see these terms COFA and DOFA emerge. And I'm landing in like 2 minutes, 90 seconds. COFA and DOFA. Commission of Freedmen's Affairs and Department of Freedmen's Affairs. And so please advance the slide one more time. In the suggested summary asked, since we have the opportunity, having earned this political moment and having evaluated the outcomes and insufficiencies of previous initiatives, freedmen in California and those who are of the lineage, deem it prudent and expedient to ask that there be an addition to government in the face of this $300 trillion deficit that is coming, if you believe the legislative analysts. We're asking for an addition to government in the form of 2 agencies to be named in a fashion similar to the Commission of Freedmen Affairs and the Department of Freedmen Affairs. This two-agency model is suggested so that there is a commission that embodies the spirit of the existing task force and a department responsible for drafting registration, regulations and administering programs. A current example of this is the Commission on Aging and the Department of Aging. CCOA is basically they're called the principal advocate, engaging in advisory participation in the consideration of all legislation pertaining to older people. And then the Department of Aging has a slightly different function, and their role is primarily to administer programs. The two-agency model encompasses ongoing advocacy and administration, both essential functions. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you, Ishmael Bartley. The next person on our agenda is Margaret Fortune. Margaret Fortune is changing what's possible when you create excellent educational options for Black children. As the president and CEO of 7 K-12 public charter schools in Sacramento and San Bernardino counties with the combined enrollment of more than 1,800 students, Fortune's work is pointed towards one North Star to close the African American achievement gap. Fortune has founded some of the top majority African American public schools in the state of California. A nationally sought after education expert, Fortune is often invited to participate or lead conversations detailing the Fortune School approach to successfully educating Black children. A graduate of UC Berkeley and Harvard University's Kennedy School of Government, Fortune served as an education advisor to 2 California governors. Most recently, Fortune was inducted into the National Charter School Hall of Fame for pioneering the development and growth of charter schools, implementing innovative ideas, and inspiring others in the movement. Fortune continues to increase her national footprint through her work as a steering committee member of the Freedmen Coalition for Charter Schools, a national organization founded to protect the right of self-determination for parent choice for Black and Latino families. Without further ado, thank you so much, Margaret Fortune, and you may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you so much, Chair Moore. I'm pleased to be able to join you in person. I want to talk today about a recommendation that the task force made that Black students should be added to the local control funding formula for public schools, right alongside English learners, low-income students, and foster youth. This is an idea that is currently being discussed in the legislature and with the administration, and an idea that was the subject of an Assembly Bill 2774. This is an idea that I personally have been associated with for quite some time. It was first raised by Assembly Member Shirley Weber in 2018, and then authored again last legislative session. I'm here to connect the dots between these two conversations because the Black in School Coalition that I am a member of noticed that this body included the policy of AB 2774 in your recommendations, and we want to thank you for that. We were the sponsors of the bill. There's something that Dr. Kevin Brown said at the start of this conversation that was remarkable to me. He said, African Americans deserve less, that there's a mindset that African Americans deserve less. And if you look at the history of this issue, you can see the truth in that statement. Back when Shirley Weber authored this bill, it would have generated $300 million for Black students. This is actually a race-neutral bill. Never mentions race, right? Because we have a state that will not make policy on the basis of race. There is a proxy for race now in California, and that when it comes to students, and it's low performance. The lowest performing student group is African American students. So back in 2018, if those students had been funded as a student group, just like we do for English learners, low-income students, and foster youth, they would have generated $300 million for the schools that serve them. So then fast forward to last year, 2022, when Akilah Weber authors the bill, and the unfunded Black students would have generated 400 million for the schools that serve them. Now, fast forward just a year. If that bill, which flew through the legislature with unanimous bipartisan support, had reached the governor's desk and been signed by the governor and was in this budget on a formula basis, the unfunded Black students would have generated $533 million for the schools that serve them. Unlike other student populations in the state that are declining, what happened year over year last year is that Black student enrollment actually increased from 80% to 81%. I want to ask you to advance 2 slides for me. One more. Yes, let's look at the numbers. All right, I'm going to bore you with data. Let's shake it off. The first row is what AB 2774 would have done, not on the basis of race, which is what was in your policy, but on the basis of low academic achievement. Right now, Black students, 70% of Black students don't read or write at grade level on the SBAC, which is the state test. That's up 2 percentage points from the prior year. It's gotten worse in just 1 year. In mathematics, 84% of Black kids aren't doing mathematics at grade level on the state testing. So, and that's up from 78% last year. And the reason why the number of Black kids has increased who are in the unfunded category is because year over year, more African-American students were retained in high school. It's not because of new births at kindergarten. It's because of being held back at the end of the race in high school. That's what's contributing to that number being bigger. So the governor made a promise that if the bill was pulled back, he would include in his January budget something to address the issue raised by AB 2774. And the issue is that Black students are chronically underperforming, but we don't say Black in California. We're the don't say Black state, which makes it a little difficult to have a reparations conversation if you can't actually name Black people. And just as somebody who's created schools for Black people, we don't do well with anonymity. You can see us coming and you can hear us coming. You can hear my drum line coming, right? You can see my teams coming, they're in bright orange. But we're in a state where we don't acknowledge Blackness. And something that was just really interesting that Marilyn Van said was that Native Americans, that's not a race, that's a political class. And I suppose that's why we can have free tuition for Native American students at the University of California that was just adopted by the UC Regents last year. But we can't have a bill that doesn't name Black students because of Prop 209, because if you do the math and say no matter how you cut it, Black students are the lowest performing groups because they would be the beneficiaries. So we're in a state that is saying to us, we will not do anything in particular for Black children. That is problematic, right? But let's see what happened in the governor's January budget. And this is a starting point, not an ending point, right? So there's room for negotiation. But he changed the conversation to fund the lowest income schools and student groups with the lowest performance on one or more state indicators on the California dashboard. So it's a very different conversation to fund the lowest performing schools in the state than the lowest income schools in the state than the lowest performing children. Those are two different things. If you fund the lowest income schools in the state, that means the bottom 5% of all schools in the state, and only 6% of the kids in those schools are actually Black. So how do Black kids fare in the governor's proposal? Well, first, you've cut the $533 million that they would generate on a formula basis down to $300 million, which was the figure from 2018 from Shirley Weber. That's the poetic justice there, right? That's where that's from. But you cut it down by $233 million. And Black kids, since they're not in those, the Black kids we're talking about are not in those low income schools. Because if that 81,000, if those kids were low income, they would already be funded through the local control funding formula. They would already be generating supplemental grants to their schools. They're not low income. They're not low income. Those 81,000 kids are the Black kids who are not low income and perform worse in math than low income white kids. Those kids, some of those kids live in the suburbs. What did Willie Brown say about getting on the bus in San Francisco? He was the same as he used a particular word and said he was the same as everybody else on the bus in San Francisco. This is an issue of race that we can't call by its name because we don't say Black. But so that means that 5.4% of the $300 million would go to Black kids. So instead of getting $533 million a year, not because they're Black, but because they're the lowest performing, they would get $16 million. That, as someone who's been an education advisor to 2 California governors, that is like nothing. That's why the advocates are saying, wait a minute, this is crumbs. This is not systemic change. So, and the other thing is that once they whittle this proposal whittles down to only 5% of the schools, it says within that, you need to be the lowest performance on one or more state indicators on the California school dashboard. So it changes the metric to the dashboard. So people who are into education know that that's multiple measures. Some of it's test scores, some of it's suspension, some of it is attendance. So let's advance one more slide and see who has one or more of the very lowest. So first of all, you got to be in the poorest school, and then you have to be at the bottom of the barrel, the very lowest performance indicator. I'm going to orient you towards this table. The student groups that are acknowledged by the state are on the left. Are on the left under group. There's all students, there's foster youth, there are students with disabilities, homeless, African American, American Indian. Applaud if you can follow that column, just so I know you're following me. Okay, these are not categories made up by advocates. These are categories in the education code already, right? English learners, Hispanic, Pacific Islanders, socioeconomic disadvantage, etc. Across the top, you have these multiple measures that are in the California school dashboard: English language arts, math, suspension rates, graduation rates, and chronic absenteeism. The worst you can do in chronic absenteeism is to be very high. So according to the governor's proposal, within this small subset of 5% of California schools where only 6% of the kids are Black, you have to prioritize everybody who does the very worst on just one indicator. So look at chronic absenteeism. So what this says is our equity multiplier is going to narrow this conversation to be about everybody except Filipinos and Asians. Because everybody had very high chronic absenteeism, and that's the one indicator that qualifies within that very thin band of schools extra attention. It's not on the basis of English language arts or math or suspension rates or graduation rates, things that most people would think to be important, but chronic absenteeism, which has fundamentally changed during the pandemic. Kids are staying home because we told them to. If you're symptomatic, stay home. People are still passing due to COVID. My father just died due to COVID at the end of last month. This is still an issue. So it's not a blip, chronic absenteeism. It's something that's going to stay with us, which is why there's all these conversations going on in the state about changing the nature in which schools are funded, not based on average daily attendance. Let's go to the slide before, and I'm over by 2 minutes. Madam Chair. In spite of what I just told you about, the advocates that are a part of the Black in School Coalition want to negotiate and have gone to the administration to negotiate. And we've said, okay, how about this alternative equity multiplier? And we sent this in a budget letter to all the chairs of the budget committees and to the entire legislature. And we said, okay, even though I don't believe that African Americans deserve less, we'll take the 300 million. We'll take the 300 million. And we will, and our language says fund the lowest performing student groups. So we'll take your language of student groups below the state average on 2 or more state indicators on the California School Dashboard. So we also say we'll take your measurement, your multiple measures. But now let's go to the next slide. We'll see the end of the story, and then I'd love to entertain questions. If you look at the groups that have 2 or more indicators, the ones that are below the state average, not rock bottom, but they're below the state average, that would mean foster youth. They're very low in ELA, they're very low in math, where the state is low. They're very high in suspension rates where the state is medium. But guess what? The state already funds them. They acknowledge them officially as high need students. Students with disabilities, very low where the state is low in ELA, very low in math where the state is low. High suspension rates when the state is medium. Low graduation state rates where the state is medium. But guess what? The federal government already funds them. Homeless, very low in math where the state is low. High in suspension rates where the state is medium. Low in graduation rates where the state is medium. But guess what? The state already funds them. African Americans, very low in math where the state is low. That's indicator 1. High in suspensions where the state is medium. That's indicator 2. They would qualify for funding. Low in graduation rates where the state is medium. That's number 3. The next group, but the state does not fund them. And according to the administration, they will not fund them because they won't have a policy that benefits Blacks. That begins to sound in my ears like discrimination. If the entire legislature on a bipartisan basis passes the bill, but the administration stands in the way, I got to ask some questions about that, especially if you raise it as a 14th Amendment issue to the US Constitution, that it's an equal protection issue to not fund Black children's education because they're Black. When the President of the United States has a White House initiative for Black people, I mean, Joe don't play. He said for Black people. Okay, but let's set that aside. The other group that chronically underperforms, American Indian, their language, not mine. High in suspension rates when the state is medium, and low in graduation rates where the state is medium. So with this construct, let's go to the slide before. The Black in School Coalition, which includes 16 civil rights organizations and education advocates, have presented a proposal to the governor to say 90% of these resources of the 300 million should go to the 81,000 unfunded Black students, generating 270 million a year. And also, can you go to the second slide? No, the third's there. This is our language. I'm going to read it and I'm going to stop. The important thing in school funding is that you be in the unduplicated pupil count because it qualifies you for other money. And during COVID, that was worth $7.8 billion. Funding doubles down and doubles down on funding if you're a part of the unduplicated pupil count, because that's the way California says you're high needs. If you're not in that designation, then you're not high needs in the eyes of the state. So our language is this: Fund any student group that receives performance levels worse than the state on two or more state indicators on the California School Dashboard. Only pupils in those student groups who do not receive other state or federal supplemental funding will receive this equity multiplier funding. Pupils funded pursuant to this section shall be deemed to be unduplicated pupils for the purposes of Education Code Section 4223007, which is the accountability provisions, and any other statutes for which resources are allocated based on unduplicated pupil counts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fortune. So it's now 3:41. I want to be sensitive to time. There is another item on the agenda that's related to this topic, but I also want to provide space if any task force members would like to ask any questions to our panelists or have any comments, brief comments or questions.
I'll comment.
Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized, and we'll go to Member Tamaki.
I want to remind us that it was someone who wears our colors but didn't play on our team. Wardell Connolly, who put us in this mess. It didn't come from somebody from afar. The enemy came from within the family. That's what the presentation says. Langston Hughes was right. I swear to the Lord, I still can't see why democracy means everybody but me. And that's what this excellent, factual presentation brings right before our eyes. And I hope it sinks in our minds, our souls, and our bones. And we know again that in this nation, America is still on probation when it comes to paying for the crime that's been committed against our humanity.
Tamaki, you're recognized.
Well, I'd like to thank all the speakers, and Dr. Fortune, thank you for that great presentation. I've been poring over the education proposals, and it addresses the local control funding formula, but I think we need more input from you after looking at this. And among the issues that Pastor Brown just said is Prop 209. I mean, obviously, this thing was created by hate and racism, and now you can't consider race to fix it. So basically, in that local control funding formula, I need to better understand how the wording of what would appear in the final report goes through. So I'm going to ask the Department of Justice, and I could be part of that conversation, to learn more about this. But it is addressed, but I'm not sure it's addressed in the way that you framed it. So I want to make sure that we understand what you said. So, but thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm happy to participate in those conversations, Member Tamaki.
Great, thank you. I also want to lift up Brandon Green, Attorney Director of ACLU Racial Justice Project, Northern California, for a couple things. I mean, one, ACLU NorCal has been really tremendously helpful in helping us shape the survey that we talked about earlier this morning, and help provide really good expert input all along the way. Thank you. And then Brandon Green has helped launch really endorsements from not only the ACLU, but organizations up and down the state, multiracial endorsements of reparations in the task force in the interim report. And Brandon Green's work was really important because people saw ACLU endorsing it. They wanted to get on board. So I really appreciate that, Brandon, and your help on that. Thank you.
Okay, so I have just some last kind of questions for a couple of folks. So for Jalen, I understand your point around lineage and the barriers. And so I was curious of your opinion, with this proposed new state agency, with the, proposed Office of Genealogy, that wasn't necessarily in existence in Rosewood. And so I'm curious about your opinions about the efficacy of that proposal. If something like that was in existence in Florida, would that have alleviated any barriers? And then also keep in mind the lineage criteria that the task force passed was showing that you have an ancestor who was living in the United States by 1900 or prior to 1900. And then I also wanted Marilyn Van to, if you could just quickly elaborate, because I think that you kind of sped through on this particular point, drawing the parallels between Indian freedmen and African Americans who descend from slaves, who are technically could be considered American freedmen, and what that could look like in terms of identifying us as a political class rather than a race or ethnicity, and what are the government benefits that can come with that positionality. Brandon, I wanted you to quickly point to any your opinion about the role of the proposed state agency. Professor Michaels, if you had any last comments that you wanted to raise. Your written statement is incredibly comprehensive, though, and I really appreciate the fullness of your written statement. And then I wanted to get to Kevin, if you wanted to just quickly elaborate around why you think African Americans are owed special consideration. So those are my kind of list of questions. So we'll go from Jalen, Van, really briefly, because we do have another segment. So Jalen, Van, Brandon, Professor Michaels, and then Kevin.
Yes, thank you so much for that question. I think when my major point when we're talking about this idea of lineage, to answer the question directly, yes, I do believe that entity, especially if it was implemented in Florida, would work. However, I think it's really important how critical we are in approaching this idea of lineage, because of the fact that we understand that Black people across the nation, even across a given state, are in such different circumstances. And a lot of times those circumstances are a result or a direct result of slavery, right? And of racism and of Jim Crow resulting from that. And so we can acknowledge that we are in a state, or if we are in a place, a nation where there are some Black people who can't even access $10 to get meals for their children, right, and their families, how are they supposed to access certain documents, right? We look at people who may have experienced homelessness, which we know is higher among these populations. What are they supposed to do? What documents are they supposed to get when we understand that there are Black people who are homeless now who don't even have access to a valid state ID? And again, we can argue that those situations, the experiences that they are in, are a direct result of slavery, of redlining, and of a lot of practices that came after. And so I always advocate a very, very intentional approach about how we are considering what lineage looks like. I'm able to establish lineage meeting certain criteria on my dad's side, but I couldn't do that on my mom's side. Right? And again, it's because of, as I acknowledged in my testimony, the privilege that I have to have Rosewood mentioned within certain textbooks and history books. So I always just advocate for that, and really thinking about how are we reaching out to all of those members who have been impacted, because those are the ones who are going to deserve it most, right? And so kind of looking beyond ourselves and what's really around us. And I hope that kind of touched on your question.
Thank you. Marilyn Van. Okay, Brandon?
Sure. I think, as a lawyer who is a direct services lawyer at a nonprofit and often works in coalition with community-based organizations, I definitely think there's a role to be played. I think there's a role to be played in terms of, the narrative, the lived experience. CBOs are often on the ground providing direct services. And, a lot of these policies will have several different implementation phases, as Jalen was just talking about, in terms of helping people navigate the process and other things, while also being able to seed ideas directly from the ground, some things that may or may not have been missed by the task force by virtue of people not having access in the same way that those of us who have testified have. I think separate from that, though, that there are other changes that need to be made along the governmental structure, legal and policy structures that might not necessarily be the ideal place for community-based organizations, even though I think that those are places where they would necessarily need to have the input from community-based organizations, because again, they're closest to the people on the ground and therefore closer to the solutions.
Thank you. Professor Michaels?
Thanks. I just want to touch base on a couple of the determination and eligibility challenges that arise, because I know a number of you have a number of my colleagues on the panel have mentioned it. And I think, again, it really focuses on investment and outreach. And I was the one preaching big government, and we need to do this in-house within the state. But that doesn't mean the state can't partner with local businesses, with the teachers on the ground, with youth coaches, to help gather people where they can help do some of the work, the genealogy work. All the eligibility determinations are going to be incredibly challenging, and it's going to lead not only to those with the most resources having the easiest access, but then kind of inter-beneficiary tension and frustration. And I think there needs to be kind of recognition that that's going to happen. And what are we going to do when there's a class of people? Again, Jalen Blocker was very candid about his own experiences, and that we should learn from that. And he said from one side of his family, he's not going to have to, this would not be a challenge, but from the other side, it would be a very big lift. So what do we do for the families who have basically both of the latter side? And how do we channel them into the program? There may be some things where there simply isn't going to be eligibility, but what else can we do for them? And that could be, let me connect you with other services. Let me help you participate in this program that doesn't have a bright line eligibility determination. And we can fold you in, and we can lift you alongside of the folks who can easily check those boxes. I don't have a quick kind of administrative law fix to that. I think naming the problem, understanding it, and having a lot of recognition on the ground that when folks should not be just turned away, but they should be redirected and help so they're not starting by scratch on their own, but figure out where there can be community resources that can support them. Maybe there can be kind of, again, libraries can be genealogy sources, schools can be sources of genealogy support, local towns can be more willing to receive pretty challenging requests and help do some of the deep dives to look at deeds and records and all sorts of other stuff. So it is going to take folks from outside of the state apparatus, but the state really needs to help kind of lead that charge and say, we're looking to you as partners. So I just wanted to second everything that had been said and just underscore how difficult this is going to be.
Thank you. And then lastly, Professor Brown. Any comments?
Thank you for your question. In closing, and especially after having listened to Dr. Fortune's presentation, as well as the anti-CRT waiver legislation, which I've been trying to fight, or one of the people fighting against it, I want to point out the greatest insight of critical race theory was the recognition that, like slavery and segregation, race neutral or colorblind thinking can be a new form of oppression, because it eliminates the color consciousness focus on attacking racial disparity. And by doing so, it freezes into place the existing disparity. Thus, as an example that Dr. Fortune just gave us, defining the need of extra funding in terms of low-income students as opposed to low-performing students has such a dramatic negative impact on Black students, but represents race-neutral colorblind thinking. And the anti-CRT proponents are carrying this to the farthest extent by effectively arguing that pointing out the racial discrimination of whites in the past is a new form of discrimination because it requires you to talk about race.
Thank you so much to our panelists, everyone. Let's give them a great round of applause. We'll now turn to agenda item number 10, implementation of potential recommendations. We will hear from Chas Alamo, who is a principal fiscal and policy analyst at the California Legislative Analyst Office, which provides nonpartisan policy and budget guidance to the legislature.
Good afternoon, Chair Moore and members of the task force. Again, my name is Chaz Alamo. I'm an analyst with the state's Legislative Analyst Office here in Sacramento. And the task force asked us to present at today's meeting about sort of several paths that could be possible for ultimate task force recommendations to flow through the legislature and become state law. So we were also asked to pay particular attention to how this process could be applied for the creation of the new agency that's in recommendations. But as an outline of my remarks, I'll walk you through sort of the general legislative process, and home in a bit in legislative processes that have been used to create or change state departments and agencies, because they're a little bit different. And then provide a few sort of illustrative examples of recent reorganizations that might prove helpful for the task force as it thinks about sort of this bridge between the ultimate recommendations and those recommendations becoming state law. But maybe first, a bit of background on our office. The Legislative Analyst Office provides nonpartisan policy and budget guidance to the state legislature, so to both houses and to both parties. We counsel the legislature on fiscal issues, on sort of programmatic issues, and also on governmental organizational issues. And so that's why I was asked today to present. So stepping into the first section, just a brief overview of the state's legislative process. The sort of preliminary key thing that we wanted to point out, and as you all know, but it's worth reiterating, is that almost all of the interim or preliminary task force recommendations would require a new state law or changes to existing state law to go into effect. And so I mentioned this to sort of put weight on the importance of this bridge concept between the recommendations and the legislative process. So sort of starting with a brief overview of the legislative process itself, it begins when a member decides to author a bill on a topic, in this case, a bill to enact a task force recommendation. In that time, the member will share sort of details or an outline of the bill or the recommendation with the Legislative Counsel's Office, who are basically the legislature's attorneys. And the Legislative Counsel's Office staff will turn those sort of broad ideas or sort of bullet points or the recommendation itself from the final report into statutory language, so the legislative language that would go into state law. From there, the members will have this language in his or her hands and will be able to present it in their house, so either in the Assembly or in the Senate, at which time it gets a number, so your sort of AB3178 Assembly bill, that would be, and it would be introduced on the floor in that house. The first stop for a bill is with the Rules Committee in either the Assembly or the Senate, depending on where it was first introduced. And the Rules Committee determines sort of how to farm out the bill, and that is to which relevant policy committee that has jurisdiction over the issue will hear the bill in more detail. And so from the Rules Committee, a bill is sent to its relevant policy committee, and it will be heard during hearings at that policy committee. During the policy committee process, I do want to sort of really emphasize that members of the public will be able to make comment. Other members of the legislature can ask questions about the bill and deliberate about the bill's details and so on and so forth. In many cases, during the committee hearing process, bills are changed, known as amendments. And so you have this situation where a bill might be amended several times and have to be rescheduled for a committee hearing so the committee can hear the bill again in its newest iteration. Each of those times, the public would be able to comment on the bill. Once the bill passes by a vote of the committee, it would go to a vote of the full House, the full membership of the House of Origin. When it passes from the vote of the full House, the bill would move to the other chamber. So either to the Senate, if it's an assembly bill, or to the Assembly, if it's a Senate bill. And this process sort of begins again in the other chamber. If in the other chamber, the bill is amended, which is not uncommon, those bills have to get kicked back, or those changes, excuse me, would get kicked back to the House of Origin, where the changes would be either adopted or rejected. Ultimately, through this process, if both houses, typically with a majority of vote, approve the bill on the House, so the full membership of the houses voting, then that bill would go to the governor's desk. At the governor's desk, the governor has three options: to sign the bill into law, to allow the bill to become law without his signature, or to veto the bill. And a veto bill, as you all know, but just to reiterate, can be overturned by a 2/3 vote of both houses of the legislature. So that's sort of the very high level description of the state's legislative process. And here I want to kind of take that and translate it into a more specific process related technically to the creation of a new state agency, in this case, the Freedmen Affairs Agency. The creation and reorganization of state government's a little nuanced, and so there are some distinct differences to the regular legislative process that I wanted to point out through a couple of pathways, as I call them. And each of these paths have been used recently, so I'll be able to share some examples. So customarily, or most typically, or normally, the most common way that state entities are reorganized or changed or created is through the executive branch organization process. And this is a process that was granted to the governor by the legislature and is actually part of the state constitution, because the governor, in essence, has purview over the executive branch. So it was deemed first and foremost the governor's responsibility to determine how best to manage the executive branch departments and agencies. And under this process, the governor submits a plan for independent review. During that independent review, public comment is allowed and deliberation takes place. From there, the plan then goes to the relevant policy committees of the legislature, and ultimately to an up or down vote by both houses of the legislature. Amendments are not allowed as part of the executive branch reorganization process. This process was used most recently in 2012, when Governor Brown proposed to sort of reorganize and restructure many state departments into three new state agencies. That was the Transportation Agency, the Government Operations Agency, and the Business and Consumer Services Agency. The next pathway, as I've mentioned, through which the agency could be created is what's known as budget trailer bill legislation. And budget trailer bill, bear with me here, is basically a state law that is closely related to implementing the state budget. So they're sort of connected in a way. And these bills are usually proposed by the governor and negotiated as part of the annual budget process. The example I want to highlight here comes from 2019, when the governor proposed to move the Division of Juvenile Justice out from within CDCR and into the state's Health and Human Services Agency. So that was a departmental relocation. And that process went through the budget trailer bill process and was adopted as part of the 2019-20 Budget Act. The third and final pathway that I wanted is a bit of a hybrid approach. And this is an approach where the new agency could sort of be legislatively implemented through two parallel paths. And on the one hand, you could have the policy details, the programmatic responsibilities, and and the organizational structure of the agency embedded in a policy bill, sort of a normal legislative bill. That would go to the relevant policy committee as sort of through the process that I described at the outset. But at the same time, you would have a budget trailer bill that includes the fiscal components of the creation of the new agency. And the key distinction here is that a hybrid approach such as this likely would result in a case where the policy bill itself would not end up going through the state's, the appropriation committees in either house. And I should mention that typically, in addition to the relevant policy committee that a bill has sort of relation to, if the bill has a fiscal effect or requires spending, which of course a new affairs agency, Freedmen Affairs Agency would necessitate, those bills also are required to go through the Appropriations Committee, which is responsible for spending. But under the hybrid approach, where budget trailer bill and a policy bill are used together, the policy bill may not need to go through the Appropriations Committee. Sort of stepping back a bit, sort of key takeaways as our office sees the creation of a new agency. It's first and foremost that the task force recommendations, most of them will need new state law or changes to existing state law to go into effect. That said, there are several processes that have been used in the last 10 years to create new entities or change agencies. So there are some options available, obviously, to the task force and to members of the legislature to implement the recommendations. Each path includes several opportunities for public comment and deliberation. And the key point here I do want to stress is that those deliberations among members of the legislature could result in changes to the task force recommendations. Those amendments could result in an outcome where the task force recommendation differs from what becomes state law. A quick note on timing. The task force final recommendations could be first introduced in the legislature come this December. And despite an early introduction in December after the legislative recess, those bills would not be heard in their policy committees until March or April of next year. So I thought that might be important sort of logistical context for the task force. And finally, typically reorganizations such as this or the creation of a new agency would be initiated through the governor's executive branch reorganization process, but other options exist. And that list of path that's used to initiate a new agency or to enact any of the recommendations that need changes to state law. Fundamentally, both houses of the state legislature will have to approve that action and the governor will have to sign it in order for it to become law. Happy to take any questions that the task force members may have. If I can answer them, excellent. If I can't, our office will go to work and try to get you answers to the task force as quickly as we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alamo, for your comprehensive expert testimony. Are there any comments, questions at this time? Fellow colleagues. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Alamo, again, for your expert testimony. We really appreciate it.
Chair Moore, if I may.
Sure.
Just before he leaves the line, just to let the task force know. So one of the major decisions that will need to be made tomorrow in order to give the Department of Justice direction on some issues like the Freedmen's Bureau or other matters in terms of implementation, tomorrow will be the vote, sort of a vote as to how to do this, how to approach this, and what the scope of the Bureau should be, and how things should be, how the task force is going to recommend items be implemented in the final recommendation. So to the extent you might have any questions about how anything is implemented, whether things should be consolidated or spread out across other agencies with a different kind of entity, sort of making sure it's happening. This is, the expert on that kind of implementation. So if any questions on those, I know we've gotten a lot of them, and I know we had a lot of discussion in previous meetings on that.
In light of that, are there any other additional comments or questions? Member Groves, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Alamo. I had a question about commissions in relationship to what you've been describing with state agencies. To what extent is it easy or difficult to establish an oversight commission type body? And do these bodies have the authority or the ability to truly impact state agencies?
To be candid, I think the answer is will really depend on the circumstances of the oversight commission. There are obviously dozens of instances in state government where we have this type of relationship, and they operate or function differently in each case. So it's difficult to paint a broad brush. So I will say to your first question, the creation of a commission or an oversight entity would be in many instances simpler and likely require fewer state financial resources than the creation of an agency per se, only because a commission is going to be staffed by a smaller number of employees and probably just logistically simpler to put together. But that's a logistics question more than anything else. I recognize that this question was deliberated at length at the last series of meetings, and our impressions as an office really boil down to that there are pros and cons to the approach, any approach that the task force puts forward as part of its recommendation, and that is, specifically whether to consolidate all of these efforts under one agency, or to try to attempt to distribute some of these responsibilities among existing state entities. There will be opportunities to take advantage of other state departments that are doing much similar work functionally, and maybe that plays to the favor of distributing the tasks. On the other hand, a sole agency, as was mentioned during the last hearing last month, would be more high profile in nature, would be a cabinet level appointment. And so responsibilities and accountability would be consolidated in that fashion. It's not to say that there's a right or wrong path forward, but that I think from my testimony, what I would hope to impart is that wherever it is the task force recommendation ultimately leads tomorrow, there will be additional deliberation, expert consultations, public testimony, between sort of when the task force recommendation is made and when the state law is ultimately enacted, that will allow for some of these sort of details to be worked out in the way that is most effective for the state and for these purposes.
Any other comments, questions? Member Jones Sawyer, you're recognized. And then Member Bradford.
Yeah, and maybe we can unpack this in a way where there's a little more clarification, and maybe we can do it by example. What I mean by, we have the Public Utilities Commission, which sets our rates for our gas and electricity, which can sometimes be a burden, sometimes can be a help. But they have, from what I understand, they have the ability to raise your rates up and down across the state, and they don't necessarily have to come back to the assembly to get buy-off or approval. Or you have a commission like the Cannabis Commission, which may work with a department specifically to regulate cannabis statewide through a department. And so I think it might be good to talk about the distinctions about what they can and can't do once they're implemented, because I think that's where we're trying to get to, so that people have a clear understanding. Because what I'm hearing from individuals who are coming here, I don't want them to get the misunderstanding that an entity can possibly, and it may be an entity that does that, that can go across different departments and order them to do something, or have them change codes, regulations, administrative duties, and have that kind of authority. And there may be an entity like that, but as far as I know, there isn't one like that. Most of these commissions, I guess, are almost like what we are, advisory in a lot of ways. And to get something to the level of a PUC, or the other one that has a lot of authority is the UC trustees. They have immense power, 12-year terms, and the legislature tries to get them to do certain things, and we, for the most part, to the consternation of a lot of assembly members and the governor, they're almost autonomous, and they have they totally have responsibility for the UCs and actually decide tuition and everything. So can you kind of talk about all the different types of commissions that you could possibly have, and what it will take and what to expect? Because I would imagine if you try to start a PUC or a UC type of commission, that's I don't know if that's a constitutional level where we got to go to the people as opposed to administratively being done.
Thank you, Assembly Member, for pointing out the key distinction to be made. My comments were specific to sort of your latter example, being a smaller commission that acts as an advisory board, performing some oversight duties of a related department or agency, rather than your first example, PUC or the UC, that is independent in nature. My understanding was that the question related to a sort of administrative body that oversees and provides guidance to a department, but forgive me if I misunderstood the question.
Can you clarify, when you say commission, you're talking about an oversight body, distinguishing that from a more fully comprehensive agency that would be more independent in nature, right? So when we talk about commission, are you saying that's the oversight type of body that would work with, existing state agencies versus, a new entity agency with more independent, broad-based power? Just need some clarity on that.
Potentially. That is one possible avenue for the task force going forward. There are instances when in state government, it can be advantageous to have an advisory body of some kind, whether it's called a commission or otherwise, that sort of works together with, but independently from the entity doing the programmatic implementation. I think one of the previous expert panelists brought up an example of that. Perhaps as an instance where that could be a useful model. I can't say that our office has done enough evaluating of the interim report or the landscape to make a recommendation one way or the other on that, Chair.
And a quick clarifying question, with this idea of an oversight commission, would it still be have to be initiated through the governor's office, or that's just reserved for the, creation of a new agency? There's clarity on that as well.
I can't think of an example where the executive branch reorganization process has been used to create a specific standalone commission. I also don't believe that a commission couldn't be created through the other two legislative processes that I laid out in the testimonies, or your normal legislative processes. I think that the same sort of legislative pathways would apply to a commission or an agency as being proposed in the interim recommendations, or both together.
Thank you. My questions and concerns are pretty much along the same lines as Assemblyman Jones Sawyer, and I'm just a little troubled that all that's involved here to have a recommendation tomorrow that is extremely complicated as it relates to making its way through the legislative process, as the analyst has just shared. So I'm just wondering, how much detail will we need to provide tomorrow in order to go forward, or is this still a work in progress as we kind of shape it going forward? Because it might take multiple pieces of legislation to achieve the ultimate goal, and I just don't want to leave here tomorrow thinking that we've solved the problem.
Was that a question to me, or was?
The basic thing is this is going to become just a paralysis of analysis.
Your mic.
The basic thing is this going to just become a paralysis of analysis? That's it. That's the bottom line. For us to spend all of these hours, and then we get at an impasse as to who's going to bail the cat. That's it. And this goes for this audience out there too. You're giving great verbiage, eloquent statements. But at the end of the day, we still have miles to go and promises to keep before we fall asleep. If anything's going to become a reality and meaningful, significant change in the lives of Black folk in the state of California, I'm still ready to fight at 80 and 2. And with the time that the Lord leaves me with here, but we're going to have to fight. And as Frederick Douglass said, it's a struggle. And since this is in Lent season, remember, those of you who are believers, the devil only left Jesus for a season. We got some more seasons to deal with before we get to victory.
Attorney Newman, did you have a comment?
Absolutely, and I completely understand. In terms of tomorrow, we certainly are not planning to, kind of get into the micro details of what a proposal may be. What we really need is just direction, from the task force by a vote of how generally you want the draft composed. Our next meeting will be presenting the draft of the final report, and in that draft, we'll need to know the sense of the task force and the task force's direction as to whether or not there should be a separate bureau, whether the recommendation is that there should be a separate bureau that is created, a new entity that is created and mandated to carry out the task force's recommendations, or whether that should be allocated to various agencies with a Freedmen's Bureau that has responsibility of seeing that it is all carried out, or some other format of that. I don't necessarily think we need, exceeding details, but we need the direction between those two options so that we can then work that into the final recommendations that we'll be presenting at the next meeting.
Question for Mr. Alamo. Under the idea of, for instance, like an oversight commission or body, can you speak to any limitations, if any, for this proposed oversight commission or body when it comes to ongoing lobbying or policy making? Are they limited in those ways in terms of lobbying? Let's say there's future issues that might come up that may not necessarily be in the final report per se. Would an oversight commission be kind of limited in the types of things that it can do is the question.
Of course. I think the important perspective to take with thinking about oversight commission in this respect is that The limitations or lack of limitations that you've mentioned can be determined either as part of the task force recommendation, though that would be very specific, or ultimately as part of the state law that creates the entity. So there, again, to reiterate, there are processes and opportunities sort of at various junctures between when the final recommendation is made and when as the bills or bill is moving through the legislature to make some of these more specific determinations about the role of either the commission or a full agency, the details and specifics at a later date rather than having to determine them now. It's difficult to answer the question specifically because it's still a commission or an agency that's in sort of idea form. And so these specific details haven't been enacted in state law, but that means that the opportunity to do so is still before us.
Follow-up question. So one of the expert witnesses that spoke talked about the idea of a two-agency model and brought up the idea, for instance, the California Commission on Aging, which serves as the principal advocate in the state for older individuals, while the Department of Aging, administers programs for older adults. And so, can you speak to, the commonality of a two-agency approach? I'm not sure if this goes above kind of your purview of why you're here today, but any insight on how that could apply to what we're doing?
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't speak, in a really helpful way about that question, in part because it's a bit outside of the scope of my testimony, but also I'm not familiar with either the commission or the Department on Aging. Beyond that they exist and that's generally their relationship. Our office, I'm happy to work with my counterparts who know more about that relationship to get back to you and the rest of the task force with additional information. But I can't answer anything specific, I'm sorry.
I think the last question for me, which might be helpful, is you could just summarize what the distinctions between, I think what I'm hearing is the creation of a new state agency versus simply an oversight body.
Again, I think the distinctions were well summarized during the deliberations of the last task force meeting. On the one hand, you have an individual new agency with responsibilities through the various branches for all of the programmatic areas delineated in the preliminary recommendation. Some of the key benefits of that structure would be sort of an issue of accountability. All of the responsibilities are housed in one agency. Coordination, of course, could be more uniform with one agency. It would be a cabinet level post as proposed in the preliminary recommendation. On the other hand, a more distributed sort of commission that works across state government. Some of the benefits of that approach might be the opportunity to find instances where a state entity is doing something functionally similar. Whatever the branch or effort of the Freedmen's Bureau would have been, and can take advantage of the expertise that state entity already has. Again, I do want to say with summarizing the two approaches, our office has no specific recommendation that one is better than the other. I think there are ultimately trade-offs, and that's a decision for the task force itself.
And then one last follow-up question around the idea of a new state agency. Are you saying that a new state agency would not work with existing state agencies? And if that's not what you're saying, can you kind of elaborate on the potential relationship between a new state agency and existing state agencies?
Of course. The cabinet level position, obviously, the executive branch is going to work with the new agency to coordinate across state government, I would presume. So I did not intend to give the impression that the Freedmen's Bureau would be sort of acting alone without collaboration with other state groups, rather that maybe in execution of some of the programmatic functions listed in the preliminary recommendations, that those the implementation of those actions would be housed in the agency rather than at another state department that perhaps has some experience with a similar function.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Alamo. Thank you. So the next item on our agenda is an update from Charles Communications Group and the Communications Advisory Committee.
Good afternoon. Ready? All right, first of all, thank you guys so much for having us. As you know, we've been on this project about 4 months, and we are doing everything we can to get the communications out, not just in California, but across the nation. We have some really good things going on and teed up. We just have to take them to execution. So I'm going to give you an overall briefing of what we've done pretty much in the last month since we've had the last task force meeting. Next slide, please. Okay, so some of the things that we have done is that we have been booking and coordinating media interviews for the task force members. We have been pushing out information about the work that the task force is doing, as well as fielding any requests from media that comes in. We've also been conducting, as you know, we've done the media outreach for this hearing here for participation so that people know what is going on and that they can be included. We've also done some media coaching and messaging, as well as talking points for the task force to make sure that we are sharing a similar message. I mean, it is 9 task force members who all have thoughts, opinions, and feelings, but the goal is to make sure that everyone has similar messaging if they choose to use it. We've also delivered the long and the short version of the interim report PowerPoint that I know some task force members have already used. We have also used it, and we shared it actually with the mayor of Sacramento. We met with his office, as well as we have been conducting briefings with the governor's office just to give him an update on the comm strategy and to see if they have any issues with any communication that is out there, so we can do whatever is asked of us to make sure we are combating any misinformation or any information that the governor's office potentially thinks is important to be addressed. Next slide, please. We've also launched the social media program and calendar. We do take input from task force members of things they would like to see uplifted in the social media. So we try to plan that out in advance. And we're trying to make sure we do at least 2 to 3 social media posts per week, along with the additional work. Next slide, please. We also did a commercial in both Sacramento and Los Angeles, uplifting the task force meetings. And so we're actually, I know some of the task force members have not heard it. I know that the committee has, and so we actually going to play it today so you have an idea of what was put out in the community.
Did you know California has the first in the nation task force to study reparations for African Americans? This is a big deal, so listen up. The work of the task force is to examine and recommend to the state legislature potential remedies of compensation, rehabilitation, and restitution for African Americans, with a special consideration for the descendants of persons enslaved right here in the United States. You should also know the task force has been hosting public hearings across the state to create awareness and to educate us. This is going to be a huge opportunity for us to participate because history matters. Join us for the next Reparations Task Force meeting, public comment edition from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Friday and Saturday, March 3rd and 4th in the California Environmental Protection Agency's Byron Shear Auditorium, located at 1001 I Street in Sacramento. If you'd like more information, visit the California Department of Justice website at oag.ca.gov. That's oag.ca.gov, or send an email to Reparations Task Force at doj.ca.gov.
So we also partnered with the California Black Media and the Ethnic Media Services Group with the Secretary of State, as well as Task Force member Joan Sawyer and Tamaki. We did a media briefing with over 80 plus ethnic media, and that media briefing was also translated in Spanish, Korean, and Mandarin. We also worked with the Baptist Ministers Conference and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, to put on an event for the Black clergy to share what the task force is doing, reparations, and then just have a conversation around reparations. So looking forward, of course, we are and have been in talks with the ACLU to help support the public awareness campaign. So we are right now just in the initiation part of that project. We will continue to coordinate and manage media opportunities, as well as continue to provide social media assets. We are also talking to and wanting to collaborate with other community organizations so that they can be the extension and the arms to help support our comm strategy. And then, of course, to support the task force members and update any documents as needed or as requested that our resources can provide. Lastly, I want to say thank you, and thank you to the organizations that have reached out, to the organizations that have stepped up, to the organizations that have been willing to support us, to support our comm strategy, our social media strategy. And I also want to thank the reporters in this room who have really helped us on this mission, who listened to me call them over to pitch ideas and to pitch stories and to pitch task force members for particular stories and particular media. And so I'm very, very full, because this is not a task that we can do alone. This is a task where we need all of you. We need your help. We need the task force members' help. We need the media's help. And so I want to let them know today that I'm grateful and I'm thankful to the organizations, and I'm thankful to them for helping to tell the stories, and the ones who don't do the mismessaging or helping us combat any mismessaging or disinformation. So with that, my last video here is a video of the event that we did in collaboration with the Baptist Ministers Conference and SCLC, and I hope you enjoy, and we plan on doing more. So thank you.
I'm Amos C. Brown, Vice Chair of the California State Reparations Task Force. Pleased to be a part of an endeavor to ensure that there will be a sensible, substantive, and significant reparations package presented to this State Assembly and Senate that will be for the common good of African Americans who have been wronged and harmed in the state of California.
To understand the reason why we have to fight reparations, what our people went through.
Jen, I think the conversation today is, what's the church's role in all of this conversation? And how do we go back to our churches to amplify this conversation?
No church member should be questioning the rightness and the office for reparation.
I'm going to spread reparation. I am going to educate my community. I'm going to educate my church. I'm going to live the life. I'm going to open my doors. I'm going to walk and I'm going to speak, because there's a fight for us.
We built this nation. We built the Congress. We built the White House. We built the levee.
Everybody else have gotten reparations but us. And we've been conditioned to just accept it to be what it is. One of our steps towards reparation is going to be at the ballot. Folk who have built and paid for homes in communities like Winter Hills and Ladera, and their kids are losing it over property taxes. Reparations, yes. Give us what belongs to us. But while we're waiting on it, we got to teach people how to prepare for it.
What we're doing in California now is a first major stride, but we can't blow it by being divided.
It's clear that America is not against reparations. They're just against reparations for Black people.
If there are questions in this room about reparations, I want to encourage you to go to Ghana and walk through those slave castles. Being on those sacred grounds will cause you to rethink how you think about Black folk in America.
And that's the foundation. Reparations.
That you have been informed, enlightened, that you got the call to action, that you understand what's happening.
Thank you.
Any questions, comments for the communications firm before we go to the next agenda item? Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Let's see, in spite of the rain that came, it was significant that a large number of clergy persons were in attendance, and they were very much engaged, excited, and empowered to carry the word about the great work that this task force is doing.
So can folks go to the SCLC website for the video or?
No, I have the video and I just have to decide where we can have it housed since there is not a website for the task force. But I can share it. You guys can share it out. I can share it with the organization. So please, do us that favor and actually share it. It's good information.
Thank you so much. Any comments?
No, if you can get it to me and several other members, because I definitely want to push that out. I got chills watching Reverend Brown speak. So I think as an ambassador for us, we all need to push this out because it's rather inspirational. So thank you for doing this.
You're welcome. I will send it out to the ankle orgs, absolutely.
Send it to the ankle orgs too.
And if there are any organizations in here, and I'm sorry my back is turned, if you are looking for a task member to be on a panel, please reach out and we will do our best permitting their time and respecting the other work that they have to see if we can collaborate and do some work, okay?
Thank you for the work you're doing. The only comment I have, I don't think all task force members have received the talking points or the short and long term PowerPoints that you mentioned. So can you please make sure that all task force members receive those documents?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
You're
All
welcome.
right, everyone, let's give a hand to our communications firm. The next item on our agenda is agenda item number 12, local municipal reparation efforts. We will be hearing from the city of Richmond. We'll hear from Dimlis Johnson III. Dimlis Johnson III was born at Brookside Hospital and grew up in the Iron Triangle. After graduating from Howard University, he returned to Richmond to serve his community. In the 2018 election cycle, he made history by becoming the youngest person ever. I'm introducing Dimlis Johnson, who in the 2018 election cycle, he made history by becoming the youngest person ever elected to the Richmond City Council. Before becoming a council person, he served as chair of Richmond's Economic Development Commission and as a member of the Community Police Review Commission. As an elected official, he worked to renew communities without leaving behind those who make it special. As a community worker at Richmond High School, he partnered with groups across the city to help our youth succeed academically and socially. He is currently working on a number of initiatives in the city of Richmond and the California Policy Government Relation Manager at Jumpstart for Young Children Incorporated. We'll also hear from Trina Jackson Lincoln, who is a city council liaison and project coordinator for Richmond. She joined the city of Richmond team in 1995 as an admin aide in the city manager's office. During her tenure, she has supported the city council, assisted members of the public to navigate municipal government, facilitated community events, and managed the office of Richmond City Council. She is the team lead of the Richmond Race Equity team and staff liaison for the Sister City Program, the Youth Council, and the Richmond AC Transit Interagency Liaison Committee. As a native of Richmond, Mrs. Jackson Lincoln attended the Richmond schools and obtained associate's degree in political science and social and behavioral science from Contra Costa College and a Bachelor of Arts in Human Development from California State University, East Bay. Lastly, we'll hear from LaShonda White. LaShonda White has over 16 years of experience working with the city of Richmond, her hometown, and currently serves as the Deputy City Manager over Community Services and leads the Richmond Department of Children and Youth. Ms. White has developed and managed various grant programs, providing millions in funding to local organizations, managed consultants to conduct community needs assessments and strategic investment plans, and worked on special projects. Furthermore, LaShonda has just demonstrated a commitment to equity, the underserved, and those who feel marginalized with her service with Richmond's Government Alliance on Racial Equity team and Richmond's Rapid Response Fund, helping those negatively impacted by COVID. Prior to her work with the city of Richmond, Ms. White has experience working at the nonprofit, state, and federal levels, having matriculated from the University of California at Berkeley with both her Bachelor of Science and Master of Public Policy. She is proud to work with and for the residents of Richmond. Finally, Ms. White is a wife and a mother to two beautiful daughters and a singing husky named Sky. So now we'll hear from Mr. Johnson, Ms. Trina Jackson Lincoln, and Mrs. White. Thank you all for coming, and you may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Moore, Vice Chair Brown, Task Force members, DOJ, IT, and other present staff. Before we begin, I'd like to lift up and honor Callie House, Queen Mother Moore, the late Representative John Conyers, NCOBRA, CJAC, ARCC, Reparations Now, and other organizations, cities, and counties doing this reparations work. The primary goal of this reparations package was to adopt policy recommendations, consider CBO partnerships, as well as redesign current city programs with the reparations lens to establish a Richmond reparations program and begin to address the challenges facing African Americans in Richmond. The goal of the local reparations package will help African American community, and over the past few years, the city of Richmond has passed several ordinances solidifying its status as a sanctuary city. By implementing these reparations programs, the city will be keeping with its moniker as a restorative and social justice city. However, given the restrictions of Prop 209, we had to get a little creative about how we were going to achieve this. Next slide, please. Here is a brief overview of what we'll be discussing this afternoon. History and research, housing and land, procurement, business development, cultural reparations, investments in people, race and equity officer, as well as the Race Equity Action Plan created by the Government Alliance of Racial Equity, also known as GARE. Next slide, please. Brief little history of the city of Richmond. I know some folks probably saw the movie Coach Carter, but we're a little bit more than that. In 1940, the African American population was only 270 people. But by 1943, the African American population grew to over 5,000 people. And by 1947, over 13,000 people. Over the course of 7 years, the African American population in Richmond grew 5,000%. This increase was due to the opening of the Kaiser shipyards, where gender and race discrimination was not allowed to keep people from employment. Also, the lack of Jim Crow laws in California made the state ideal for Black Southerners. Even after the war ended, African Americans continued to migrate to Richmond. By 1970, the African American population made up 36% of the overall population. However, today, the African American population is declining. Many African-American families lost their homes in the Great Recession due to predatory lending practices and evictions. The rise in housing costs has forced many Black Richmond residents to East Contra Costa County in cities like Pittsburgh and Antioch. In addition to the Great Recession, years of redlining has contributed to the disinvestment of certain communities. The construction of Hilltop Mall contributed to the decline of Black business districts along McDonald Avenue, and not to mention the impact of the crack epidemic, war on drugs, and mass incarceration. Next slide, please. So first, to start off, some of the recommendations in housing and land reparations, as you can see from the picture, a lot of it was inspired by what took place in Evanston, Illinois. We're currently talking about giving $25,000 grants to descendants of slavery, as well as redlining, for down payment, loan payoff, upgrades, closing costs, and etc. We've currently been in discussion with a community-based organization who's already doing this work. And so we want to continue to help fund that program so that way individuals won't have to pay back the loan. It can actually be a grant program. Next, we discussed a direct receivership program to low and moderate income. During the subprime mortgage crisis, 3 million homes went vacant. In 2018, the city of Richmond had 250 vacant homes, and each was posing a serious fire risk to the city. To address the issue, the Department of Infrastructure, Maintenance, and Operation is looking to acquire homes through a receivership program. The program will follow a legal process where the title of vacant property is temporarily taken from non-compliant owners and sold to buyers. The recommendation was for the city of Richmond to make sure people whose descendants, Black descendants, had access to these properties. As a bonus, we've even discussed subsidizing construction with our local Richmond Build program. In addition, the right to return policy for former residents from certain low-income census tracts, and then the Richmond Homestead Ordinance. As we all know, the Homestead Act in the past did not benefit African Americans. And with the new mandate from the state government asking all cities and counties to take stock of all surplus property, what I proposed was for the city to allow local residents and business owners, Black local residents and business owners, to have first access to these properties. Next slide, please. Procurement. Municipalities and states with race-neutral procurement policies are engaging prime contractors at the bidding phase to develop procurement plans. Also, they're developing inclusive procurement across sectors and proactively engaging the private sector. And what I'm asking, and what I requested of our city manager with the Richmond Business Opportunity Ordinance is to have sheltered bidding aside for Black businesses. And then creating a guaranteed program for bonding, which would create a list of guaranteed co-signers so Black-owned businesses can get bonding. Next slide, please. Under business development, the city currently has a facade improvement program where there's funds distributed to local businesses to help improve the facade of their businesses. And so the proposal was to redesign this program with the reparations lens, so that way Black business owners, as well as descendants of American slavery, will have greater access to this program as well. And then the Cannabis Equity Ordinance. As I mentioned in my opening, the war on drugs significantly impact the city of Richmond and our residents and our population. The Cannabis Equity Ordinance that we're currently working on will do set-asides in both the delivery, storefront, and cultivation businesses for African Americans who were directly impacted by mass incarceration as a result of the war on drugs. Next slide, please. Cultural reparations. Developing a cultural district, an African American cultural district that will help the city reflect on the heritage and the contributions of African Americans. In addition to that, next slide, please. Sorry. In addition to that, passing a resolution acknowledging the racism and wrongdoings of the past, slight work, and then establishing a permanent African American history museum for the city of Richmond, establishing heritage trails throughout the city, highlighting different places and events that took place in the city of Richmond because of African American achievement, and then including a Black art aspect in the existing art tax. When developers come to the city of Richmond, they either have to build some type of art monument or they have to contribute to a fund. And what I proposed was for there to be a specific fund for Black art to be increased throughout the city of Richmond. Next slide, please. Investments in people. We can't do this without investing in folks, right? So we've been talking with the Richmond Rapid Response Fund for a guaranteed income program, which would be a public-private partnership. So that way, primarily African-American mothers will have access. So far, we're talking about a pilot program with 50 Black mothers to receive guaranteed income monthly. And then having formerly incarcerated persons as a protected class, which will prevent discrimination in housing, employment, and public accommodations for those who are formerly incarcerated. And then partnering with the Richmond Community Foundation on their Black Women and Girls Task Force. And this task force is meant to cover everything from the infant mortality rate and its disproportionate impact on Black women and children, as well as the pay gap in Black women entrepreneurship. Next slide, please. Infrastructure. We've had a lot of disinvestment in Black communities in terms of infrastructure. And so we talking about creating a water equity plan with our Department of Maintenance. Water equity is about giving everyone the opportunity to participate and prosper in water. There are 3 pillars, which include access to safe, clean, and affordable water, wastewater services, a share in economic, social, and environmental benefits of water, and resiliency in the face of floods, droughts, and other climate risk. Our unincorporated area of North Richmond is in a flood zone, and then also the water equity plan is to ensure that Richmond does not become the next Flint or Jackson, Mississippi. Adopting a pavement equity plan for Black communities, and as mentioned earlier, because we have a decline in African-American population, we don't have predominantly African-American communities. We have historically African-American communities where a majority of our Black population live. And as I mentioned, there's been a historical disinvestment in the streets and roads, in sidewalks, and even ADA compliance in those communities. And so creating a plan that disrupts the AI system that most government bodies use to make sure that Black community streets are paved and that sidewalks are also safe. The city also has a sewer lateral program, which helps homeowners. And so the plan is to redesign that program with the reparations lens, so that way Black homeowners can have an opportunity to upgrade their properties. Next slide, please. So before I pass it off to my colleagues, some of the other recommendations that were made were in participatory government, making sure that the city of Richmond recently moved into district voting and away from citywide. And so the recommendation was to create as many Black majority voting districts as possible. Now, I'd like to pass it off to my colleague, Ms. Trina Jackson-Lee, to talk about the city's Government Alliance on Race and Equity, also known as the GARE team. Next slide, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Trina Jackson-Lincoln. I'm the City Council Liaison and Project Coordinator. The City of Richmond joined the Government Alliance on Race and Equity in 2016. GARE is a joint project of Race Forward and the Othering and Belonging Institute. There are over 200 jurisdictions across the nation that have joined the network. Our small team of 8 employees from various departments participated in a learning cohort in 2017. One of our major assignments during this cohort was to develop a race equity action plan that consisted of 4 overarching goals, and we put together 7 to 10 action items for each of these goals that would help us with achieving said goals. Our team has presented the action plan at over 20 different occasions via lunch and learn sessions for employees, community forums, and presentations to the City Council, and also workshops. During these forums, the action items were presented to participants who were asked to identify their top 3 action items, and that's how we were able to prioritize. Next slide, please. The first goal is that the City of Richmond employees understand and are committed to achieving race equity. The top 3 action items were meet with department directors establish a citywide training program for employees and community partners consisting of race equity, implicit bias, structural and institutional racism, and use of a racial equity tool with policies and programs. We want to support employee learning. Training will help training will help executive and line staff to increase cultural competency, understand the importance of equitable outcomes, and equip them to be mindful of race equity in policies and programming. Next slide, please. Ultimately, we would like to develop a train-the-trainer method. Over the years, we have contracted with Race Forward and Facilitating Power to conduct workshops on advancing race equity in government, the impacts of implicit bias, and the spectrum of community engagement to ownership. The team facilitated the lunch and learn sessions, community forums, and presentations to the City Council. Next slide, please. Our second goal is that every city department is governed by the principle of community ownership, fostering democratic participation and equity through community-driven decision-making. To achieve this, our top priorities are collaborate with community organizations to develop a shared vision in shaping race equity policy, eradicate barriers for civic engagement by improving methodologies for participatory actions, and strengthen the city's community engagement efforts to increase transparency and trust. Next slide, please. Okay. Here's a chart that demonstrates the levels of community engagement to ownership. The objective is to include stakeholders at the beginning of the process when developing policy programs and projects. We had a tendency, well, my observation was we had a tendency to put together a plan and then take it to stakeholders to tell them what we're doing. But the community forum was supposed to be engagement. So actually, we should be asking them, what is it that they need? The spectrum would help us to get to that. The chart helps us to understand where we are as an organization on the spectrum and how we can move to the next level with the ultimate goal of stakeholders feeling they have ownership of the policy, program, or project because their input has been heard and incorporated. Next slide, please. Now I would like to pass it to my colleague, Deputy City Manager, LaShonda White.
Thank you, Ms. Trina. My name is LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager for the City of Richmond. Greetings, Chair, Vice Chair, Task Force members, and community. It is truly a pleasure to be here today and present on the work we're trying to do at the local level. So goal 3 of our race equity work is around city service provision. We're focused on creating a racially equitable employer, being a racially equitable employer, and also promoting racial equity in contracting and procurement. Our first focus was to focus on educating and training city staff to ensure that they are thoughtful in how they hire employees and make sure they're doing it through a lens of race equity. We also want to strengthen our personnel policy and work on our job specifications and descriptions. Sometimes we found that our classifications and jobs descriptions were limiting individuals from joining the employment. And so what we have begun to do is develop a class and comp study and really work on updating our descriptions and eligibility requirements to allow for any combination of both education and experience and moving away from just focusing on education. We also want to improve our hiring and promotion to enhance and maintain a workforce that is representative of the community. Mr. Johnson stated that our Black population has decreased in the city of Richmond. It's down to about 18%. But I am happy to say that the city of Richmond's Black population for employment is 27% within the city of Richmond. Next slide, please. Our goal 4 was focused on healthy life outcomes. In the city of Richmond, we have in health and all policies, which is that we are integrating a comprehensive approach to bringing health, well-being, and equity considerations into the development and implementation of policies, programs, and services of traditionally non-health related government systems and agencies. So for us, our three focus areas around equitable housing opportunities, access to healthy food, and then improving park quality to make sure all of our residents, especially those in our communities that are predominantly African American, have really great parks and green spaces to access. Next slide, please. As Ms. Trina stated, we really are interested in resident engagement and making sure we are not, as a government, just making determinations about what we think is best for our community, but making sure we're hearing from our community. That is extremely important. So one thing we were able to do is work with UC Berkeley's community program, and for their Y plan, which is Youth Plan, Learn, Act Now. And we were able to work with some local residents in Richmond on an engagement project, and really asking them some questions and getting real responses from our residents and having them be ambassadors and go out to talk to our community members. And we asked them about what inequalities do they see or experience in the community, and we got some really great feedback that we're incorporating into our work at the city level. Next slide. This is just another slide around our Y Plan project. And from that work, we have included some of we call them Richmond ambassadors, some Richmond residents, to join our internal city task force. So it's not just made up of city staff. And we are really excited about that and making sure we continue to have not only a resident voice, but we're also working with some local community-based organizations, because we know they have their ear to the ground and know what's happening in our communities, so that we're not doing this work alone. With that, next slide, please.
It is our ultimate goal to have a race equity officer. I am the team lead for our race equity team. However, I have other assignments. A race equity officer would be solely dedicated to race equity work. We believe that this will significantly help our efforts. The equity officer would assist city's goal of advancing racial and socially equitable responses, practices, and protocols. We have, our city council is supportive of our work. However, we need a champion, we need a race equity officer, ultimately a division that would help us solely focus on this work and achieve this work. Next slide, please.
And as you heard, Gareb took a look at how we operate internally and how we can prevent harms from occurring and being perpetuated in the present and the future. Richmond, like most cities, is a council manager form of government. None of this would have been possible if we didn't have a Black city manager, a Black deputy city manager willing to take this up and implement it as a priority. With that, we thank you for listening, and we'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you also to Ms. Trina Jackson and Ms. White. Are there any other comments or questions for the City of Richmond? Excellent presentation. Thank you. Montgomery Step, you're recognized.
Thank you all for the presentation, all the work that you're doing. I'm interested in all of it, but especially interested in the homestead ordinance. So I just wanted to know a little bit more detail about that and where you are in the process and how it is, how I guess it's complementary, I guess, to the Surplus Land Act. Thanks.
Yes, and I'll answer, and then I'll allow CM White to jump in if she has any comments. We're currently in the development phase. We are just literally completed our surplus land list our surplus land list inventory. And we are going to be engaging Black CBOs as well as other Black community organizations So that way, get the first bite at the apple. But in terms of program design, we are still in the phases of putting that together. And as was said, we want to make sure that the community has a part in how that program is designed as well.
Thank you for the question. Then Councilmember Johnson, when he was on the council, he gave us a large task in terms of implementation at a local government level to implement reparations work. Our city council was in favor of it. So there are some things we have moved further than others, but we have not forgotten this work, which is why we are still in collaboration and connection and still trying to implement. So as he stated, we do have a surplus land list, but we are working on some other projects like cannabis equity, really focus on parks and infrastructure. I'm working with our community-based organizations like the Ed Fund with the Richmond Rapid Response Fund and Guaranteed Income. So we've tried to prioritize and really make sure we are doing as much as we can with the staff that we have available to us. But thank you.
He's being polite. I gave him a 14-page document with footnotes.
I know the feeling on both ends. So I just would love to keep in touch about all of the work, but that in particular, really, really, I think that that's a wonderful idea and would love to see how it comes out and maybe mirror some things that you all are doing. Thanks.
Yeah, I too just want to extend my commend you guys for the great work that you've done. And just curious, what's the budget to stand something up like this?
We are open to any money, any funds.
What is that?
We accept all
We
donations.
accept all funds, any donations, any
Okay,
allocations in the state budget. No, we don't have a huge budget.
a closed mouth doesn't get fed.
Closed mouth doesn't get fed,
All right.
right?
And in Richmond, we ain't too proud to beg either now.
Okay, all right.
Asking you shall receive, right? But we don't have a huge budget. I think between the city council office budget, we had some money in the city manager's office budget. It probably didn't top $50,000.
Wow. Okay.
Out of a $200 million budget,
Okay.
right? Really focused on race equity. And so it really is city staff that are committed to the work.
Got it.
That are continuing to champion it, and then working with community-based organizations. So we do, as an example, the Richmond Rapid Response Fund, Guaranteed Income. We have allocated some money through our American Rescue Plan Act to focus about $1 million on providing some direct disbursements to community members, as well as focus on the Guaranteed Income Program. So that is additional funds. That organization has helped raise over $1 million from private foundations to help do some of this work. We also are working with the Richmond Community Foundation, and they have a fund called it's a Black Housing Fund to really help first-time home buyers. That some money has been raised by local churches. And so we're working and collaborating and trying to build that fund so it's not just City of Richmond. And so all our eggs are not in one basket, but we're continuing to make sure we place money in the budget to continue to focus on this really important work.
And I'd like to add that initially we only had funding to pay for our membership with CARE. We now, in the city council office, we have $10,000 to help us with training. So it's slowly increasing, and we have a city manager currently that is very supportive of this work.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments, questions? Okay. I have a question. So what are the ways in which you all are considering how to show eligibility for the various different programs, or in particular the $25,000 grants?
So currently the CBO that administers that program is for all current Richmond residents. And then also if folks can prove that they once lived in Richmond, I know they also have access to that, and the barrier of proof isn't too high. So yeah, we don't plan to alter or change their requirements at all.
All right, thank you so much, City of Richmond, for your presentation. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next item on the agenda is discussion and potential action item number 13, DOJ updates.
Thank you, Chair Moore. My remarks will be brief. I just wanted to, as you all know, the Department of Justice staff is heavily engaged in preparing the draft report for your consideration for the next meeting. The plan is to make sure that you all receive the draft in advance of that March meeting so that there can be a robust discussion and further recommendations made for implementation into the final draft. We have confirmed the dates for the remaining meetings for the task force. The next meeting will be March 29th and 30th, and that will be virtual. The following meeting will be a one-day meeting on May 2nd. That will be the meeting when we will be seeking final approval of the report, and that will also be virtual. And then we are planning to convene on the 30th of June once the report is finalized and printed, subject to further direction by the task force in terms of what form and where you would like to have that take place. We have graduated from Blue Jeans to Zoom, so the online platform will be Zoom, and we'll make sure that that link goes out. I know there were some comments about closed captioning being helpful, and the Zoom platform does allow for that, so there will be closed captioning for those who will be participating from the public, and we will continue to use allow for public comment virtually through that platform. I'm not sure if anyone has any other questions. Senator Bradford.
Yeah, I appreciate that update, but I guess I'm going to express my concern that as we move to the last two meetings, which I think is going to be critical, I think we should be in person. I mean, as we work out the final details, I'm troubled that this will be over Zoom. I think if there's ever a time that we need to be in the room looking at folks in their eye, it should be on these last two meetings. So I'll just leave it at that.
This was only based on the original schedule that was set last fall. It's all up to the task force as to whether they'd like to do something differently. The only caveat I would make to that is that the availability that was given for these meeting dates was based on virtual participation. And so to the extent that members may not be available on those dates for an in-person meeting, we would just need to work that out.
Well, I agree with Senator Bradford. I do think that, in these last remaining meetings, we should, just continue the course and have these in-person hearings. Any other thoughts? Member Tamaki, you recognize.
There's no substitute for meeting face to face. I agree with you, Senator Bradford. I'm hoping our dates don't change. So maybe, I don't know if, as we sit here today, whether everyone's available. I hope so. And I just add that, this morning, I probably counted 7 cameras. And at the last 2 meetings, the coverage is going to be both regional and California and national, I think. So that is probably another reason to meet face to face. So I'm all for that. Do we have a sense from the members whether the dates are going to change? The reason I'm asking is everybody's got really busy schedules, travel, speaking, et cetera. I know, but we're trying to coordinate basically this as the priority without having agreed to dates that would conflict already. So.
Sorry, Member Tamaki. Were you saying something at the end? Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off.
I'm sorry, what?
Were you saying something at the end? Sorry.
Yeah, I was just responding that let's be very clear there's no greater priority than these last two meetings, period. So that is very clear. But I'm sure all of you all here sitting here are already committing to dates in April, May, and June. And so we want to avoid a situation where there's any conflict. So I'm wondering, do we know as we sit here today whether if we change to face-to-face meetings, that's going to be a problem? Hearing no objection, I just assume everybody's fine with these dates.
Member Montgomery Step.
Can we just repeat the dates again? I know we have March 29 and 30. And then
May 2nd and then June 30th. If we do revert back to in person, I would presume that we would have to choose a later date than March 29th and 30th, or maybe not. Literally is later this month.
Those dates would remain based on the quorum that was established unless you all change the dates. Certainly no sooner than March 29th. But we were also looking at ensuring that our staff had sufficient time to transition the outlines into the draft form. And then you all had sufficient time once you had a draft to review it, have comments, and discuss it before it comes up for a final vote.
Okay, so are folks comfortable with the existing dates just in person instead of virtual? So March 29th and 30th, May 2nd, and June 30th. We can entertain a motion.
I move that we have in-person meetings. Madam Chair, I move that we have in-person meetings for those dates listed. March the 29th.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
I second.
It has been properly moved by Vice Chair Brown and properly seconded by Member Tamaki that the task force will revert to, will go to in-person hearings for March 29th and 30th, May 2nd, and June 30th. Is there any discussion on the matter? So to Member Bradford's point, the only lingering question would be where would these in-person hearings take place? So we would have to have a conversation about that. But let's just deal with the motion that's on the floor right now, which is to meet in person instead of virtual for these dates. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson so that we can go to a roll call vote.
To verify the dates, Madam Chair, we have March 20, the motion was to have the meeting scheduled for March 29th and 30th, May 2nd and June 30th in person. Is that correct? Thank you. I will call for the vote now. Madam Chair?
Aye.
Madam Chair votes aye. Vice Chair Brown?
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford?
Aye.
Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills?
Aye.
Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder? Member Holder is absent. Member Jones Sawyer?
Aye.
Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Scott Lewis is absent. Member Montgomery Stepp?
Aye.
Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki?
Aye.
Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there were 8 members present in voting. There were 8 ayes and 0 nays. Pardon me?
7 ayes.
7 ayes.
Holder's missing and Jovan is missing.
Member Holder
She's not here.
was absent.
Yeah, so you don't have 8. 7.
And Scott Lewis was absent.
So you have 7.
That's 7 voting. I'm sorry, what did I say? I apologize. Thank you for the correction. There are 7 members present and voting. There were 7 ayes and 0 nays.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. There are 7 ayes and 0 nays, and thus the ayes have it, and the motion carries. We will continue as a task force to meet in person for March 29th and 30th, May 2nd, and June 30th. All right, so the last part is determining the locations. So I believe for June 30th, we said we would have it in Allensworth, which is near Bakersfield. But then that remains, where would be the locations for March 29th and 30th, and then May 2nd? I think at the San Diego hearing, folks were saying that the Inland Empire kind of was underrepresented, so we haven't been to the Inland Empire, so that could be for either March 29th and 30th or May 2nd, and then maybe we can think of another city. LA, East Palo Alto, Richmond, there's various different places we could go.
Chair Moore, may I make a comment?
Practicality. I'm talking about space, where we're gonna meet.
Oh, sorry. Attorney Brown and then Member Tamaki.
Just a couple of logistical issues for the task force to consider. I know that the legislature is in session. I don't know how that may impact their ability to be physically present. We could check to see if this room is available. It seems to meet all of the needs for one of those sessions where they might be most impacted, at least. I'd also like to ask that we can check back in with the task force. If it is the desire of the task force to be in Allensworth on June 30th, we do need to verify whether logistically that's something that we have the resources to pull off. Otherwise, we may need to have an alternative location to consider.
Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
So I think one other consideration is media market.
Yes.
And so respectfully about Allensworth, it is crucial importance to California history and our whole story, but it's difficult to get to. And so media market, we're talking about Los Angeles, Sacramento, Bay Area, but basically we want to make it, and this is really a comms consultant thing, but we want to make it so easily accessible that it will encourage, coverage from all over the country. So I think that's a big concern as we go to, this final stage. And so I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, I don't know if Sean is here, but I know we've been in conversation with, folks at NBC who were kind of interested in the idea of the final meeting being in Allensworth, because they were talking about, there could be this whole production.
But it's not practical.
Yeah.
In terms of logistics.
Yeah. There's that. Okay. Yeah, I mean, they were, talking about MSNBC did a whole production for I think the 100th anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre. And so they were thinking about doing something similar, in Allensworth, but again, it may not be practical. It could be, somewhere else, like Los Angeles or somewhere with the bigger media market. We can entertain a motion for, maybe we can start with this most immediate meeting, March 29th and 30th.
Madam Chair.
We can decide tomorrow. That's a good question. Yeah, that's a good point. I forgot it's day one.
Yeah, we can take this up under unfinished business tomorrow if you'd like some time to consider it.
Okay, any other updates from the DOJ? Okay, so now the meeting has officially gone into recess. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m.
No, they don't.